news, there is an update to that story. One of your grand libs making an assertion that nobody is thinking, and it's still funny, and we'll also rehash Senor Hakeem because it was hilarious. Also, the author of the 1619 Project, the very, very debunked nonsense piece from the New York Times that won so many awards, put out an article talking about Charlie Kirk's death, which is unbelievable that these people are still employed in the journalism business. Also, Netflix has some crazy shows that are out. The entirety of why socialism / voting for good ideas and not actual reason is a terrible idea, and so much more on this episode of Turning Point tonight. My name is Joe Bob. Thanks so much for tuning in. Together, we are charting the course of America's cultural comeback through utter mockery of bad ideas brought on to us by libs. Again, we're shortening that up eventually. But this is Turning Point tonight. Got to remind you to email the show anytime you want, tpt@tpusa.com. So many of you took to the email yesterday. We'll get to some of those a little bit later on in the show, especially around Senor Hakeem. Now, there is an update, and I do want to rehash a little bit for viewers who weren't around yesterday. We're not going to do it at length, but just to set up the idea that, it's hilarious, and apparently some libs don't know either that it's hilarious or why it's hilarious, or two, that it's even not real. I mean, they might think that this actually is real. Just to briefly set this up, President Trump the other day posted this video of Senor Hakeem Jose Jeffries and Chuck Schumer. We're not going to play the whole thing, but just so you get the idea, watch this.
There's no way to sugarcoat it. Nobody likes Democrats anymore. We have no voters left because of all of our woke trans bull. Not even black people want to vote for us anymore.
Now, the internet thought that that was hilarious. People on both sides who were being honest with themselves go, yeah, that is very funny that the president of the United States is doing that. But Senor Hakeem was not thrilled about it. Actually, he went on cable news and was talking about how bad this is for the country. You know, calling people fascists and Nazis is not a bad thing, but putting an AI sombrero on a congressman, that's actually bad. So President Trump doubled down, which is what all of our emails were about yesterday. We'll just play that clip briefly again for you fine folks. Check this out.
It's a disgusting video, and we're going to continue to make clear bigotry will get you nowhere. We are fighting to protect the health care of the American people in the face of an unprecedented Republican assault.
My advice to Senor Hakeem is, dude, don't respond and this sort of stuff will go away. But if you keep responding, we're going to keep making fun of you for it because it's hilarious. Here's the problem. Governor Tim Walz of Minnesota gave a speech the other day in which he referenced this video clip from the hilarious president of the United States, in which he makes it clear he doesn't know if you know that this video was AI, because I kid you not, he calls it misinformation. Watch this.
I have seen Fox News even correct this issue, that trying to tell the public we're in a massive misinformation campaign. The president himself tweeting out AI videos of fake news reports on healthcare. This is really dangerous.
Yeah, Tim, we freaking know that it's AI. It's not misinformation. It's AI. It's a joke. It's comedy. It's a meme. And it is, of course, hilarious. How dumb do you think the American people are to not know that that is a joke? Tim Walz probably doesn't think that I'm actually wearing a real sombrero, which of course I am. I've been wearing a real sombrero this entire time. This is not AI generated. It's not a special effect. This is real and also hopefully funny. But yeah, dude, we know it's not misinformation. It's a joke. And the more you guys keep playing into the fact that you don't get it, the more we're going to make fun of you for it. Speaking of things that are not funny. There we go. Perfect. Jimmy Kimmel. So it was really interesting. The whole thing about or libs needed to try and make everything about themselves when Jimmy Kimmel got put on suspension from his show for making a horrible comment. We don't need to relitigate the whole thing. We all understand what happened there. The viewers and the syndicates and the affiliates revolted and were like, yeah, we can't put a guy on our platform that says this sort of crap. Was suspended, came back, and the libs were shouting loudly and proudly that they were so excited that Jimmy Kimmel's ratings came back. 6.5 million viewers tuned in to his comeback on Tuesday. Wow, so much hype, so much goodness, so much return. Well, that actually was short-lived, as everybody expected. The Kimmel Show's ratings dropped 64% since. I'm reading from the New York Post here. Kimmel shed even more viewers in the advertiser-coveted demographic of adults aged 25 to 54 in the following subsequent Thursday episode, hemorrhaging 73% of voters in the demographic that only advertisers care about, or the only demographic that advertisers care about. Jimmy Kimmel Live pulled in 1.7 million viewers among the key demo for Tuesday's return, but plummeted to 465,000 only 48 hours later. Those numbers, I'm sure, are continuing to go down, but that's the latest from the Nielsen reporting. Yeah, we all know that wasn't going to last. The last line from the New York Post, Jimmy Kimmel Live also lost significant viewership in the younger demographic of adults aged 18 to 49, managing 1.2 on Tuesday, but quickly losing 73% to settle for only 334,000 on Thursday. In just 2 days, all of those ratings were gone. Nobody is surprised, but it is an interesting point in the arc of how libs care about something. Remember, they don't actually care about the things that they claim to care about. If they did, Jimmy Kimmel's numbers wouldn't have fallen so far. And even prior to that, his numbers wouldn't have been so bad to cause all of the affiliates to panic when he said something irredeemable. Why they had him back, I don't entirely know, but that's just, I guess, how things go. Jimmy Kimmel, I don't know, is continuing to be on TV, but I can imagine that is going to be short-lived. I'm going to pull an audible here, Glenn. I want to talk about an article, an entirely shifting focus here, from the New York Times. One Nicole Hannah-Jones put out an article after Charlie Kirk's death that was unbelievable, and in so many ways, unbelievable might be the only term I can think of, because it's hard to believe that somebody that's this vaunted in the lefty media could put something out so incredibly stupid. The 1619 Project author, the DEI hire that for some reason looks like she went to a clown store for whatever wig they sell there, put out an article that was, you have to laugh. It's so hilariously bad that it is almost funny if the situation weren't so tragic. The article's subheadline was, "For those who felt denigrated." I almost said disintegrated because it's a typo. By his rhetoric, the bipartisan tributes to him as a champion of free speech augured something dangerous, the mainstreaming of formerly extremist views. Oh, is that what's happening, Nicole? Or is it the fact that libs are desperately trying to cling to the last vestige of influence that they have, pretending that Charlie Kirk's views weren't already mainstream? I want to read to you some of this article. She's talking about a conversation she had with a friend of hers whose daughter came home from school and was sad about Charlie Kirk being brutally assassinated, which, by the way, is the correct response to this sort of thing. And basically telling her friend, it's a difficult conversation to tell your daughter that she shouldn't actually be sad. That's effectively what this ridiculous article is trying to say. She said, for instance, Kirk had claimed that for prominent and successful, air quotes here in case you're listening to the podcast, black women who all went to Ivy League universities because of affirmative action, Justice Ketanji Brown Jackson, who again was only hired because Joe Biden said, "I'm looking specifically for a black woman," which is racist and also probably illegal. Former First Lady Michelle Obama, who again is only popular because she was married to a man who had a lot of ambitions. I disagree with him entirely, but that's the only reason Michelle Obama is a thing. TV host Joy Ann Reid, who admitted, by the way, that she got into Harvard because of affirmative action, so I'm not entirely sure what the argument to be made with her is. And former Representative Sheila Jackson Lee of Texas, who again, Charlie on his show played a clip of her saying, "Yeah, I'm here because of affirmative action and DEI. That's the only reason I got this spot." Nicole Hannah-Jones went on to her article saying, did not have the brain processing power to otherwise be taken really seriously and had to go steal a white person's slot. Again, she has Charlie in quotes there, but not in context, which is the point of the entire thing. He's basically saying all of the people pushing DEI are the racists because they promoted these people who otherwise are unqualified to positions that they should have not had to begin with. She also says this. He argued that Black America is poorer and more murderous and more dangerous than when Black people were living under Jim Crow. You might not like the sound of this, but that's just true. That's just factually true, right? That's not saying that Jim Crow was good. Nobody's making that argument. Charlie wasn't making that argument. What he was saying is that the cultural developments after the Civil Rights Act, which gave government everything to a group of people who became then dependent on the government, made things worse for those people. We all know this. Everybody is aware of how this happened, and everybody's aware that Charlie wasn't saying that Jim Crow was good, which is what she seems to be implying. Look, this is like saying that, the United States military was at its peak in aircraft manufacturing when the Nazis were in power. Nobody is saying the Nazis are good. That's just a fact, right? That's just factually accurate. Whether or not you like it is irrelevant. That's just what is true. She also goes on to quote a historian from UCLA, of all people, whose scholarship, again, air quotes, is on racial injustice. Robin D.G. Kelly, I don't know why you need so many names, pointed to the fact that Trump was widely condemned during his first term when he called the white supremacists who rallied in Charlottesville, Virginia, very fine people. Again, no, he didn't. I don't know how many times we have to point that out. At this point, being ignorant of that fact is a choice. So she's either evil and lying or stupid. I'm not withholding the fact that she might actually be stupid. That actually might be the overall premise here. Again, you can be evil or stupid. She may, in fact, be stupid or too stupid to recognize that. The point of all of this is trying to say, look, if you're going to misunderstand something intentionally and then build your ideas on that misunderstanding, I'm not sure how much we can help you. Here's a probably gross metaphor. Say you're taking a nice walk on a trail that horses sometimes happen to also walk on, and you accidentally step in some horse crap. Okay, that's bad. Nobody likes that. However, if you misidentify that horse crap as a dog, you will go throughout the rest of your life saying, I hate dogs. You'll tell people, I hate dogs. I'm a dog hater. No, you don't. You hate horse crap, but you misidentified the horse crap as a dog, and therefore you've built your entire ideology on hating dogs, but that wasn't true to begin with in the first place. That is what is happening when people like this take to their platforms, mischaracterize something, and then run wild into what they believe that it should have said. That's why Hannah Nicole Jones should be fired, and she should be fired. Not because of her ideas, but because she's clearly either lying or an idiot, and nobody's entirely sure. The jury is still out on that. But the broader strokes here is this. The libs are trying to grasp to the fleeting influence that they still have. We've talked, this has been a theme on this show, that the 80% of America is starting to realize that, one, Charlie's ideas were mainstream, and two, the 20% who are very loud are not the ones who should be controlling the narrative. That is not how any of this works, and people are starting to wake up to that. And so what this article is, and what this clown-haired person thinks is, what she's saying is that we are trying to remain the voice of control in this country, while their influence is leaving faster than it possibly could. What they're trying to do is grasp the last vestige of influence they have by lying to people, by intentionally misrepresenting what is going on. And that is the problem that we are going to have to face with the people who still have a voice, by the way, putting out nonsense like this. This is somewhat apropos of nothing, but this is also where this lady's ideas come from. I want to play this clip here because it's worth noting that this is what these people think. again, not really related to this particular article, but this is, again, how these people view the world and the government's role in the world that they exist in. Watch this cut one.
I don't really understand this idea that parents should decide what's being taught. I'm not a professional educator. I don't have a degree in social studies or science. We send our children to school because we want them to be taught by people who have an expertise in the subject area. And that is not my job. When the governor or the candidate said that he didn't think parents should be deciding what's being taught in school, he was panned for that. But that's just the fact.
Yeah, Bill Maher, I think, said it best. If liberals want to keep telling parents that they should have no influence on what their kids learn or what their kids do, they will lose every single election for the foreseeable future. That is where these ideas come from. That is why they are so dangerous and damaging. And one last thing on Miss Nikole Hannah-Jones. She was made famous by their 1619 project, the rewriting of American history in the New York Times. It won a bunch of awards. She made $1 million in 2022 for speaking on college campuses, which is a lot for a big-time liar like herself. But then I think this tweet is from 2020. Pull this up. Yes, it is from 2020. Well, she basically has to retract pretty much all of it. I've said consistently that the 1619 project is an origin story, not the origin story. Our intro says explicitly what would it mean to consider 1619 our founding, not that it is our founding. Okay. What that sounds like is it is a retraction. It is BS. But it's what if it was BS? That's how I'm trying to characterize that. Again, the main point of this is libs are trying desperately to maintain their stranglehold on the majority of people who are waking up to the fact that Charlie Kirk's ideas were mainstream. We are a center-right country. We are a conservative country. We are a Christian-based country. And there is nothing that libs can do, controlling the media or otherwise, that can make us believe anything other than that. And articles like this and people like this are the reason or show that they are trying to just desperately hold on to the last threads of what used to be a powerful, powerful position. We got so much coming up today. Really interesting things going on at Netflix, which a lot of people are canceling their Netflix account, which is probably warranted. We're going to talk to Monica Page about the illegals getting healthcare and why the libs think that are saying that, oh, that's not happening, but it actually is. But before we go to break, Glenn, can I get the hat back? Perfect. No. Give me an actual hat. Give me an actual sombrero. Are we joking? Are we playing pretend here? Okay, thank you. Finally. Hope you appreciate it. Any updates on the Senor Hakeem thing, we will bring to you as they come through. I hope the White House is not done with that. TPT@TPUSA.com. You can send any email you want. Should we wear the sombrero the rest of the day? TPT@TPUSA.com. Don't go away. I'll be right back after the break.
Now is the moment to put your brand in front of an engaged, loyal audience through Real America's Voice. When you advertise on Real America's Voice, you're not just running an ad, you're partnering with trusted voices like Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, and other influential hosts. Backed by millions of monthly listeners.
What's happening? Because of a Real Voice, man. I watch it all the time.
Real America's Voice rocks.
Real America's Voice gives sponsors the chance to put their product front and center, displayed on screen and highlighted by our anchors during exclusive segments and live events.
Head to freetrumpknife.com.
This means your brand becomes part of the conversation as it happens.
Secure your spot before it's too late.
Join us today and make your brand part of the news conversation that America's viewers trust. Real America's Voice, where your message is seen, heard, and remembered. Now is the moment to put your brand in front of an engaged, loyal audience through Real America's Voice. When you advertise on Real America's Voice, you're not just running an ad, you're partnering with trusted voices like Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, and other influential hosts. backed by millions of monthly listeners.
What's happening? Because of a real voice, man. I watch it all the time.
Real America's Voice rocks.
Real America's Voice gives sponsors the chance to put their product front and center, displayed on screen and highlighted by our anchors during exclusive segments and live events.
Head to freetrumpknife.com.
This means your brand becomes part of the conversation as it happens.
Secure your spot before it's too late.
Join us today and make your brand part of the news conversation that America's viewers trust. Real America's Voice, where your message is seen, heard, and remembered.
Hello, all you Ravagers. I'm Billy Howell, your old buddy Carefree Largo from the chat, and I'm thrilled to be part of the Rav family. When I want to be heard, I use my Real America's Voice.
My name is Tina, and I'm in Dallas, Texas. I'm so grateful to be able to get my news from an organization like Real America's Voice, whose conservative values align with my own.
Hi, I'm Bridgie. And why do I love Rav? Well, even out here in the cornfields of Iowa, I still need news I can depend on. That is Real America's Voice.
Welcome back to Turning Point Tonight, where together we are charting the course of America's cultural comeback through mockery of terrible ideas pushed by libs, because of course they are. TPT@tpusa.com is the email. So many of you emailed yesterday about Senor Hakeem. I hope the update is satiating to you. I hope that you find solace in the fact that Tim Walz has no idea what a joke is. But you can email the show anytime you want. TPT@tpusa.com. We love seeing each and every one of your emails. And I'm going to put him on the spot here. Producer Glenn promised that he's going to get back to some of those emails. I'm not great at getting back to them. If we're reading them on the show, great, but I'm not entirely good at typing back. But yeah. Maybe you'll get a response from either myself or producer Glenn. TPT@tpusa.com. Find out for yourself. You can also follow on all your social media platforms. Go to our YouTube channel, because there is another segment of this show that doesn't air on this show that is only on YouTube and on Facebook. We got a couple emails saying, hey, where the heck is the YouTube clip that you promised from yesterday? Well, Glenn pointed out something that during that clip was a lot of trans stuff, which is not allowed to be on the YouTube. So didn't put it up because for a lot of other reasons, too technical and otherwise. But there will be an episode of that today, a segment, an extra segment. One last point, YouTube, our YouTube page or my social media page or Facebook page, you can go find and message us there too as well. That's you can always do that. Geez, a lot of announcements. But I wanted to get to this. You know, there's so many things that Charlie did. But one of the things that I think categorized what he did the best, or characterized what he did the best, is fight socialism. I know there's a lot of, pro-America, freedom, Christianity, all that. Fight socialism is another one. There was the first T-shirt I got from Turning Point just said, "Ew, socialism." Socialism and the idea that voting happy thoughts into things is best, I think, exemplified in this video. With Portland being kind of at the center of everything right now, this video came to light that isn't really part of the riots, but it's a look into what Portland has become and why so many people are encamping on the streets, living homeless lifestyles, and really just ruining their lives. Again, nobody wants to see this sorts of thing, but this video that came out of all of the attention going into Portland just shows why people need to be able to hit rock bottom. Being a degenerate should have consequences. Stupid should hurt effectively. And that's not saying you want people to be hurt, but people need to hit a place, rock bottom specifically, to know that there is a place to go up. If things are too comfortable, if socialism or whatever the quote unquote good intentions that, by the way, pave the road to hell of the voters give an easy lifestyle to somebody who's otherwise ruining their life, that's not good for the people that are voting for it and for the people that are being inflicted with the good feelings and good intentions. All of that, everything is encapsulated in this particular video. It's a little bit long, but watch this.
So how is it like being homeless in Portland?
It's a piece of cake, really. I mean, that's why you probably got so many out here, because they feed you 3 meals a day. You don't have to do but stay in your tent or party, or if you smoke a lot of dope, you can do that. What else? What else, Melissa? What else do I say? Wow. I'm being interviewed. That's really it. It's like you wake up, you go eat at Blanche, get high. Go eat at Blanche for lunch, get high. Go eat dinner, get high. And that's all you do all day long, every day. I'm being honest.
I appreciate the honesty.
Yeah.
Doesn't feel like that's really helping anybody.
It's not. That's why you see all the tents. People are up all night. Okay, people are up all night, sleep all day.
I hope that was a little bit rough to watch, but that's what you get when you have an overwhelming amount of people who vote because they think that they're doing something positive. They vote with their feelings. It's sad. People should get XYZ from the government. Everybody should be equal. All of that sort of stuff. It doesn't work. That isn't compassion. Allowing people to live like this is not compassionate. The compassionate thing to do is let people get to a place where they feel like they can't exist without making a change, because hopefully that change will then come. There are so many testimonies of people in prison who have gone, yeah, I hit rock bottom and I knew I had to turn my life around. That's what it takes. What it can't be is giving people all of the comfortabilities of living a normal life while allowing them to denigrate themselves into a place that is, in some ways, a hole that's difficult to climb out of. It's not compassionate. You're not helping anybody. What you're doing is making yourself feel good. And I know I'm not talking to you, the audience. But what these people are doing, these libs that vote for increased spending on whatever, homeless this, homeless that, food this, that, it's not compassionate. All you're doing is effectively inflating your own ego, but you're voting on the basis of making yourself feel good in the face, in direct opposition of what actually helps people. Not helping people. This is not compassionate. This is no way to run a society, and Portland can be better if they let people hit rock bottom, which is something that has to be done. In an entirely completely different transition, but in a clip that is probably very welcomed in the communist state of Portland. And I know Portland is not a state. I'm saying state as in a municipality and a governance system, not the actual state, but in the communist municipality of Portland, because I'm sure we're going to get texts and emails and tweets about that. This sort of stuff would fly. Netflix has been under the gun with a bunch of things that they've been promoting and pushing. And it's crazy to see how far things have gotten. They got a bunch of flack for that show Cuties that happened. We're not going to relitigate that. We don't need to rehash it. If you know about it, you know about it. If you don't even look it up. It's weird and just gross, to be honest with you. But it's crazy to me that mainstream folks think that their ideas are so mainstream they would put scenes like this in a show that's effectively for kids. Watch this clip and we will discuss.
It took a while, but we finally found a file for a Bailey Del Vecchio. Is 32 Burn Hill Road still the current address? Yeah. Have you been getting him fluids? If he's dehydrated, we'll need to place an IV. Have him change into this. Well...
I hear Solo's not feeling well. Let's take a look at the little man.
Can I please talk to you two outside? I know that you guys are busy, but as you would see, if you looked at her and not her chart, Bailey is not a boy. And by treating her like one, you are completely ignoring who she is. You're making her feel insignificant and humiliated. And that's not going to help her feel good or safe or calm. So, from here on out, please recognize her for who she is. And if at all possible, could you find me a non-blue hospital gown?
I apologize.
Dad.
All right, I just want to get back to this photo of the there we go, these doctors, just weak, spineless doctors. Obviously, I know they're not real doctors. I recognize they're actors, and actors have sympathies towards this sort of delusional nonsense. But in what world does a child lecture a doctor on something that is not based in reality? And the doctor, oh, yes, I'm sorry for misgendering this person that is a boy, but for some reason is being called a girl. Kind of relates to the last thing we talked about. This is not compassionate. It is not compassion to indulge in someone's delusion. It's not compassionate to pretend something is that is not. It doesn't lead to a good place. It doesn't allow for society to flourish. And specifically, it doesn't help the individual who is suffering from the delusion. Scenes like this, I guess, are popping up all over Netflix. That's why people are canceling their Netflix subscriptions. But there's so much to be said about the culture and society that believes a scene like that is appropriate for any artistic format. I get it. Artists tend to be a little bit more lib, and honestly, I have a lot of tolerance for artists being more lib, but be lib within the bounds of reality. Doesn't make any sense to do art trying to convey a message based on a fantasy that doesn't exist in the real world. Those aren't real emotions that are being connected through art. It's not a real story that's being portrayed. It's indulging a delusion, which again is not compassionate. In the same way that it's not compassionate to allow a person to have their life intentionally devolve into living on the streets and being okay with that. We're going to talk to Monica Page, Turning Point's White House correspondent, coming up next about the shutdown, which I'm sure has affected every single person here greatly. Or it hasn't, or you didn't notice, and what the libs are trying to say about illegals and then their health care. You can email the show anytime you want, tpt@tpusa.com. Love seeing all of your emails. We'll be right back after the break. Don't go away.
Welcome to Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Your quick look at the powerful stories of faith and freedom, inspiring audiences across the nation. Angel Studios presents.
I'm Bo Davidson with your Real America's Voice, Real Minute. What was George Washington like before he became our nation's first president? The brand new film, Young Washington, tells the untold story of Washington's early life, his failures, and how that shaped his path to become the leader that would spawn America's independence. It's a bold, authentic story that is neither woke nor watered down, and it's directed by John Irwin, who brought the world I Can Only Imagine, American Underdog, and Jesus Revolution. Take a listen to Irwin talk about the project here.
First of all, it's an incredible story. It's a story that not many people know. What's interesting about George Washington is it wasn't his greatest victory that defined him as a young man. It was his greatest failure and how he responded to it that made him George Washington.
Everyone kind of knows George Washington as our first president, but few know how he actually got there. The defeats, the misfortune, the critical mistakes at Fort Necessity, dashing all of his hopes and dreams. He resigned his position and became an aide to a general, and in an unreal act of bravery, took fate into his own hands.
And Washington, in this act of bravery with strength that he didn't have, mounted a horse and charged towards the battlefield when everyone else was running away. He had 3 horses shot out from underneath him. He had 4 bullet holes, 2 in his jacket, 1 in his hat, and he just became George Washington in this moment on the field of battle.
The idea that there was a divine hand in Washington being saved that fateful day is a key theme of young Washington's tale. It's 1 part Pride and Prejudice and 1 part The Revenant. It's the story of how a man didn't let defeat define him, but instead took that defeat and turned it not only into his own fate, but the fate of this new nation. And the best part of all, it's a true story. Young Washington's release will be on July 4th of next year, which coincides with America's 250th birthday. You're going to want early access to this film, especially to get tickets for its opening day. And here's how you go do it. Go to angel.com/Rav and become a premium Angel Guild member, which will give you 2 free tickets to the movie. But in addition, that gives you access to every streaming show or movie on Angel's platform. And you'll also get exclusive behind-the-scenes access leading up to the premiere. So go to angel.com/Rav today to get that access, follow the journey of young Washington, and help make this the #1 movie of 2026.
every storm, every moment of uncertainty.
Everybody needs to pray for Charlie Kirk right now.
Welcome back to Turning Point Tonight, where together we are charting the course of America's cultural comeback. Let's check in with Turning Point's White House correspondent, Monica Page. Monica, not necessarily White House specific today, but again, isn't it all White House specific? The shutdown, which of course, people at home don't know this, but 12:01 October 1st hit, and Monica and I were on the phone in tears, crying, holding our respective spouses, just wondering how we're going to get through just the awfulness and the tragedy of a federal government shutdown. Monica, have you stopped crying since?
No, I mean, this is the only time that I'm taking my break. I mean, usually it hits harder at night, so I keep a box of tissues near my bed because it's just the tragedy is just so, it's hitting me unlike anything I've ever experienced.
Yeah, it's been awful, and I don't know if we can make it through this entire shutdown. Nobody I've known has noticed that it's shut down, but those people are just out of touch with reality. Monica, on a more serious note, libs are super, I guess, intended to put illegals on the healthcare system. Now, that's the case from all the conservatives. Like, yeah, you guys are trying to get libs on healthcare. Libs are saying, no, we're not doing that. Can you kind of, I don't know, shed some light onto what the argument kind of is right now of that, but also, what the White House is doing in response to the libs shutting the government down?
Yeah, Joe Bob, you mentioned being out of touch with reality. I mean, speaking of that, you've got these Democrats who are trying to give healthcare benefits to illegal aliens despite them saying that's not true. But here's why their lies are just blatantly untrue. I mean, there were two Biden-era programs, okay? They explicitly gave the taxpayer healthcare money to these illegal aliens that was turned off when President Trump took office. So the first Biden-era program was giving illegal aliens emergency healthcare at the hospitals. Americans obviously want to benefit from these hospital services to not be taxed and then have those services go to people who aren't citizens of our country. And then the second Biden-era program gave this mass parole to those millions of illegals who came into our country under Joe Biden and simultaneously made those people eligible for taxpayer-funded health care. Illegal aliens, they got to go to the ER for routine health care because the taxpayer picks up the tab. In 2024 alone, I was doing some research into this, Medicaid paid over $76 million to emergency rooms in Florida alone for illegal aliens. Whoa. And yeah, and that's just in Florida. And healthcare for illegal aliens in total, the cost of that cost the Florida taxpayer nearly $660 million. That's $1 million. They essentially made emergency rooms across the entire country completely unusable. I mean, look at LA, look at these deep blue cities, look at New York City as well. So the passing of this one big beautiful bill kind of tried to turn off the faucet here, but clearly we're seeing some backlash with these Democrats who say that, this is essential for all people, but you got to prioritize the American people. And that's what this White House is doing. And I want to mention the White House has been very, very stiff with its messaging. Thank goodness they're not, being malleable or squishy or kind of playing both sides, or they mean business, and they're saying, no, American healthcare goes to Americans. It's not all people. It's not, someone who just crosses the border and says, oh, please help me, I just broke my leg. That's not how this works. It's America. Healthcare goes to Americans. We're not paying for this.
Totally. And I think that's the big kind of misunderstanding. The problem with, but also just the challenge of being a conservative is it takes nuance, right? It's really easy to say, we believe in love and peace and healthcare for everyone. But what does that look like in practice? Okay, yeah, I guess technically speaking, the whole elite, like it doesn't explicitly say illegals are getting free healthcare, but no, they're giving a ton of money to emergency rooms, and they're by law, a bunch of people who show up to the emergency room must be treated. It's like, okay, well, in effect, then you're basically paying for illegals to have healthcare, unless you outlaw it specifically, which is what libs are trying to obfuscate in order to get their point across of like, oh, no, that's not in the bill. Yeah, well, okay, it totally is. Monica, I want to play you a quick clip of Jake Tapper, interestingly enough, on CNN, calling Hakeem Jeffries, or I'm sorry, Senor Hakeem, out on why are the libs even putting this in the bill? It's rather long, but I'd like to get your response to it afterward. Check this out, clip 1.
So let me ask you about a provision that the Republicans are talking about quite a bit. I know you want to talk about, and Democrats want to talk about, extending the Obamacare subsidies, which expire at the end of 2025. But they talk about the provisions, and it's right here, subtitle E, and this has to do with the repeal of health care subtitle changes, and specifically what it is. How they characterize it is you want to give health insurance to undocumented immigrants. I understand that's not really an accurate depiction, but what it does do is...
It's a lie.
It's a lie, but what you support does bring back funding for emergency Medicaid to hospitals, some of which does pay for undocumented immigrants and people who don't have health insurance. And also there is this provision, and it's not about undocumented immigrants, it's about people with asylum seekers and people with temporary protected status, et cetera, but about their ability to get Medicaid. So they're non-citizens, they're not undocumented, they're not illegal. Why even include that in a bill knowing that they're going to seize right upon that and use that as a message? I understand that when you retake the House, you can get whatever you want passed. But at this point,
well, what we're doing...
Monica, just really quick before we continue playing the rest of it, do you think Senor Hakeem will answer the question here?
I say no.
Let's continue on. A couple more seconds of this and we'll get your full reaction.
One is fighting to protect the health care of the American people against the largest cut to Medicaid ever. 14 million American citizens are going to lose their health care as a result of what Republicans did.
You're talking about the subsidies again, but I'm talking about the non-citizens.
No, I'm talking about the Medicaid cuts. That document that you just showed me, that was the one big ugly bill. 14 million Americans.
That's enough. We don't need to see the rest of that. Monica, I guess I don't quite understand who they think they're trying to fool. The American people might not necessarily be paying attention as close as they should be, but they're also not stupid. And I guess the way that libs are treating the American people right now is like, hey, these people are too dumb to notice this clear and obvious thing that we're trying to do. Your reaction?
Yeah, what's sick about this clip is that it's not just Hakeem or Jose Jeffries, saying, completely fear-mongering the American people. But you've also got these media outlets. You've got MSNBC, you've got CNN, completely fear-mongering everybody. And this is exactly what we saw when President Trump was trying to pass the One Big Beautiful Bill. Oh, they're going to cut the Medicaid, they're going to cut Medicare for everybody. All Americans, you should watch out because they're coming for you next. That was never the point. The point was getting illegal aliens who are abusing the system and allowing states like, California to stop using these loopholes to fund these programs for illegals. And at the White House, I know the president met with, a couple of Democrats here, but, the Democrats gave the White House a memo showing them, hey, we want nearly $200 billion spent on healthcare for illegals over the next decade. And the White House is saying, no, enough of this. Every Democrat presidential candidate, I'm sure you've seen the clip too, raised their hand in 2020 in favor of healthcare coverage for illegal aliens. They're just saying the quiet part out loud at this point. These people, I don't know why they're so illegal first and Americans last, but I'm glad that you said it, Joe Bob. Americans aren't stupid anymore. We see right through this. And I'm grateful for this administration for being honest with us and being as transparent as it is to tell the people what's really happening. So they're not being blindsided anymore.
Well, and two, I think people recognize the difference between spin, which of course happens all across the political spectrum, and just flat out bold-faced lying to people. This is clearly a definitive, I guess there is a spin element to it because you do have to have a little bit of nuance, and making it more blunt is easier to get the point across. But on the other side, you've got the libs just flat out lying. No, it's not. Okay, but it is. So I don't know what you're trying to do here. So
every time they lie about this, Joe Bob, the sombrero gets 10 times bigger.
That's a good one. You should pass that along to the Trump administration. Continue the Senor Hakeem memes, but just make the sombrero just a little bit bigger every single time. That's hilarious. Monica Page, Turning Point's White House correspondent. Thanks so much for joining us. Really appreciate you taking the time.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you, Monica. You can email the show anytime you want. tpt@tpusa.com. We'll be right back after this.
Welcome to Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Your quick look at the powerful stories of faith and freedom, inspiring audiences across the nation. Angel Studios presents.
I'm Bo Davidson with your Real America's Voice, Real Minute. What was George Washington like before he became our nation's first president? The brand new film Young Washington tells the untold story of Washington's early life, his failures, and how that shaped his path to become the leader that would spawn America's independence. It's a bold, authentic story that is neither woke nor watered down, and it's directed by John Irwin, who brought the world I Can Only Imagine, American Underdog, and Jesus Revolution. Take a listen to Irwin talk about the project here.
First of all, it's an incredible story. It's a story that not many people know. What's interesting about George Washington is it wasn't his greatest victory that defined him as a young man. It was his greatest failure and how he responded to it that made him George Washington.
Everyone kind of knows George Washington as our first president, but few know how he actually got there. The defeats, the misfortune, the critical mistakes at Fort Necessity, dashing all of his hopes and dreams. He resigned his position and became an aide to a general, and in an unreal act of bravery, took fate into his own hands.
And Washington, in this act of bravery with strength that he didn't have, mounted a horse and charged towards the battlefield when everyone else was running away. He had 3 horses shot out from underneath him. He had 4 bullet holes, 2 in his jacket, 1 in his hat, and he just became George Washington in this moment on the field of battle.
The idea that there was a divine hand in Washington being saved that fateful day is a key theme of young Washington's tale. It's one part Pride and Prejudice and one part The Revenant. It's the story of how a man didn't let defeat define him, but instead took that defeat and turned it not only into his own fate, but the fate of this new nation. And the best part of all, it's a true story. Young Washington's release will be on July 4th of next year, which coincides with America's 250th birthday. You're going to want early access to this film, especially to get tickets for its opening day. And here's how you go do it. Go to angel.com/RAV and become a premium Angel Guild member, which will give you 2 free tickets to the movie. But in addition, that gives you access to every streaming show or movie on Angel's platform. And you'll also get exclusive behind-the-scenes access leading up to the premiere. So go to angel.com/RAV today to get that access, follow the journey of young Washington, and help make this the #1 movie of 2026.
Through every storm, every moment of uncertainty.
Everybody needs to pray for Charlie Kirk right now.
Welcome back to Turning Point Tonight. We're together. We're charting the course of America's cultural comeback. You can email the show anytime you want, tbt@tpusa.com. Love seeing each and every one of your emails. Go also subscribe to all of our social media platforms, the Turning Point Tonight YouTube channel, my personal Facebook page, which is where a lot of this stuff also goes. Just JOBOB, you'll be able to find me on Facebook, and then Turning Point Tonight with JOBOB, you'll be able to find that there. We're going to do a single segment after all of the segment that won't air on this television network will be on those social media platforms. So be sure to seek those out and get an extra segment, which is fantastic for everybody involved, except for producer Glenn, who has to now cut more video and upload it to all of the platforms. TBT@tpusa.com. Love seeing each and every one of your emails. It's funny and somewhat ironic. I'm going to play you a clip that we definitely can't put on YouTube, and are grateful for our friends over at Real America's Voice that we are allowed to play such clips. This, I will warn you straight up, is disgusting. It is vile and somehow is being passed off as humor. I'm not entirely sure where the funny part of it is. And I say that not as like a subjective critic of humor of like, well, I didn't find that funny, because some people I find funnier than others, and other people find different people funny, and that's all, a personal opinion. This is not, I don't know what this is. It's some weird tirade about gender and anatomy that will honestly make you kind of mad. But don't worry, we're not going to take an angry tone with it. We'll just all be confused together, I guess. Watch this, and we will discuss to the extent that it needs to be discussed outside the fact that it's just gross. Watch this.
Factory default are the divine gateway of life. Our species could not exist without them. I will never take that away from you because I don't want to. And also, there are plenty of things an aftermarket can do that a stock cannot. Like destroy the fabric of Western civilization as we know it. Only my does that. Only my can murder the little baby Jesus before he even has a chance to start an apocalyptic death cult and ruin the world. That's miracle. That is how I define good. I do also realize, of course, that last joke may offend some Christians. And it is very important to me that you know that I don't care.
All right, just so you know, I know that we're about to get a ton of emails saying, why are you playing this sort of stuff? And I totally understand, because that it's yeah, offensive. And I know we don't like to be offended by things, but it's offensive past a point of like, what are you doing any of this for? What is the point of this? And that's why I actually wanted to play it, because the point, he says earlier on, is to take down Western civilization, to pretend that Christianity didn't develop the West. We kind of came about morals just by happenstance, because everybody knows what is right. I recognize that this is a dumb comedy clip. Comedy, I use again, the very liberal use of that term, comedy. I recognize that that's what this is, but really what it's saying is that the people who believe in this sort of thing don't like the civilization that they grew up in. The only reason this dude can prance around dressing as a woman, claiming how bad Western civilization is because of Western civilization. Go try and do that comedy special in the Middle East. Good luck. As Charlie would say, they'd give you a flying lesson off the nearest roof. Pretty immediately, too. And that's not wishing violence upon anybody. That's just the reality of how that part of the world views things. Just is. Not making any apologies about it. I recognize that what you just watched is probably something that you don't want to watch, but I think it's important. I think it's important for us to know that this sort of stuff is out there. I think it's important for us to understand the enemy. And when I say that, I'm not even trying to be hyperbolic, literally the enemy of Western civilization. He said as much in the piece. Their goal is to tear down Western civilization, and for that, we cannot stand. Now, on a comedic basis, again, I recognize some people might find different things funny. That just isn't funny because it's not a joke. Like, there were no jokes made, right? Like, there wasn't like a punchline. It was just saying things that the hyper lib progressive dumb audience was like, yeah, I agree with that. It's like when comedians who aren't funny say, and Donald Trump is ugly. And then people laugh hysterically. Okay. It's not really like a subjective opinion on whether or not that's funny. It wasn't a joke. So like, that's why it's not funny. Not here criticizing, a comedian trying to do their best, because comedians have different styles and some styles work for other people. And I get that. But if you're not going to make a joke and you're just going to, I guess, say things that your audience is there that they approve of, and the way that they show their approval is by faking a laugh, then I don't know what that even is. Like I said, I'm aware that we're going to get a ton of emails as why did you play that? And I get it. I understand. But we need to know what's at stake. Western civilization is at stake, and they're chipping away at it as often as they can. And stuff like this, if it continues to burble up and there continues to be a market for it, that's when we are really going to be in trouble. Wow, towards the end of the show, sorry to keep you on a downer there. I'm going to remind you, though, tpt@tpusa.com. You can send the email. Say, why did you play that? I understand, but I do think it's necessary. tpt@tpusa.com. Don't go away. We got one more segment. We'll be right back after the break.
Patriots, it's time to gear up. Real America's Voice has an entire lineup of merch made just for you.
We got some Rav fans out here.
We watch you every day.
From mugs that start your morning strong to hoodies, hats, t-shirts, pants, vests, flags, and so much more.
Yeah, I noticed it. I mean, that caught my eye big time.
Every piece lets you wear your pride loud and clear. This isn't just merch, it's a movement. When you shop Rav, you're showing the world you're proud to be part of the real.
Welcome back to Turning Point Tonight, where together we are charting the course of America's cultural comeback through mockery of terrible ideas pushed by the libs. I still got to shorten that. It's a little bit too long. I like the sentiment of it. I think I agree with every single word of it. It's a little bit too long. You can email the show anytime you want, tpt@tpusa.com. We're going to go through a bunch of emails just because, I don't know, I feel like you guys need to be mentioned because you're the ones who make the show work. And producer Glenn, but mostly you folks, because getting to do the show is an honor and a privilege, and I really appreciate each and every one of you again who email tpt@tpusa.com. I also haven't mentioned in a while, America Fest is happening in December. I don't know if there are tickets. I think publicly there are 15,000, 20,000 tickets have been sold to America Fest coming up in December. But if you haven't already, if you can get in, I would strongly recommend going to it. Last thing I'll mention before we get to some emails, go subscribe to our YouTube channel, the Turning Point Tonight YouTube channel, my Facebook page, JOBOB, you'll be able to find me. I've got it's me on the photo. You'll be able to recognize who that is, where you can find the extra segment that doesn't air on the TV. It's too spicy for the TV, or is not good enough to make it on TV. But it's too spicy and too good because that's why it can't air on Real America's Voice. But that's where you'll find that on our social media platforms. Turning Point Tonight on YouTube, JOBOB on Facebook, and we're also on Rumble and all of the other social media platforms. You can find us there. Go check us out, where you can get all of these episodes there too as well. I wanted to bring up some of the email again, to shout you folks out for one, agreeing with me. That's the only reason why I'm bringing these. Each and every one of these people agrees with me that the Senor Hakeem Jose Jeffries is hilarious. Peggy says LMAO, LMAO, LMAO makes me heart some mariachi music. Way better when Hakeem is. What is this hat? What are we doing with this hat, producer Glenn? What? Okay, this is racism. This is what racism looks like. Glenn, all right. I'm going to continue reading emails. Julie says, very classic. Donald Trumpo, Donald Trumpo. Scott agrees. We should have Hakeem Jeffries. We should send Hakeem Jeffries some sombrero hats so he won't get so mad about being pictured with them. See, sombreros aren't so bad. And see what you did there. Also, thank you for putting me in the smaller hat, Glenn. Michelle Pope says, I didn't expect that to be that funny. And apologies to Michelle's couch. She apparently took a big sip of Coke and it is all over her furniture, which again is not my fault. Don't send me an invoice. Go get it cleaned. I apologize. But also, I bear no responsibility for making you laugh as hard as you did. That is again from Michelle. Donna says, LOL, ha, 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 all of the things. She also mentions, can we get you on Greg Gutfeld? I've been trying. If anybody knows the booking folks over there, let me know. We've been in a little bit of communication, but eventually it'll happen. Aaron says, laughed hysterically. Love my president. Love that there is faith and humor in the White House. And that is a big part about that. It is funny. And it's not a crime for the president to be funny. Barack Obama famously did comedians in cars getting coffee with Jerry Seinfeld. He is not a comedian and has not driven a car, honestly, probably since, I don't know, he was a senator, 20 years ago. So why was he on comedians in cars getting coffee? It's okay to be funny, I think is the point I'm trying to make. Jerry Seinfeld thought he was a comedian. It's fine for the president to be a comedian. Juan says, awesome Trump burn. Heidi says, sorry, laughed multiple times. I don't know why you're apologizing. Don't need to apologize. It was very, very funny. Especially with the instruments playing in the background. Tam P says, OMG, laughed out loud. And it goes on and on and on. I got to cut it there because we're running out of time. Glenn, I thought I was going to be wearing a proper sombrero. That's going to do it for us here at Turning Point tonight. Really appreciate you taking the time tuning in. Whether Sombrero Gate will continue remains to be seen. I hope it does. But if there is any sort of update, we will bring it to you tomorrow. Same time, same place. Email the show, tpt@tpusa.com. We will see you then. God bless America.
Charlie Kirk Show starts now.
Every Republican who's gone on TV the last 12 hours or so has called this the Schumer shutdown. What do you say about that name? Senator Schumer, can you hear me?
I can't hear.
Senator Schumer, can you hear me? I don't think Senator Schumer can hear me right now. Maybe the government shutdown included audio on Capitol Hill.
People say, well, why can't you stop illegal immigrants or others from coming here? And the number one answer we give our constituents is when they come here, they can get jobs, get benefits against the law because of fraud.
Raise your hand if your government plan would provide coverage for undocumented immigrants.
We do not think the comprehensive health care benefits should be extended to those who are undocumented workers and illegal aliens. We do not want to do anything to encourage more illegal immigration into this country.
So are you telling me you're willing to vote no every time leader?
Right. I am not going to allow. Let me be clear. All right. You can quote me on this. You can quote me on this. We say in Vermont, till the cows come home. I will not let tens of thousands of fellow Americans die because they're thrown off of health care. In my state, people cannot afford a doubling in the health care premiums. We are already paying the highest prices in the country for health care. People just can't afford it.
And under current law, undocumented immigrants are already ineligible for Medicaid, the ACA exchanges, and for SNAP benefits. Not a single undocumented immigrant in this country gets a dime in federal taxpayer dollars for any part of comprehensive Medicaid coverage. Not one. And so when we're talking about nearly 14 million people who are going to be thrown off their health insurance, millions of others who are going to be jammed up by this aggressive cut to SNAP, the largest cut to food assistance in American history, we're talking about American children.
How they characterize it is you want to give health insurance to undocumented immigrants. I understand that's not really an accurate depiction, but what it does do is...
It's a lie.
It's a lie. But what you support does bring back funding for emergency Medicaid to hospitals, some of which does pay for undocumented immigrants and people who don't have health insurance. And also there is this provision, and it's not about undocumented immigrants, it's about people with asylum seekers and people with temporary protected status, et cetera, but about their ability to get Medicaid. So they're non-citizens. Why even include that in a bill knowing that they're going to seize right upon that and use that to message?
Chuck Schumer is worried about a primary challenge from you. I want to just ask you straight up, are you planning to primary challenge him? Do you think that's why he's doing this?
This is so not about me in this moment. This is about people being able to insure their children. And I will say, because I saw some senators speculating about this, and I saw some Republican members of Congress saying, oh, well, if we have this shutdown, it's because of AOC. Well, if that's the case, my office is open, and you are free to walk in and negotiate with me directly.
Well, for an immigrant in the U.S., it means living in constant fear, and it's painful to see. I just hope that that they can be treated and that we all can be treated under principles of equity.
Equity, or equity of outcome, which is to take from one group to another and to blame discrimination for that disparity. That is evil, and it must be opposed at all costs. If I gave $100 to every single person in this room and you came back, some people would go buy some stock on Robinhood, other people would go out and have a nice time at the bar, and other people just lose the money. When you have liberty, outcomes will be different. It's a hard thing to say, but people will be rewarded for good choices and they'll be penalized for bad choices. That's the price of liberty. And so it's very important that we communicate the differences between equality under the law, equality of opportunity, and then equity, which is really forced redistributionism for a desired result, which is nothing more than a totalitarian power grab.
Charlie. Patriots, it's time to gear up. Real America's Voice has an entire lineup of merch made just for you.
We got some Rav fans out here.
We watch you every day.
From mugs that start your morning strong to hoodies, hats, t-shirts, pants, vests, flags, and so much more.
Yeah, I noticed it. I mean, that caught my eye big time.
Every piece lets you wear your pride loud and clear. This isn't just merch, it's a movement. When you shop Rav, you're showing the world you're proud to be part of the Real America's Voice family.
God bless Real America's Voice.
So don't wait. Scan the QR code right now or visit realamericasvoice.launchcart.store to shop today.
Thank you, Real America's Voice, for doing true journalism.
Stand tall, be bold, be proud. Represent your voice with Real America's Voice.
It's good to have a real news network out there, so I'm a big fan.
Use code RAVSWAG10 for 10% off.
Real America's Voice rocks.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
I'm a J6er, and I spent 3 months in jail and about a year in prison.
I spent 4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been smeared and defamed by the media, persecuted by the government, and treated like terrorists.
In reality, J6ers are patriotic men and women, mothers, fathers, sisters, and brothers from all walks of life.
Every day, there's a battle for your mind raging. Information coming from every angle with the will to deceive. Fear not. You found the place for truth. The voice of a generation that still has the will to believe in the greatest country in the history of the world. This is the Charlie Kirk Show. Buckle up. Here we go.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to the Charlie Kirk Show. I'm Andrew Colvin, executive producer of this fine show, joined, as always, by the one and only Blake Neff, our secret weapon, our not-so-secret weapon. He loves that. He loves that nickname. And, of course, Brandon Tatum, the officer Brandon Tatum. Thank you for joining us, my friend.
Hey, it's my pleasure.
You are a Phoenix local. You have been with us in and around Turning Point USA for many years, speaking at our events, tabling with us. And, I mean, you're doing amazing work, my friend, and we're just honored to have you in studio next to the chair, next to Charlie's chair.
Yeah, it's surreal, man. It's surreal being here, looking at the chair and seeing all Charlie's stuff and everything he's done and built. I got mixed emotions, man. You know, I feel angry. It makes me angry now that I'm here physically, you know. But also I'm still optimistic that, you know, God has his purpose and plan, and Charlie was a big part of that.
Yeah, man. Well, you've, like I said, you know, one of the themes that we've been talking about in a lot of our shows is the fact that there's a lot of left-wing violence, the rise of left-wing violence. Yeah. And, you know, you have seen it firsthand doing some of the work with us at TPUSA. And I mean, I think it was just in April, as a matter of fact. It wasn't that long ago. So if I'm told there may be swear words in this clip, so let's play it as B-roll. But this was you tabling at UC Davis, doing kind of your own Prove Me Wrong in April when a bunch of Antifa thugs came up and basically robbed the whole table, took the tent.
Oh, yeah.
Tell us what happened here.
They were nutty, man. It was outrageous. The interesting part is that when I showed up to campus, they had already come to the table and destroyed it the first time. I wasn't aware of that. As soon as I got out the car, they were like, "We're being attacked by the Antifa," and the phone hung up. And then by the time I got from the car to the campus, they had already set up everything, and it looked like everything was back to normal. The video team did a really good job at doing that. And so I didn't realize what had happened. I see Antifa, retreating, and they're playing all this music, and they're all dressed in black, and the police are just standing around doing nothing. So I assumed that nothing serious had happened. And then they come back. And the video team was telling me, man, we want to leave. Like, these people are violent. They punched a couple of us. And I remember addressing the police officers head on. I said, look, man, as a former cop, like, you guys have an obligation to protect us. What are you going to do if they come back? Am I going to have to swing on these people, or are you going to do something? And they literally told me to my face that we're not going to do anything. We're just going to cancel the event. And I said, that's not right. If they come back, we got to be able to defend ourselves.
Yeah, you guys weren't doing anything wrong. You're sitting there having a conversation and engaging in dialogue, and they were just like, instead of punishing the bad guys here, the people that are trying to interrupt the event and just disrupt everything, steal everything, we're just going to tell you you can't do this anymore.
Andrew, we didn't even start yet. I wasn't even on campus yet. They were just setting up the cameras. And they came and attacked everybody. And then we hadn't even had a chance to say anything. And the funny, ironic part of it is that their violence have no filter. They claim they support blacks and black and brown bodies and all this stuff, but a black man comes on campus that don't say what they want to say. They're willing to attack us, and nobody's going to say anything about it. And it was very troubling to see what they did. I had to, defend a couple people and push a little non-binaries out the way a little bit. A part of it, personally, I wanted to just go one by one and knock them all out, which I probably could have, because they were all soft and weak and cowards. But I wanted to do it in the spirit of Charlie. Charlie wouldn't want to knock these people out. Well, maybe he wanted to, but he wouldn't. He would have been peaceful and saying, don't touch them, let them go. But I had a little more in me on that day. But I kept it. I kept
took one of their bikes and.
Well, I threw one of them went flying a little bit, you know what I'm saying? And, but they, I had to give them some wings there for a little minute, but
it's really worth pausing there on the fact that, we've had this debate going back and forth the last few weeks where you've had, the ADL, Cato coming out and being like, actually, most violence is right wing. But something like that, where a bunch of violent goons forced essentially the cancellation of an event, attacked a bunch of people. That's never going to go into their stats, even though that sort of thing happens all the time and is absolutely a form of political violence.
Did any of them get arrested?
No.
Of course not.
No, and they struck a woman right in front of the police. I was standing next to him. I said, you see what they just hit that woman? And it was you see the person that walked from behind, hit her in the head so they can identify that person. They didn't even pursue them, right? They went back to a central location to stage when they got on the scene, and they left the same way, right in front of the police station, and nobody got arrested.
Well, I mean, there's two things that come to mind with this. Let's first play Katie Davis Court. She's a reporter for the Post Millennial. She's been to Turning Point events, and she's a great person. She's super courageous. So she's out in Portland documenting the riots and the vandalism and the thuggery that's going on outside the ICE facility in Portland, and she got punched. Play cut 108.
The Trump administration is absolutely correct in deploying federal troops here because Portland police has completely abandoned this zone. They refuse to go in, and everyone that shows up is on their own.
So it's kind of like Chaz or CHOP was in Seattle. They just, I guess, secede this territory, cede it to Antifa, and they just let everything play out?
Yeah, that's absolutely correct.
Yeah, so it's kind of going to what you're talking about. You go into these blue areas. So you're at UC Davis, which is a known hotbed for Antifa. It's a known hotbed for just far left political craziness. She's up in Portland/Seattle, and she's describing the same thing, where these cops are not getting, and this is the whole argument, by the way, for why we need the National Guard, because the cops and the local mayors and the governors are not backing these police officers to do their job. So they stand back. They get tepid, and they just let these thugs run roughshod over law-abiding people.
Right. It's insane to me because, to be quite honest, and obviously people know that I was a cop, it's easy for police officers to get these things under control. You have to start early. When they start gathering, you have to start integrating yourself in the crowd, making sure they disperse, not letting them build up and create riots. It's very easy to do it. We did it at the University of Arizona after the basketball tournaments, whether win or lose, they riot and flip over cars and burn stuff.
You were in Tucson.
Yeah, we were in Tucson. So we integrate in the crowd. We do it early. We get there early. We kind of, I would say we make friends with people.
Well, you also assert authority.
We did it in a different way, right? We came out early. We integrated into the crowd. Therefore, they could not build units of violence. And we did that so that we didn't have to get the riot gear out. And if it came to it, we'll get the riot gear out, and we were going full bore. And they could do that, but they're refusing to do it. They have the manpower to do it, but they're refusing to use that tactic. They don't care. They want them to have free reign to shut us down. And going back to your point, they can say all they want about the right-wing violence and all of this other stuff. They will never show a video. There isn't a video that exists of a left-leaning person going to campus, doing a speech or tabling or anything like that, and conservatives or people on the right bludgeoning them. No. The video don't exist. The video don't exist of left-wing nut jobs going in the street and pushing abortion, and conservatives are just beating them up and doing all this stuff. No. The videos don't exist.
By the way, we've said it before, but it bears repeating again and again and again. Our friend, Charlie Kirk, gets assassinated. We didn't burn down cities. We didn't loot businesses. There wasn't mass rioting and mass violence taken to the streets. What was there? It was vigils and memorials and prayer. We are not the same.
Right.
Because ultimately the issue, these politicians are endemic of a larger issue because they're coddling these domestic terrorists, these violent extremists, or the actual violent extremists. But it is a core. It's a core. It's a feature. It's not a bug of leftism that you result to violence because you believe that it's justified. You're not anchored in some deeper Christian truth about that, God is, vengeance belongs to the Lord, or that government should wield the sword. No, that's not what that's about. They think that they need to take it into their own hands, and we're seeing that again and again. And so you've seen it firsthand, and so I want to talk to you about that. I'm going to tell you guys about Good Ranchers, one of my favorite partners on the show. I don't know if I have the read here for Good Ranchers. I do have it. All right. Good Ranchers has always been a dear friend of this show. Corley and Ben Spell, amazing, amazing patriots that love Charlie and loved our show, love Turning Point. And one thing this show has always been about is standing for the things that matter, and that's why we're passionate about our partnership with Good Ranchers. From the beginning, Good Ranchers has refused to play by the industry's rules. Last year alone, the U.S. imported over 4.5 billion pounds of beef, much of it labeled product of the USA, simply because it was packaged here. But Good Ranchers refuses to play any part in that. Instead, they chose American farmers and transparency. They choose quality over profits, even when it costs them more, because for them, doing what's right has never been up for debate. And by the way, you got to get the chicken nuggets, seed oil-free chicken nuggets. Put promo code Charlie to get $40 off plus free meat for life. Go to goodranchers.com, goodranchers.com.
It's time to gear up. Real America's Voice has an entire lineup of merch made just for you.
We got some Rav fans out here.
We watch you every day.
From mugs that start your morning strong to hoodies, hats, t-shirts, pants, vests, flags, and so much more.
Yeah, I noticed it. I mean, that caught my eye big time.
Every piece lets you wear your pride loud and clear. This isn't just merch, it's a movement. When you shop Rav, you're showing the world you're proud to be part of the Real America's Voice family.
God bless Real America's Voice.
So don't wait. Scan the QR code right now or visit realamericasvoice.launchcart.store to shop today.
Thank you, Real America's Voice, for doing true journalism.
Stand tall, be bold, be proud. Represent your voice with Real America's Voice.
It's good to have a real news network out there, so I'm a big fan.
Use code RAVSWAG10 for 10% off.
Real America's Voice rocks.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
I'm a J6er, and I spent 3 months in jail and about a year in prison.
I spent 4 years out of an 18-year sentence
in prison.
J6ers have been smeared and defamed by the media, persecuted by the government, and treated like terrorists.
In reality, J6ers are patriotic men and women, mothers, fathers, sisters, and brothers from all walks of life.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
And we need your help.
For just $10 or more, you're helping these patriots get mental, physical, and spiritual help.
Please scan the QR code or go to j6support.com to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Thank you for being a patriot. Thank you for standing in the gap.
My name is Tina, and I'm in Dallas, Texas. I'm so grateful to be able to get my news from an organization like Real America's Voice, whose conservative values align with my own.
This is Rashad from Boston, Massachusetts, and I love Real America's Voice. It is the best place for real news and content. Much love.
Hi, this is Chris from Colorful Colorado. I'm drawbridge in the Getter Chat. I trust no one for my news except Real America's Voice. So if anyone asks, I was never here.
About trans people, and they were honest because they had another person who was trans. It was a guy. It was a person who was born ambiguous, and the doctor actually picked male, and he probably should have been a female, and he ended up taking his own life. But they were honest about the mental health crisis that's going on, and it was a very fair and balanced argument, and therefore you could receive information better that way. Nowadays, it's propaganda. You see it in college campuses, and you see it in schools. You know, my son went to a school in Seattle, and it was a propaganda center. I almost got in trouble at that school. They literally had, in the math class, my son wasn't doing very well in math, so as a good father, I go to the school to check out what's going on. They had LGBTQ flags that were as big as the walls in the math class. What does being gay got to do with math?
Cultural capture. There's capturing the institutions.
It was insane. It was insane. So, the college campuses are a reflection of that, and I hope we get to the bottom of why this propaganda is being pushed.
Well, this is one of the reasons Charlie railed against the college cartel, because so much of our institutional capture, right, the long march through the institutions has started on college campuses. It's funded by college campuses. The research that undergirds it and justifies it is at college campuses. We're going to welcome back radio. Stay right there. Welcome back to the Charlie Kirk Show. I'm Andrew Polvett, executive producer of this show, joined by Brandon Tatum, Blake Neff. Blake, you and Charlie, I know, talked a lot about the college cartel and why college is a scam. You went to Dartmouth. You are, I think, the most popular alum of Dartmouth, aren't you? You have a fan club there.
I think I've been denounced a few times.
I mean, how bad are the Ivies?
Well, it varies from Ivy to Ivy, and sometimes, what's funny is sometimes the stereotypes don't even match reality. The funniest one for me was, I think in 2020, and maybe in 24 too, but I think definitely 2020, Brown has the reputation as the most liberal Ivy, but I think it had the highest Trump voting percentage because it's also just it's a weird Ivy, I think, is part of it. So it's going to get people who are a little different. And then Dartmouth had a reputation as a conservative one, and a good number of notable conservatives have gone there. Dinesh D'Souza went there, Laura Ingraham went there.
At Brown?
I guess I went there.
Dartmouth, Dartmouth. Yeah. Well, Laura was the editor of the conservative.
The Dartmouth Review. A lot of people end up going there because the Dartmouth Review had Dinesh would write about it in all of his books, and it got very kind of famous for that reason. But yeah, the college cartel, it's operating kind of at every level. And when we just had this news story, now there's kind of a Harvard knockoff Drudge Report. And I guess they recently hired a professor who moonlights as a drag queen named, actually, I don't think I can say the name on this show, but you can look up Harvard drag queen professor and you'll find the name. And I'm not going to say anything more. You'll look it up. We're not going to be able to say it. But
now I want to know what the name is.
Yeah. Oh, he'll tell you in the break. We're mystifying everyone now. But so you have that. There's so many things that go into it. You have the fact that it's overpriced because we subsidize it. And when you subsidize the ability to pay for it, shocker, they just make their prices go up. And there's also so much fake knowledge production going on where, yeah, they'll hire this drag queen as some sort of professor of
like,
queer
aren't we supposed to be like,
something?
sequencing DNA or,
or even if you're going to do the humanities, do the humanities. Like, I think people would actually be fine with English professors and history professors if they were studying Shakespeare and if they were studying let's make sure we know as much as we possibly can about, the Roman Empire and the time of Christ or the English Civil Wars. There's things that you can study legitimately, but they've been totally subsumed into this political apparatus where you're only going to hire a history professor if their specialty is something hyper political. So they'll talk about queer studies in XYZ, or they'll take a historical topic and they'll make it entirely about race or entirely about gender. And most people are not interested in that. Most people say this is political propaganda. You eventually get professors who see politics as their full-time job. One of the professors we had at Maryland, she was quoted in Nicole Hannah-Jones did that disgusting piece in the New York Times over the weekend. She did this gross piece attacking Charlie. And one of the things she cites is that there was this professor at the University of Maryland who basically was mad because she was on the professor watch list. And she complains, she's like, I was on the professor watch list for doing my job, for seeking social justice. Wait, no, you're a public university professor. Seeking social justice is not your job.
That's right.
Your job is to teach people actually useful knowledge.
Yeah.
But that's an example of how entitled a huge number of academics have become.
Well, and we should almost have this clip. I think it's just about ready. 126. This is actually Cam Higbee. I don't know which campus he was on or where he was doing this tabling.
I think he did it at Union Station.
Was it Union Station? Mm-hmm. Okay, so he's out doing tabling now, and I guess there was a swear word, so we're just going to throw it as B-roll. But he's sitting here. Go ahead and play it, guys. And he's doing. Do we have it? Okay, there he is. So somebody comes up, assaults him, and then he pulls out mace and sprays this guy a lot. So yeah, play it back. So this guy comes in and then he punches him right there.
Is that guy wearing like a Crusader shirt?
I don't know, but he ends up spraying him with mace. I mean, and then you got Steven Crowder who's going back out. He's not announcing where he's going. He's kind of doing like a pop-up version, right? Where he's putting on he's got a vest on, bulletproof vest. He's got about 20 security guards. He's got bulletproof glass blocking the way. I mean, this is what it's come to. Brandon Tatum, take us into the break here. You got about a minute. I mean, what do you make of all this?
Well, I think we need to change. I think we need to call it out. I think we need to enforce the law a lot more, and I think we need to keep speaking out because it's not an equal amount of disagreement on both sides. These people are radical nut jobs. They're crazy. They're evil. They're being propagated to, and they want violence. They want to kill us. They don't want to talk. They don't want to reason with us. And the person that assassinated Charlie, what did he say? Sometimes they don't want to talk it out. They can't win an argument, so they rather kill you than win an argument. And the beauty of how God works, and because I know we're running out of time, but the joke's on them because Charlie's legacy is just going to get bigger, and there's going to be more people on campus, and there's going to be more conversations, and people are going to be emboldened. There's going to be more Charlies, and these cowards are going to lose at the end of the day. But we do need to keep fighting back.
Amen, man. Well, we're gonna play some Charlie clips, and we're gonna have you help debunk some lies being spread about Charlie, as only you can. We'll be right back.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
I'm a J6er, and I spent 3 months in jail and about a year in prison.
I spent 4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been smeared and defamed by the media, persecuted by the government, and treated like terrorists.
In reality, J6ers are patriotic men and women, mothers, fathers, sisters, and brothers from all walks of life.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
And we need your help.
For just $10 or more, you're helping these patriots get mental, physical, and spiritual help.
Please scan the QR code or go to j6support.com to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Thank you for being a patriot. Thank you for standing in the gap. Patriots, it's time to gear up. Real America's Voice has an entire lineup of merch made just for you.
We got some Rav fans out here.
We watch you every day.
From mugs that start your morning strong to hoodies, hats, t-shirts, pants, vests, flags, and so much more.
Yeah, I noticed it. I mean, that caught my eye big time.
Every piece lets you wear your pride loud and clear. This isn't just merch, it's a movement. When you shop Rav, you're showing the world you're proud to be part of the Real America's Voice family.
God bless Real America's Voice.
So don't wait. Scan the QR code right now or visit realamericasvoice.launchcart.store to shop today.
Thank you, Real America's Voice, for doing true journalism.
Stand tall, be bold, be proud. Represent your voice with Real America's Voice.
It's good to have a real news network out there, so I'm a big fan.
Use code RAVSWAG10 for 10% off.
Real America's Voice rocks.
Florida Sun Goddess here. Let me tell you why I love RAV. They let my voice be heard. They give me a platform for community so I don't feel alone. Thanks so much. God bless.
When the bacon wants real facts and figures, he goes to RAV. Real America's Voice, baby. That's where you get the real scoop and not the poop.
Hello, all you Ravagers. I'm Billy Howell, your old buddy Carefree Largo from the chat, and I'm thrilled to be part of the Rav family. When I want to be heard, I use my Real America's Voice.
Day 2 of the government shutdown, and no resolution appears to be in sight. Hi, everyone. I'm Terrence Bates. I appreciate you being here with us this morning. Earlier today, White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt addressing the ongoing government shutdown.
Democrats have voted for the clean continuing resolution that Republicans introduced 13 times in the past. 13 times. They voted for it as recently as March. And now all of a sudden, they are shutting the government down and they are holding our country hostage over a partisan political matter that the vast majority of the country disagrees with. And they know it's so unpopular that they're now running away from it. I saw some senators on television this morning saying, we don't want to give health care benefits to illegal aliens. Yes, you do. Roll the tape. You can see time and time again, Democrats have supported that. They voted for it, and they did it under Joe Biden. And we stopped it. The president stopped it with the passage of the One Big Beautiful Bill. And now they want to undo the president's very popular policy to ensure that taxpayer-funded health care benefits only go to tax-paying, law-abiding American citizens.
The most recent attempt to get federal agencies back open failed on Wednesday, largely along a party line vote, as Senate Republicans weren't able to convince enough Democrats to cross the aisle. The U.S. Senate has a day off in observance of the Jewish Yom Kippur holiday. Senators are expected back at work tomorrow. In the meantime, President Trump is out with this Truth Social post saying he'll be meeting with Rush Vought today to discuss which agencies should face mass firings as part of the current shutdown. He goes on to write, and this is a quote, "I can't believe the radical left Democrats gave me this unprecedented opportunity. They're not stupid people, so maybe this is their way of wanting to quietly and quickly make America great again." We'll, of course, continue to follow this for you. We're also monitoring a developing situation in Manchester, England, where at least 2 people are dead, 3 others hurt following an attack on a synagogue. Police say the suspect plowed into a crowd of worshipers outside the synagogue and then went on a stabbing spree. All of this happened on Yom Kippur, which is the holiest day of the Jewish calendar, making the attack that much more shocking and abhorrent. We're told that the killer was killed and shot by police. That's a quick check of your headlines. I'm Terrence Bates.
The truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
The Charlie Kirk Show.
All right, welcome back to the Charlie Kirk Show. We're having a great hour here. It's flying by with Brandon Tatum, Officer Brandon Tatum, and Blake Neff, of course. I'm going to tell you about Hillsdale College, history, economics, the great works of literature. Did you study these things in school? Probably not, but even if you did, you probably need a refresher course. I know I did. I'm actually taking this course right now. Hillsdale College is offering more than 40 free online courses, including their newest course on totalitarian novels. In this free 8-lecture course, you'll learn from Hillsdale College, the great President Larry Arnn, who actually spoke at Charlie's Memorial, did a great job. I've heard a lot of people bring up his speech, actually.
He was great.
As he goes in depth on 4 novels, 1984, Brave New World, Darkness at Noon, and That Hideous Strength. Even though these novels were written in the 1930s and 40s, they are highly relevant today, and they show you what a tyrannical government does to human nature. Maybe you read these books a long time ago. Maybe you've heard others talk about them, and they seem a little intimidating. Let Hillsdale College help you make the most of those books. Go right now to charlieforhillsdale.com. That's charlieforhillsdale.com to enroll. There's no cost. It's easy to get started. The quality is amazing. The content is amazing. That's charlieforhillsdale.com. All right, so I'm gonna we're Charlie. If you missed it in the break, you got to get on the podcast. Brandon had some harsh words for the people claiming Charlie was a racist, and it was beautiful. I couldn't help but I was like wanted to get out of my chair and applaud. But we committed as a show that as we see these things gain traction online, we're going to debunk them one by one, and we're going to keep hitting it. And we're doing it for Charlie, and it's his legacy, and it's an important legacy, and we are stewards of that in part, and we're going to do our part to call out the lies and call the haters for what they are. Here's I'm going to play some other clips of Charlie, though. Let's go. This is CK challenges student to name him one institution that got better or the more it embraced DEI. I think this is a really important point. 123.
You're thinking that DEI is versus excellence. I think DEI is for excellence.
Got it. Show me one institution that got better the more it embraced DEI.
One institution that got better that embraced DEI.
Yeah. That got smarter, more competitive, leaner, more productive, and that was better than it was 10 years ago. Are our airports more efficient? Are we landing planes better? Are our airlines better? Is our government better? Is our schools better? Is our universities better? Show me one example. Is our public health authorities better? Show me one institution that's embraced DEI that has become better, more excellent than it was 20 years ago. It doesn't exist. DEI will destroy an institution from within.
Right. And I love that he said that because some people don't have critical thinking skills on campus. They can't think about these things. They frame DEI as having to do with just black people. Diversity, equity, inclusion. If you look at the statistical data points, it actually affects white women, or they have more benefits in DEI programs than any other race. So really it's about white women. And then you have the LGBTQ community that's engrafted in that. It's really not helping black people, to be quite honest. But ignorant folk think DEI is just black people. And the reason why DEI doesn't work is because if you want something to be excellent, you want it to be great, it has to be based on merit. I want the best and the brightest. I hire people all the time. And when I look at their resume, I don't give a flying flip if they're black, green, or orange, right? I want to make sure that you're aligned with our mission. But at the same time, I don't care who you are. What does your resume say? What have you done to prepare for this position? And most people who are rational, who are successful, that's how they operate their business. And to be quite honest, we don't need a white savior to tell black people that, oh, little poor black man, let me pat you on the head and let me give you an opportunity. No, we are smart enough as black people to earn an opportunity. We go to school just like anybody else. We want greatness just like anybody else. We have the brain capacity, if you want to apply yourself, to do very, very well and be successful. And so we don't need these programs to try to lift up black people in an artificial way. Because what happens is you lift up black people that are not prepared, and they make us all look bad. Just go after the people that are good enough. And if you want to help from the front end. That means at elementary schools, that means in grade school, you're helping young people be educated and be prepared for the future. Therefore, they can be more competitive in a fair way. You don't wait to the end of the road to try to thrust people in positions of power.
I think that's well said.
I wanted to flag this because I saw it the other day. So you mentioned, there's a lot of DEI sex-based for women. And I saw this news the other day. So London has one of the oldest stock exchanges in the world, one of the most historic. And they have a rule on the London Stock Exchange that to do an IPO, you need to commit to having at least 40% women on your board. You need a woman in a top job. I don't know what that's defined as. And you need an ethnic minority director. In 2005, the London Stock Exchange had 339 IPOs that raised a total of 51 billion, either dollars or pounds. I'm not sure, but I think pounds. 51 billion pounds. They are now down to 250 million. They've lost 99% of their IPOs because people are just deciding to IPO in a country where they don't have a million DEI hoops to jump through to start your company.
You should have put that. You should have. I mean, it falls off a cliff. Yeah, that's wild.
Well, what is a woman, right? You know what I'm saying?
That's the secret. That's how you get around it.
At one point, what do you do? You know, I have half of the guys identify as women, and then there we go. We'll meet our quota.
Well, I mean, we have that clip somewhere, actually, I think, but they'll show it to me. We'll play. It's worth remembering the insanity that we lived through. But here, here's another one I'm going to play real quick here. This is. I guess we do have it. Let's play 124.
Can you provide a definition for the word woman?
Can I provide a definition? No.
Yeah.
I can't.
You can't?
Not in this context.
So
I'm not a biologist.
What did we do before biologists?
Yeah. Problem is, biology's been taken over by DEI too,
Also
so
true.
even they don't know the answer. So it's a sick cycle.
She's proven Charlie's point about brain power. Like,
of course.
Why are they mad? Go look at this fool who's a woman who experienced female things almost every month, and she can't articulate what a woman is. She probably have children. I don't know if Ketanji Brown have children, but at some point, you have to be able to be a genuine human being. Yeah. And that's not genuine for you to act like you don't know what a woman is.
Well, yeah, the fact that you get tripped up with that question just proves the point. And by the way, I will say Ketanji Brown Jackson, even some of the liberal justices on the court have gotten frustrated with just how insane she is and how poor her judicial skills are. So, I mean, it's bearing out. And to your point, it's making black people look bad.
Make them look bad. Clarence Thomas is doing an incredible job.
We got his picture right behind
He's an excellent man. But they hate him. He don't count.
And he doesn't count.
Yeah.
And also they would always do this, frankly, actually pretty racist thing when Scalia was still on the court. They would always just say oh, Thomas is just Scalia's puppet or whatever. And they would do all of that. And then Scalia died, and it's
actually,
Thomas is actually an amazing
He's
justice
actually
still.
the leader of the court, basically.
Yeah, right.
Let's go ahead and play this. This is a news story here, and it just I wasn't actually planning on getting to it, but it's just too funny. So Serena Williams, I don't know if you've seen this story.
I saw it. This the cotton thing?
The cotton thing. So she goes into Blake's died. We lost Blake. So she goes into a luxury hotel, and she's in the bathroom, and there's a piece of decor that's it's nice looking. Let's
just show it. We have it 125.
Yeah,
Let's play it.
But she gets real upset, Brandon Tatum. Play 125.
All right, everyone. How do we feel about cotton as decoration? Personally, for me, it doesn't feel great. So actually, it feels like nail polishing for cotton, natural.
Going for a Michael Jackson one glove thing.
I don't know what
you got to be the stupidest person in the world to record yourself make a video like that as her. First of all, she married to a white man, last time I checked. Then she talked about a nail polish remover. Well, you use the same cotton in your bathroom for nail polish remover. You don't have a problem with that? Cotton as a decor. Woman, black people weren't the only people that are picking cotton, all right? What do you think they were doing before black people got over here? You know, as if every black person picked every cotton, picked cotton everywhere.
It's a plant.
Right, and and everybody use it. She probably wear cotton every day. Are you mad that you wear cotton? It's these people are so disingenuous. And as rich as she is, why do you give a F about a little? And that's probably at a really nice hotel that she probably paid thousands of dollars a night. And you're gonna make it a point to be upset about something like that. Well, for what? What's the point?
I don't know the point. I can't believe we're making cotton controversial.
Right, and it's harmful to other young black people. These ignorant black folks are the biggest threat to young black people because somebody is taking her seriously. With all of her accolades, with all of the success that she's had, they think that's her issue because she's making it an issue. And you cannot function in life if you are crying about a cotton display somewhere in multi-million-dollar hotel. Like, I just don't understand the logic there, and it's hurtful. And I wish these people would be called out. She should be ashamed. I remember I said it. I wrote it on X. I said I think I said she's the dumbest person on planet Earth. And she should be ashamed of herself.
Nobody writes that up, though. But if Charlie Kirk says something,
right?
It's this white guy is commenting on the stupidity of a person. You're not allowed to do that with a person of color. You're not. Right. A POC, whatever. Just she's a black lady. Right. What's wrong with that? I wish we could just be honest. Like, I look back at like George Carlin and these comics of like yesteryear, and like they could actually. It was like equal opportunity offense, and you look Dave Chappelle, equal opportunity. Anybody that's throwing off this woke garbage is actually funny,
right?
You know, but I think it was a release valve for culture.
Well, let's be honest. Like, if you black, you can you got the full spectrum. You can make fun of black people and you make fun of white people. If you white, I don't see many white comedians making fun of black people. Only person that does it, I forget his name now. He was
Shane
married
Gillis.
to a black woman. No, he's.
I know he's Bill Burr.
No, not Bill Burr. He's married to a black woman too, or he's with a black woman. I forget the guy's name. He made a skit about the church when he go to a black church and how they stay all day and all that sort of stuff. The funniest thing ever. And I think he got a pass. And he do a skit at black like
comedy clubs.
What's his name? Gary Owens.
Okay, I haven't seen it.
Yeah, no, you got to watch this.
Okay.
Gary Owens goes hard. And the reason that it's like this is because he was married to a black woman, and he does his skit at some of the black comedy studios. So it was very funny. But outside of them, you can't find a white person making fun of black people. When those who have done it and have done it well, it's incredibly funny.
Yeah, well, I was just looking up his comedy, but that's going to be...
Oh, he's funny.
So we're going to hit this next story, Brandon Tatum. It is the story on X and on social media right now. And we've only got a minute left in the segment, so let's tease a little bit, tease it. And Blake's got all the information on this, the guy who made this show, but there is a show on Netflix that is, I mean, we've seen kind of... You see these episodes where they kind of tease around the edges, like there'll be like a trans cow or something. It's just a real quick thing, or Transformers, which, okay, they're robots. Maybe they're not boys, or I don't know. You know, like we've talked about it on the show a lot. Charlie would talk about it. Those upset us a lot. This one is like, I'm trans and I am, you know, and it's my business and I'm going to tell people when I want to tell people. I mean, it's the most full-on, full-throated defense of trans ideology that you have ever seen, and it's for children on Netflix, and people are boycotting. We have the details when we get right back.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
I'm a J6er, and I spent 3 months in jail and about a year in prison.
I spent 4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been smeared and defamed by the media, persecuted by the government, and treated like terrorists.
In reality, J6ers are patriotic men and women, mothers, fathers, sisters, and brothers from all walks of life.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
And we need your help.
For just $10 or more, you're helping these patriots get mental, physical, and spiritual help.
Please scan the QR code or go to j6support.com to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Thank you for being a patriot. Thank you for standing in the gap. Patriots, it's time to gear up. Real America's Voice has an entire lineup of merch made just for you.
We got some Rav fans out here.
We watch you every day.
From mugs that start your morning strong to hoodies, hats, t-shirts, pants, vests, flags, and so much more.
Yeah, I noticed it. I mean, that caught my eye big time.
Every piece lets you wear your pride loud and clear. This isn't just merch, it's a movement. When you shop Rav, you're showing the world you're proud to be part of the Real America's Voice family.
God bless Real America's Voice.
So don't wait. Scan the QR code right now or visit realamericasvoice.launchcart.store to shop today.
Thank you, Real America's Voice, for doing true journalism.
Stand tall, be bold, be proud. Represent your voice with Real America's Voice.
It's good to have a real news network out there, so I'm a big fan.
Use code RAVSWAG10 for 10% off.
Real America's Voice rocks.
The voice of generations is the Charlie Kirk Show.
Welcome back to the Charlie Kirk Show. As I've been telling you guys, I just really appreciate our media partners and our advertisers being gracious with us for a couple weeks, and we're getting back to regular order. And some of our ad partners are just amazing people and been huge supporters of not only Charlie, but the show and Turning Point USA. And one of those that just fits all of those and checks all the boxes is Y-Refi. They sponsor the campus tours. They sponsor Turning Point USA. And immediately when all this happened, said, you know, we've got your back. We're not going anywhere. And, you know, in that moment, I can't tell you how much that meant to us and the show and the dozens of employees that make this thing work. So I want to tell you about Y-Refi. They help you with your private student loan debt, and which, by the way, totals over $300 billion in this country, and about $45 billion of that is labeled as distressed. Y-Refi refinances distressed, defaulted private student loans that others won't even touch. They provide you with a custom loan payment based on your ability to pay. They won't check your credit score. They don't care about that. They won't impact your credit. If you go to yrefi.com, you can read testimonials from other people who have been where you are and how they've escaped. You can see what their monthly payments were versus what they are with Y-Refi's help. They offer a 3-minute rate check with no credit impact. Bad credit is accepted. You can get rid of that co-borrower, especially if it's your parents. You can even skip a payment every 6 months up to 12 times without penalty. It's crazy. So don't ignore that mountain of student loan debt that just waiting for you, weighing you down. Go to yrefi.com. That's YREFY.com, or call 888-YREFI34, 888-YREFI34. May not be available in all 50 states, but you owe it to yourself to check it out. We are going to be talking about Netflix. What's the show called? Paranormal or
Dead End Paranormal Peak.
Dead End Paranormal Peak. And you're not going to believe this clip. I mean, some of you have probably already seen it, but like, it's just the tip of the iceberg. There's a whole lot there at Netflix.
Oh,
and they deserve your contempt.
To be clear,
we're going to radio. One second. Yeah, 1 second, Blake, and you're gonna get the first word. We'll be right back. Welcome back to the Charlie Kirk Show. Final segment with our friend Brandon Tatum. We're going to hit Netflix because actually, I know you got the first word. I'll just say this. When Charlie died, Charlie loved Seinfeld. And I have canceled my Netflix subscription before. And I just wanted to watch Seinfeld. Like at the end of the night, late at night, I had long days. It's been a long couple weeks. And it just makes me happy to watch Seinfeld. And Netflix has Seinfeld. So I just hope that the people of Seinfeld will get in on this and like move the show somewhere else. Somehow, I'm sure there's some contract they can't.
I don't think it's going to happen. You have to be the change you seek in the world.
I know.
Andrew.
So for Charlie, I will stop watching Seinfeld. It literally is like one of those few things in my day
you
right
can
now.
Buy the DVDs on
you know
eBay
what? That's right. That's right. Okay, that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to find a way to get around the Netflix Seinfeld thing because this is really upsetting. We should play the clip too, but go ahead, Blake.
Yeah.
Lead us in.
So we'll get into this. So this is about a show. It went viral recently because libs of TikTok posted it. But to be clear, the show aired, I think, 21 through 23. It ended in 23 for sure, which, among other things, just absolute peak woke insanity at every single media outlet ever. The show's name was Dead End Paranormal Peak. It's a children's show, animated, but it has all of this like aggressive kind of sexuality propaganda on it. What was the number again?
We'll get it.
Crud, I had it in front of me. And then
you get your one opportunity here, man, and you missed the clip. Here, I'll find it.
Where are we? There's way too many of these. All right, here we go. Let's do 116.
It's not the park. It's me. I'm trans, Norma.
and everyone at school knows, and everyone at home knows. And being here, it's like a whole new place. I can just be Barney, and I can choose if and when I tell people. I've never been happier. And that's saying something when I spent today chased by terrifying zombie mascots. Pugsley reminded me how important it is to live your life without apology. So I think I gotta give living here a shot. Don't you?
You don't need my permission. I just wouldn't want Courtney as a roommate.
We'll be the best of friends.
All right, Brandon.
Well, these people are going straight to hell for the stuff that they're doing, in my opinion. I think it's very troubling because when you look at the spectrum of, how many kids are actually trans or going through it's not that many kids, man. My son go to a massive school, 6A, tons of students there, and I don't think they have a single trans kid at that school. And even in the school that he went to that was a public school, it probably was like one, maybe.
Yeah.
So what they're doing is they're indoctrinating kids and putting this into their subconscious to begin to think about, well, am I trans? What is trans? Am I a boy? Could boys be girls?
Can I get some attention?
Right, exactly.
If I come out with this issue?
Because that's what it's really all about. A kid don't know nothing about being trans. And they say kids know that they trans when they 3. You know how stupid that is? I got a 4-year-old. You think my son know the difference between being a boy and a girl and all of those crazy stuff? And if he does have a question about it, as an adult, you have leadership that should tell him, no, you're a boy. All you got to do is check. When you go to the bathroom, you got that one or the other one. So, but they're doing this because if you can get into the subconscious mind of a developing child and you get it, you get these. It's the same thing when kids get exposed to sexuality too early. It begins to warp their worldview and warp their mind. And they drag that stuff on into adulthood where they have a distorted view of what sex is and a distorted view of what sexuality is. If you can start doing it earlier and earlier in younger people, it may not manifest right away. But when they get a little older, it may manifest in a way that's detrimental.
And before we get out of here, I just want to the other reason we care about this, by the way. So that clip went viral on its own, but the creator of the show, his name is Hamish Steele, and has total. Yeah, we should be able to throw it up here. I think they have it as B-roll. But he was posting on Blue Sky that he, first of all, he has this very creepy future molester looking face, in my opinion. Let's see which one was.
Oh,
there it is. All right, there he is finally.
Yeah.
And he says he's a he, they pronouns. And then he said this the day after the assassination. I'm not sure who he was responding to. Why the F are you even commenting on this, object head? You D-head. You D-head. Your sympathy for any of the families being slaughtered by your weapons, but a random Nazi gets shot and it's a public statement. You're such an effing evil bleep. Yeah, just vile stuff. Absolutely vile person. So this is the kind of guy who would say love is everything, kindness is everything.
Tolerance.
Such a fraud. Such a fat fraud.
All right. I want to keep this conversation going in the stream for a little bit because I don't feel like I'm done slamming Netflix. They've lost $15 billion in market cap, but it's not enough.
Good.
Okay. We will be right back in hour 2. Talk to you soon.
Great news, America. Real America's Voice is now on YouTube.
We are the media now.
That means you can watch live, join the chat, and connect with fellow patriots in real time.
Share.
Your voice matters, and this is your chance to be part of the conversation shaping our nation.
God bless all of you.
So don't wait. Hit that subscribe button, turn on your notifications, and tune in to Real America's Voice on YouTube today. Now is the moment to put your brand in front of an engaged, loyal audience through Real America's Voice. When you advertise on Real America's Voice, you're not just running an ad, you're partnering with trusted voices like Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, and other influential hosts. Backed by millions of monthly listeners.
What's happening? Because of a Real Voice, man. I watch it all the time.
Real America's Voice rocks.
Real America's Voice gives sponsors the chance to put their product front and center, displayed on screen and highlighted by our anchors during exclusive segments and live events.
Head to freetrumpknife.com.
This means your brand becomes part of the conversation as it happens.
Secure your spot before it's too late.
Join us today and make your brand part of the news conversation that America's viewers trust. Real America's Voice, where your message is seen, heard, and remembered.
Hi, this is Chris from Colorful Colorado. I'm drawbridge in the Getter Chat. I trust no one for my news except Real America's Voice. So if anyone asks, I was never here.
I'm Andy M., and I love Real America's Voice, where my voice counts and your voice counts. That is America's Voice. I'm Andy M., and I love Real America's Voice, where my voice counts and your voice counts. That is America's Voice.
Terrence Bates here with your Real America's Voice news break. Thanks so much for being here with us. It is day 2 of the government shutdown and no resolution appears to be in sight. Plus, based on this True Social post from President Trump, things are really about to get real. The president saying he'll be meeting with Director of the Office of Management and Budget, Russ Vought, today in order to discuss which agencies should face mass firings as part of the current shutdown. He goes on to write, quote, "I can't believe the radical left Democrats gave me this unprecedented opportunity. They're not stupid people, so maybe this is their way of wanting to quietly and quickly make America great again." For more, let's bring in Real America's Voice Chief White House Correspondent Brian Glenn at the White House. Brian, how long until we might see the first layoffs? What is your thought?
Yeah, I think we're going to see it, I think, sooner than later. And, of course, President Trump pushing out that True Social post. And as of right now, as we speak, I can't confirm that that meeting has happened yet or if it's even concluded at this time. But those job cuts, those cuts that Russ Vought promised, and, of course, President Trump supports him on, is going to happen. And that's the reality of what the Democrats have got themselves into. Earlier, Carolyn Leavitt did a press conference here, just a short gaggle with some reporters, and said, look, this solely falls on the responsibility of the Democrats choosing to kind of die on the hill of extending health care benefits to illegal aliens, something that's highly unpopular with the American people. But that's what they chose to do. And Terrence, just remember, they voted for the same CR 13 times in a row. Matter of fact, as recently as March. But this is what they want to hold up on to hold this government up from being funding.
Brian, the threat of these job cuts, is it a scare tactic or is this real? Say the government reopens today. Would the president still be considering the job cuts?
I think so. I really do. Okay. I think they've taken a look. They've taken a look at the different branches and different agencies they're looking at, and they know that there's a lot of redundancy in a lot of these agencies, and that there is some fat to be trimmed. Now, I don't think it's just a scare tactic. Now, obviously, I think it is to a certain extent. There's some reality in that we do need to trim some of these agencies down, and what a better time to do it than right now when it's shut down.
The reality is, though, there at the White House, Brian, that work is still going on despite the government shutdown. Yeah, the agencies might not be funded and might be dark, but the lights are definitely on at the White House, and there's a lot of work to be done, which, of course, brings me to your trip yesterday to Memphis, Tennessee. You were there with the Attorney General, with the Secretary of War. The White House seems to be moving full steam ahead with deploying National Guard troops in some of these crime-ridden cities like Memphis, Tennessee, and there may even be plans for other cities to be on the list.
That's correct, Terrence. I know I'm hearing a little rumblings about Portland, Oregon. We're seeing all of the violence and some of the Antifa presence in the last couple nights there on the streets there, and police really kind of don't have that in control, and residents want it. President Trump, back on September 17th, created that Memphis Safe Task Force, and of course, yesterday I joined Attorney General Pam Bondi and Pete Hegseth, Secretary of War, as they make their way to Memphis, rolling in overnight, dozens of arrests, everything from possession of gun to just outstanding warrants in general. So they really are cracking down. And I want to say, though, there was a billboard in Memphis that said, "Welcome to Memphis, the National Guard." So people are welcoming the National Guard to their city as they understand how crucial it is right now to lower the murder, rape, and assault percentages that are in that city right now. So Portland could be next. And of course, President Trump has also mentioned Chicago.
Right. Brian, put into perspective for us really quickly that it seems Memphis and Tennessee in general is the exception to the rule, as the governor there has invited President Trump to bring in the National Guard, and the city's mayor seems to be on board as well.
Yeah, isn't that interesting how you've got the mayor, which I don't think typically have been a big, I would call a Trump supporter at all, but they do recognize they have a problem in that city. And I think that resonates to other Democrat cities that here's the message. If crime is out of control in your city, please check your pride aside, do what's best for the community and your local and your state, and bring the troops in.
Absolutely. Brian Glenn reporting for us from the White House. Thanks so much, Brian, and thanks to you for being here with us.
Great news, America. Real America's Voice is now on YouTube.
We are the media now.
That means you can watch live, join the chat, and connect with fellow patriots in real time.
Share.
Your voice matters, and this is your chance to be part of the conversation shaping our nation.
God bless all of you.
So don't wait. Hit that subscribe button, turn on your notifications, and tune in to Real America's Voice on YouTube today. Now is the moment to put your brand in front of an engaged, loyal audience through Real America's Voice. When you advertise on Real America's Voice, you're not just running an ad, you're partnering with trusted voices like Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, and other influential hosts. Backed by millions of monthly listeners.
What's happening? Because of a real voice, man. I watch it all the time.
Real America's Voice rocks.
Real America's Voice gives sponsors the chance to put their product front and center, displayed on screen and highlighted by our anchors during exclusive segments and live events.
Head to freetrumpknife.com.
This means your brand becomes part of the conversation as it happens.
Secure your spot before it's too late.
Join us today and make your brand part of the news conversation that America's viewers trust. Real America's Voice, where your message is seen, heard, and remembered.
Welcome back to the Hour 2 of the Charlie Kirk Show. I'm Andrew Colvett, executive producer of this show. I'm joined by Blake Neff, the not-so-secret weapon. And we have two guests from our field team. Everybody is talking about the field team and what the great work that you guys are doing. So thank you for joining. I really wanted to highlight the great work you guys are doing. We got Nick Coca, Club America Enterprise Director.
Yes, sir.
By the way, Nick is looking slim and trim and very, very healthy. Love to see that. Chris Gaffrey, College Enterprise Director.
Yes, that is correct.
Why don't we start with you, Chris? Explain what it is you do and and we'll just start there. What do you do?
Yeah, so essentially I oversee all of the college staff, all of the chapters, all of our field representatives, all of the regional managers, all of the operations that goes into the field program that Charlie built over so many years, over the last 13 years. And we have a presence on so many of these college campuses across the country. We have a big part in those tours that Charlie loves so much. All of the things that we were doing these last few years on campus with the Prove Me Wrong, with these evening events. That's a lot of what I do, is just travel the country and work one-on-one with these students, get to see it firsthand, what it's like being on a college campus as a conservative before Charlie's assassination and now, and the big difference is there.
Yeah, and I mean, people have been asking about this. We're not doing the open air Prove Me Wrongs, right? And that's for security reasons. Yes. And there's just a lot, I mean, emotionally for all of us that goes into that. And, you know, I'm candidly, I'm relieved that we're not. But like, secondly, we are still doing the evening events. Yes. And these evening events, team, if you could throw some of this B-roll, I mean, at Utah State, this was what, 6,200 people? Yes. At Utah State. Yeah. And we had, I guess, Governor Cox. We had Andy Biggs, the great Andy Biggs. Love Andy. He's going to be the next governor of Arizona. We had Jason Chaffetz, who was actually there at UVU. So that was a really I know that was really powerful for him to kind of get back there. And you see this footage. I mean, the energy is just incredible at these things. And this was our largest evening event of all time at a campus. And by the way, little hint, we're going to beat it. We're gonna even exceed this in this campus tour. Tell us about this.
Yeah, I mean, I've been to more of these tour stops than I honestly can count, and coming back to Utah, there's definitely some closure there, and being that, and you know, for context, I was not at UVU that day, but coming back to Utah and seeing so many of our students who are there at Utah Valley and seeing them be able to get that closure, and having a room that is larger than a lot of our conferences. Yeah. I mean, larger than YWLS, larger than, you know, some of our student action summits that we've done, much larger than CLS, you know, 6 times over than the largest chapter leadership summit that we've ever done. There's something about that feeling of standing on the floor and seeing so many people coming out 3 weeks later after a man was killed in the same state, just an hour and some change away, and saying, I'm not afraid. I'm going to come out. I'm going to show face.
I love that. Nick, let's transition, brother. So you are Club America. Club America is our high school brand at TPUSA. And I will never forget this, especially because of obviously what happened just a few weeks later. But we were in Aspen. We were talking with donors. And Charlie was like, we're going to get a Club America at 35,000 high schools. And I was like, Charlie, there's only 23 or 24,000 high schools. He's like, all right, fine. 23,000. You know, Andrew Cipher, who's the VP of field, great guy, was like, could we maybe like 10,000 or whatever? Like, you know, just because he's freaking out because he's like, I know how hard this is going to be. And Charlie's like, fine, all right, fine. You know, because Charlie was always pushing us and pushing us and pushing us more. And so within days of what happened, you know, finding out that there's 120,000 inquiries, about 50% of which, to start new chapters, about 50%, maybe more, are high school, Club America.
That's right.
So tell us about that, Nick.
It's been amazing. See, there are 2 types of high schools in this country, high schools that have Club America chapters and high schools that will soon have Club America chapters.
Well said.
You're one of the 2. We have had 1,500 chapters that have started. So these are high school students coming together, organizing, building groups since Charlie's passing.
Whoa, that's breaking news, folks. I'm probably going to have to tweet that. Give me this clip, by the way. I want to tweet that. That's a really big. I mean, you guys are making quick work. 1,500.
It's been amazing. I remember when Charlie sat right here and announced that we hit 1,000 chapters back in 2023. Something that we thought was just a monumental goal when we first launched the program in 2022. And I think he'd be really proud to see the progress that has happened despite the tragedy.
In his honor. In his honor, he inspired
100%.
this. He put jet fuel behind it by living his life in such a wonderful way, being so courageous and so stalwart in believing that we can impact the next generation. By the way, I just want to remind, I mean, you've been with us long enough where you even saw when people thought it was still ridiculous that we could reach the next generation. And Charlie just was so dogged. He's like, no, we can. And you saw that kind of go from incredulity to like, what's happening?
It was crazy how fast it happened too. It was like they just needed a new freshman class that suddenly had been all these people who saw Charlie videos, and it was
since they were kids.
Instantly like he was this huge celebrity.
Yeah, they had probably, you're probably right. It was like these kids had been probably being seen Charlie videos on social media for years and years, and all of a sudden they come into high school or college, and it was like the turnover, 18 to 21 happened, and it was they were ready. They were ready. And it was also a generation, when we're talking about the college kids, that had been so beat up.
Their high school years were wrecked by COVID.
Wrecked by COVID, 1,000%. I mean, and talk about that, because you've been around long enough to see this thing blossom.
Yeah. I actually started when I started with Turning Point. I was a student, so I was the chapter president in Detroit, Michigan. If you know anything about Detroit, it is not a conservative city at all. And when I was a chapter president, I remember saying, hey, do you know who Charlie Kirk is? And unfortunately, every answer was no. No one really knew him back then. And then now, the difference is everybody knows Turning Point. Everybody even before he died, everybody knew Charlie Kirk. Love him or hate him, they knew who he was. Love Turning Point or hate Turning Point, they knew who we were. And to see that growth over such a short period of time and see the passion and the energy. I mean, I'll tell this story real quick. Right after the Utah State event, we went out and got ice cream, and the girl behind, this is like some 17-year-old high school girl, she asked us, she sees my jacket says Turning Point, and she's like, are you at Turning Point USA? I was just at that event. I just clocked in because I called off and I moved around my schedule so I could be at that event. And then she asked us for a picture, all of us that were there, Andrew and myself and the tourist team. And it's just so weird to think how much this organization and this movement has meant to people since Charlie's passing. And I think it's something to do with being too close to home, being a little too close to it, to truly realize the impact that we've had, that this organization has had, that the students have had, that Charlie has had in the last decade. It is really, I mean, it's earth-shattering.
It's breathtaking. I completely relate to that, by the way. Because I would tell Blake this, I had to keep recalibrating how famous he was becoming. Because I was always like, I don't know, like a year behind in my internal clock but then I would take him somewhere public and I was like, dude, you're like a Beatle. Like,
it shocked me the most when we were doing the whole Nebraska push. And so we went on campus during the tailgating before a Huskers game, and just hundreds of people mobbing around him. And of course, it helped a lot that they wear red anyway at the University of Nebraska. So it's like everyone's wearing red stuff for the Huskers game. And they're, Charlie!
Yeah, the Charlie chant.
Just a giant convoy.
Well, and you got those chants at Utah State.
Yeah. There was a lot of chant. I mean, that first event that we did post Charlie's assassination, the energy in the room was just something different. It was just completely different. There's hope. I think that's the best way to put it. There's hope in the air amongst young conservatives. They want to get involved. They want to do something. They do not want to sit idly by while a man died.
Well, I want to talk about the tour stops that are coming up and the future plans for high school with Club America, because we have a real big tour that's still ongoing. Lots of new stops coming up. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Great news, America. Real America's Voice is now on YouTube.
We are the media now.
That means you can watch live, join the chat, and connect with fellow patriots in real time.
Share.
Your voice matters, and this is your chance to be part of the conversation shaping our nation.
God bless all of you.
So don't wait. Hit that subscribe button, turn on your notifications, and tune in to Real America's Voice on YouTube today. Now is the moment to put your brand in front of an engaged, loyal audience through Real America's Voice. When you advertise on Real America's Voice, you're not just running an ad, you're partnering with trusted voices like Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, and other influential hosts. backed by millions of monthly listeners.
What's happening? Because of a real voice, man. I watch it all the time.
Real America's Voice rocks.
Real America's Voice gives sponsors the chance to put their product front and center, displayed on screen and highlighted by our anchors during exclusive segments and live events.
Head to freetrumpknife.com.
This means your brand becomes part of the conversation as it happens.
Secure your spot before it's too late.
Join us today and make your brand part of the news conversation that America's viewers trust. Real America's Voice, where your message is seen, heard, and remembered.
Hi, this is Chris from Colorful Colorado. I'm Drawbridge in the Getter Chat. I trust no one for my news except Real America's Voice. So if anyone asks, I was never here.
I'm Andy M., and I love Real America's Voice, where my voice counts and your voice counts. That is America's Voice. I'm Andy M., and I love Real America's Voice, where my voice counts and your voice counts. That is America's Voice.
Diving into all the great things that we're accomplishing on high school and college campuses right now on our tour, and we have so much more to fill you in on. But first, I want to tell you about the great people over at yrefi.com. They sponsor our college tour, so Chris is really appreciative of that. I know that we all are. So if you have private student loan debt that's distressed or in trouble, you're going to want to check it out. That's yrefi.com. There's about $45 billion that's labeled as distressed or defaulted. So YRefi does not care what your credit score is. They can help you reduce your monthly payment and guarantee interest rates under 6%, ensuring affordability and financial relief. Because of private student loan debt, so many of you are feeling stuck and helpless. You don't have to live this way. You've even lost hope, maybe. You don't have to lose hope. You have hope. YRefi is your hope. They give you a light at the end of the tunnel. If your private student loan debt is keeping you up at night and ruining your life, it doesn't have to. Just call YRefi. That is 888-YRefi34 or log on to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com. The great people at YRefi are there to help you, and they are great people. And they've stood by us in this time. They've stood by our college tour in this time, and they've stood by this show. So that tells you everything you need to know about them. So, guys, I am just so excited by the tour. So tell us, what have we done already? We did Megyn Kelly. That was the first one.
So it was Michael Knowles.
Oh, Michael Knowles in Minnesota.
Yes.
He went to,
Yeah, so we had Minnesota with Michael Knowles, and then Virginia Tech with Megyn Kelly and Governor Glenn Youngkin. And then yesterday, I'm losing track of my days, 2 days ago, exactly. We had Utah State, which was a phenomenal event.
Yeah, Utah State. And by the way, I want to say something about that with Governor Cox. People were, why did you invite Governor Cox? Well, it's because Governor Cox was speaking privately with our team and just saying, like, listen, I know Charlie hit me pretty hard, and he had some good points, and I want to tell the world that, and I thought he did a great job and did a fine job. So we are going to welcome back radio in just about 1 second. Don't go anywhere. I just found out, Nick, you are the third longest tenured staff at Turning Point.
Yes, I've been with Turning Point USA since January of 2016. I remember someone just showed me a clip. We were at the RNC in Cleveland in 2016, and Charlie said, let's paint some signs. Let's get out there and make sure that people know that limited government principles are represented. So we took to the streets of Cleveland and started chanting "Big Government Sucks," and we got a lot of people's attention. And it's amazing to see how far we've grown since then.
That's amazing. And you have seen many iterations of this movement, of what Charlie's built here, and so you are a keeper of history, and you both are, and I think that's important because we lost Charlie far too early, far too young. And I've told this to the team. It's like there's just no replacing that experience that we've all had with an American legend. And to see it up close, to see how he operated, see how he would inspire the troops, how he would motivate the staff, and how he would speak to students. And you guys are keepers of that legacy in a really, really important way. And I just want to encourage you that, you know, your jobs are more important than ever. And I know you know that. So why don't I'm going to go high school, then college, okay? High school. So 1,500. I mean, you have tens of thousands of applications. Are we changing the way we're doing this? Has everybody been spoken to and communicated with? Like, how are we? So if you're out there in the audience and your daughter or son or grandkid has reached out and inquired to start a chapter, what can they expect? What have you done already? What will happen in the days ahead?
Our field team, our representatives have been hard at work just calling, picking up the phone, talking to hundreds of students every single day who want to get involved. And if you filled out a Get Involved form on our Club America website or on TPUSA students' website and you're in high school, expect a phone call from your field representative. They're going to tell you how to get your Club America chapter started and set you up with everything that you need to hit the ground running on your campus.
That's a really important point. We know how to do this at Turning Point USA. So if you're a student out there, or you're a parent of a student or a grandparent of a student, and you're like, how do you even do it? We tell you how to do it. Like, we have a whole roadmap. We have all the tools, and we're going to set you up. And by the way, if there's multiple students that have applied from the same school or whatever, we'll put you together.
That's right.
We'll get you linked up. And by the way, that's really powerful because we have multiple from a lot of these schools. Because, you know, if there are any trolls that are in or whatever, if there are people that shouldn't really be starting the chapter, maybe they're good, well-intentioned, but they just really maybe shouldn't be the president or vice president of a chapter. We're going to find that out in this process, right? I mean, we're going to get the best.
It's really amazing how we're able to bring people together. We have students that multiple from a single school that are reaching out. Maybe they didn't even know each other, but they both loved and admired Charlie and want to step up. So we're able to bring these students together to make lifelong friendships. That's how, when I got involved, when I met Charlie, the people that I met through Charlie, I'm still very close friends with today. It's changed the trajectory of my life and of my career. And so we hope to do that for you. If you're a high school student looking to get involved for the first time, it will change your life.
That's so right on. When you step out and you join this movement, your life will never be the same for the better, because you're going to be part of something that's much bigger than yourself. And that goes for our college camp. So it's a little different on college, just so you know. Like, we've got all these tens of thousands of applicants. Well, we've pretty much saturated the vast majority of college campuses. So you're not going to get like a huge. We'll get some growth from it, but really, like, that top line number, like Turning Point had already kind of hit a really big point on college campuses. But we're going to plug these people in, maybe door knock, whatever. We'll just figure out what it is. Voter reg, and we have these tours. So tell us what we can expect in the coming days, because this tour is kicking off, and we're not backing down.
No, not at all. We're not backing down. We're going to keep on going. We're going to keep this tour alive. We're going to be going all over the nation.
We got Tucker Carlson coming up. We've got who else? We've. By the way, we just locked one in. I can't say it yet, because I got to coordinate. We got to coordinate but it's big. Yeah. So who else do we got though?
Yeah, we got a lot of great people coming up. We have Savannah Chrisley.
We got Russell Brand.
Yes, Governor Kevin Stitt.
From Oklahoma.
Yes, we're going to have Governor Jeff Landry, Allie Beth Stuckey. We have a lot of very exciting speakers coming up, and what we're really seeing is the excitement of students who are saying they want to get involved, they want to be there. I mean, I've been to so many of these tours. I've never seen students line up 7 hours before the tour stop begins, and you are seeing young. I mean, the older generation did that. Yeah, I mean, it's crazy.
Okay. Charlie always wanted the biggest venue we could get, and these schools would dink around with us and just give us such a hard time. That's why we started doing the campus stops outdoors, because they could just stream in. But now they're giving us these arenas. And it's a beautiful thing. Gentlemen, you are more important than ever. I commend you. I salute you. We have your back, and I know you guys are doing the truly, truly hard and important work out there in the field. Thank you.
Thank you, Andrew.
Yeah, God bless you guys. More to come from this team, this growing team, because they're going to need more bodies. You guys are going to need more bodies to handle this. By the way, we already have a ton of staff all over the country. We're going to be joined by Senator Markwayne Mullin next. We're going to talk about the shutdown. He's got a really interesting insight on that, and so don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Welcome to Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Your quick look at the powerful stories of faith and freedom, inspiring audiences across the nation. Angel Studios presents
A Kennedy Curse. That is the theme of Angel Studios' newest documentary, RFK Legacy. It comes from acclaimed filmmaker Oliver Stone, director of the hit movie JFK, and his son Sean Stone, in a profile of the Kennedy legacy that you've never seen before.
I want to ask you about your father's assassination.
Anybody who reads that report will understand that Sirhan could not have killed my father.
It's a dirty story.
It explores the Kennedy legacy as told through the eyes of Bobby Kennedy Jr., who reflects upon his life and memories, his time on Cape Cod, his uncle's assassination, his own father's assassination, and his early interest in nature and the environment.
This time you have a drug addiction. How does that play out?
I wanted to be working with nature.
He was appalled at what he saw. This is how he became the leading environmental lawyer in the United States.
There's no right to pollute. The polluter pays. My views are constantly misrepresented.
This compelling documentary profiles our current Secretary of Health and Human Services and dives deep into why Bobby Kennedy is who he is, why he cares so much about health in this country, and how his family legacy continues even after family members pass on far too soon.
I don't know if there's a curse. We do what we're supposed to do. The outcome's in God's hands.
To see RFK Legacy, go to angel.com/Rav, join the Angel Guild, and watch today.
Hi, my name is Tracy L. from Arizona. I don't stink around in the kitchen when it comes to the news. I watch Real America's Voice, which always serves accurate and reliable updates that are on point with their amazing hosts. So don't find yourself in a pickle by tuning into the fake news. Stick with Real America's Voice.
When the bacon wants real facts and figures, he goes to Rav. Real America's Voice, baby. That's where you get the real scoop and not the poop.
I'm Terry from New Jersey, and I just want to say that I love Real America's Voice. I love you guys. Keep up the good work.
Lazar Garcianovich here from Japan. Love Real America's Voice, real news, honest view.
Welcome back to this Real America's Voice news break. I'm Terrence Bates. While federal workers are sitting at home and not at work during day 2 of the current government shutdown, Republican House leaders are on Capitol Hill and ready to get the government back open.
Let's make absolutely clear what's happening here. Real pain is being inflicted upon the American people because 44 Democrats in the Senate have voted for the 3rd time to reject the completely nonpartisan, completely clean, very simple 24-page continuing resolution that we passed in the House here 2 weeks ago. Now, why did we do that? For a refresher for everyone. We have been working very hard, this leadership team, to get Congress working again. Congress has not done the appropriations process appropriately for many years now. And so we have forced the muscle memory back. Our appropriators have done a great job in bipartisan fashion, by the way. And they've worked very hard and passed 12 separate appropriations bills through the committee as is supposed to be done.
However, only 3 of those measures have actually passed off the House and Senate floors. While there's still work to be done in the appropriations process, Senate Democrats have decided to try and negotiate within the context of a government shutdown as opposed to during regular government business hours, if you will.
Completely different. They have made a decision that they would rather give taxpayer-funded benefits to illegal aliens than to keep the doors open for the American people, to keep vital services, veteran services, healthcare and nutrition for women, infants, and children. They would rather not pay the troops and TSA agents and Border Patrol agents. They would rather stop services of FEMA in the middle of a hurricane season than to do the right thing for partisan political purposes. It is selfish, it is reprehensible, and it is exactly the opposite of what they have all said themselves in their own words very passionately.
The U.S. Senate has the day off, by the way, in observance of the Jewish holiday Yom Kippur. Senators are expected back at work tomorrow. That's a quick check of your headlines. As always, we appreciate you being here with us. We, of course, will continue to follow the very latest as it happens related to the government shutdown. For now, let's get you back to the Charlie Kirk Show.
Relentless in spirit. You're listening to The Charlie Kirk Show.
All right, welcome back to The Charlie Kirk Show. I'm Andrew Colvett, executive producer of this fine show. And Blake Neff is still here with me by my side, and we are now empty on that side of the desk. But we are not empty for having guests, because we have the great Senator Markwayne Mullin on the show from the state of Oklahoma, who I don't know if I think he pulled over on the side of the road to do this. This is fantastic. Senator, welcome to the show.
Yeah, I did. I'm actually right off an exit ramp, if you can't tell.
I love it. Well, God bless you for that. I just want the audience to know what kind of guy this is on the other end of this call here. And when everything went down, one of the first calls I got, and it was just so sincere and so sweet and kind, was this senator right here from the state of Oklahoma. So, and I saw you as well at the White House when JD was hosting the show and Vice President JD Vance was hosting the show. And you just came by to say hello and give us hugs and tell us you were with us. So God bless you, Senator, for that.
Thank you, man. I'm awfully proud of you all. I mean, very proud of you all. And it's just the love that you guys have for each other, the love you have for the country. It's just such a something you want to be part of. You gravitate to, right? It's a Christian value that you see in every walk of life that you say, I want some of that. I want to be part of that. I want to be part of that light. And so, thanks for letting me be part of it, brother.
Yeah, man. Well, listen, we've got your back. I know you got ours, and you've been an important voice though in this whole year legislatively. I mean, you've been acting as a liaison between the House and the Senate on the BBB, and you're working with the White House, and you've been getting messaging out. I wanted to bring a lawmaker in to talk about this shutdown, and it seems like the central debate here. You've got CNN saying, "Oh, it's not true." Democrats aren't fighting for health care and Medicare for illegals, or is it? Let me see, Medicaid eligibility for illegals. And you put out a tweet basically debunking this, that you're saying it is, and we're not going to budge on it. Tell us what the truth is, Senator.
It 100% is. And I'll actually read it for you once we get it pulled up here. In their CR, they strike subsection, and the subsection they strike is subsection 71109, alien Medicaid eligibility. They're striking it out specifically of the OBBB. Now, what they're saying, the sleight of hand that they're saying here is they're saying, well, we're not giving illegals. Well, what they're saying is that since we're not giving illegals, it's because Biden technically deemed them or gave them parole. And since he gave them parole, they're saying that they're not illegal. Well, they're 100% entered this country illegally. They should have never been paroled. Biden was paroling 98% of everybody, meaning the 20 million people that came across the border in the last 4 years. Biden paroled them without even looking at their status. And what OBBB did was cut the waste and fraud out of it and said we're not giving those individuals status of legal status to be eligible for Medicaid, which is why that says alien Medicaid eligibility. That's why that says that. And so when you look at their subsection, it completely strikes it. So they know exactly what they're doing. They're lying to the American people. And this is why and this is right here is why that they're saying they want the government open for 4 weeks for $1.5 trillion. It basically undoes all the waste and fraud we cut out of OBB because they reinstate it. And they want it done. They want to hold the American people hostage for 4 weeks. And that's not permanent open the government. That's just for 4 weeks. And put that in perspective. Well, we lost them.
No, I got you.
Oh, you got me? Okay, sorry. I can't see you guys so good. To put that in perspective, it's that's $600 billion above the NDAA, which is our National Defense Authorization Act. That's $600 billion above our defense budget. That's crazy.
That is actually insane. People don't understand how big of a line item healthcare is in our federal budget and how much of our insane debt is driven by healthcare spending. And so, I mean, so they lost this fight during the BBB, right? We ended up passing that, getting it accomplished. And our side, candidly, wanted even more cuts. And so here comes Democrats saying, oh, even the cuts you got, we're going to shut down the government for it. And so then you've got Trump, who's brilliantly trolling Hakeem Jeffries and Chuck Schumer with these pretty silly memes, which is we might have lost him right there. I don't know if you can hear me, Senator. You froze.
No.
He froze. I have a feeling we're going to get him back.
It is just in general so enraging where they pull this scam where, oh yeah, we're not giving healthcare to illegal immigrants because under the Biden administration, we used this scam to just make millions upon millions of people technically legal because we gave them all temporary protected status, which once your country's on temporary protected status, they never ever go off.
Well, and by the way, they gave up the goat during their own primary. And I can prove it to you.
Yeah, let's play it.
129.
Raise your hand if your government plan would provide coverage for undocumented immigrants.
And the plants in the audience are like, everybody clap, clap. And so then they start clapping.
I am a little grateful that like the peak insanity of, 2018 through 2022, basically 23 is going to be the gift that keeps on giving because thankfully we have cameras and the media is a lot more decentralized than it was even a few years ago. And they can't live down the fact that, they can say we don't want healthcare for illegals. Oh, then why did you all raise your hands to do it? And why did the entire audience applaud wildly?
Yeah. And by the way, even Jake Tapper, I will never, ever forget when Jake Tapper called Charlie an anti-Semite, but right during his RNC speech. I will never. I brought this up on the show when Charlie was alive. It burned deep in me then, and does it even just saying his name right now. But I will give credit where it's due. He called out Jeffrey sorta. It's weak, but he's calling out the hypocrisy of Hakeem Jeffries. Play cut 105.
How they characterize it is you want to give health insurance to undocumented immigrants. I understand that's not really an accurate depiction, but what it does do is...
It's a lie.
It's a lie, but what you support does bring back funding for emergency Medicaid to hospitals, some of which does pay for undocumented immigrants and people who don't have health insurance. And also there is this provision, and it's not about undocumented immigrants, it's about people with asylum seekers and people with temporary protected status, et cetera, but about their ability to get Medicaid. So they're non-citizens. Why even include that in a bill knowing that they're going to seize right upon that and use that to message?
All right, so we have Senator Markwayne Mullin back. So, Senator, Jake Tapper basically says, well, of course it's a lie. Of course what they're saying is a lie, but it's kind of true. So you can see Jake Tapper dancing around the issue a little bit, but even Jake Tapper is calling them on this garbage. Your reaction?
Well, Jake, I was on the show right before that, right before Jeffrey came on, and Jake actually agreed. He's like, "Yeah, you're accurate." So when he talked to me, he knew it was right. But here's something that people aren't even talking about: the $1.5 trillion that they're wanting to add back in it doesn't have anything to do with the funding for discretionary spending. The $1.5 trillion that they're wanting to put back in was out of reconciliation. Reconciliation only dealt with mandatory spending. So Medicaid and Medicare and Social Security isn't involved in the funding bill that we're fighting for right now that's currently shut down. It's the craziness is coming out of the Democrats right now by shutting down the government over something that doesn't have anything to do with the bill, then wanting $1.5 trillion. And then to understand that, Andrew, these same Democrats voted for this exact same bill, the exact same language a year ago to keep the government open. We did a CR to December. We did another CR, continuing resolution, so it's the same thing, in January before President Trump was in office. And then 10 of them, including Chuck Schumer, voted for this bill in March.
Yeah.
Nothing has changed.
Well, so
not one language, not one piece of language has changed.
Well, I'll tell you what's changed. Chuck Schumer took a lot of heat for that, and AOC is nipping at his heels, and everybody AOC saying this isn't
100%.
about me. Well, yeah, it kind of is about you, because let's be honest, Chuck Schumer's fighting for his political life here, and he wants to prove to the base that he's still got it. He's still one of the cool kids. He's going to get radical. Like his left flank. But here's what I love. The old Republican Party, Senator, would have completely botched and squandered this. This Republican Party is memeing Hakeem Jeffries into oblivion. And listen, he's calling it bigoted. Okay, well, it's a meme. It's a meme. And you are defending a lot of illegals that, as you mentioned, have just been labeled as legal, given parole, 98% of them. Well, we also know there was over 10 million, maybe it was as high as 15 million that came in, and all of them were seeking asylum. All of them were put into this status. So de facto, you are giving health care to illegals. But here's what I love. Now the administration is playing offense, and they're saying, hey, guess what? Russ Vought is going to go clear some dead wood while we got this shutdown going, because we're going to find out what agencies are really doing the bidding of the U.S. taxpayer. Play cut 130.
This problem. And look, we have $0 coming into the federal government right now because the Democrats shut it down. So what Russ Vought is working diligently on is examining how we can fix this mess to ensure that critical funding continues, that we can get people paid. But the Democrats are making that very difficult. And that's why the president put out a statement this morning saying that we're going to start looking across the board at layoffs and at agencies that we feel do not best serve the American taxpayer, that may need to be halted or permanently cut.
All right. So, Senator, if you're still there, there you are. What can be done? What can Russ Vought do at this point? We got about a minute left. Tell us what he can do.
Well, when the Democrats succeeded power, can you guys hear me just fine?
Yep.
When the Democrats succeeded power and gave it to President Trump to force the shutdown, President Trump essentially gets to go around and deem every employee essential or non-essential. Now, if you remember in 2017, 2018, and 2019, when we went in a shutdown because of Nancy Pelosi and Chuck Schumer, the president said, if you're not deemed essential, then you're fired, because government should only be hiring essential employees.
That's right.
So now that Russ Vought gets to go in and say you're essential or non-essential, we get to clear the fat out of these agencies. I want to point out something. During Biden's tenure, which was during COVID, and none of these employees were showing up for work, they grew most agencies at 100 and 150%. So to say we're going to cut 10% of the employee workforce by cutting the bloated federal government is nothing. It's easily done, and this can be done in a matter of weeks. So the longer the Schumer shutdown continues, because they could open the government in 5 minutes if they wanted to, and the longer it continues, the more fat we get a cut out of the federal government. So it's a win-win for the Republican Party either way.
Well, Senator, thank you for walking us through that and exposing the Democrat lie there, because it's just so blatant. It's so blatant, and it's so cynical. It's gross. And Senator, thank you for joining us. I know you made a pit stop just for this show, so God bless you for that. And thank you again for all of your amazing support for Charlie, for Turning Point.
Thanks, Andrew. I appreciate you. You all take care.
Thank you, sir. God bless you. We'll see him soon. I'm going to tell you about Legacy Box. It's been a proud sponsor of this show since 2021. They've stood by us that long, and we're grateful to continue supporting a community that values family and tradition. You know how we talk about protecting what really matters? Well, that's not just finances or politics. It's your family's memories, too. We all have those old VHS tapes, film reels, maybe boxes of photos sitting in a closet, but time isn't on our side. Time wears those things out. They fade, and before long, your childhood stories, your family memories, they're lost. Your grandparents, those things are gone. That's where Legacy Box comes in. Go to legacybox.com/legacy50 and receive 50% off. That's legacybox.com/legacy50. We'll be right back.
Welcome to Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Your quick look at the powerful stories of faith and freedom, inspiring audiences across the nation. Angel Studios presents.
I'm Bo Davidson with this Real America's Voice, Real Minute. It's fall, and that means America's favorite sport, football, is back. And Angel Studios has brought a brilliant and inspiring movie about a 59-year-old man who still wants to play the game.
Knock me down, I don't feel pain.
Mike, you're right, you always will be, but you can hit.
After nearly 4 decades, almost 60-year-old Mike Flint returns to his alma mater because he never finished his senior year due to being thrown out for fighting. Actor Michael Chiklis, whom you'll remember from the TV series The Shield, stars in this true story about a man who has unfinished business.
You better get out of my face, little man.
Get out of my face. Nothing matters if I can't be out there with my team.
He has a chance to redo his senior year.
Flint believes that we aren't defined by our successes, but by our regrets. And he says he's had a lot of them, as a teammate, as a husband, and as a dad. The senior reminds us that it's never too late to get in the game and turn things around. You can watch The Senior by going to angel.com/Rav and joining the Angel Guild, a community of like-minded viewers who want to see superb quality content. So get back in the game, relive your dreams, and head on over to angel.com/Rav.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
I'm a J6er, and I spent 3 months in jail and about a year in prison.
I spent 4 years.
Treatment from socialism saves lives. The Charlie Kirk Show is back.
All right, we're back here at the Charlie Kirk Show. We've got some old Charlie tweets that are worth throwing up because it's funny how much you can actually see Charlie's fingerprints on this current, the current genre.
He's left
of
his mark on
He left his mark. We are playing offense, just like Charlie always wanted us to. So you got Russ Vogt going in saying, we might permanently close some of these agencies.
Yeah, let's put up 280. This is just a tweet from 2019, so much younger Charlie, where we had the limited shutdown that we had with Trump, and he was saying we should use this shutdown as a chance to shrink government permanently. And he throws out a few things: privatize TSA, privatize air traffic controllers, abolish the IRS, remove non-essential workers. If they weren't essential, they shouldn't be there in the first place. Now, I don't know if Charlie would say the exact same thing today, but it shows the spirit of things that, okay, if you're having a government shutdown, you're having, the trench battle over what gets funded, but you should always see it as an opportunity to achieve long-term good.
Rahm Emanuel from Chicago. Charlie took that page right out of Rahm Emanuel's book. You never let a crisis go to waste. Never let a government shutdown go to waste, especially when it's their team that's forcing it. We're going to welcome back radio. Final segment of the day next. All right, welcome back to the show. Andrew Colvett here, executive producer of this fine show. Blake Neff and we might have Danny. Danny, you should come in for this. Come on in, Danny.
If he's there, because I know he was very excited. But I can start providing.
Yeah. So basically, we put this in the title of the show, and so I'm a little annoyed that we're just getting to it now. But basically, there is, if this ad gets up, an NYPD cop on sick leave snuck into the Ryder Cup in full tactical gear, claimed he was on Trump's security, and somehow so like you texted me this, and obviously we've lived through this like a terrible experience that we've all just lived through, and you texted me this and you go, they're going to get him killed.
Yeah, they did the same thing. I remember we were discussing this last year right before Trump got shot too.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
It's the same thing all over again.
Totally. I mean, and then so it wasn't just this though, Danny. This is egregious, by the way. Apparently this guy's on sick leave, but he's well enough to go sneak into the Ryder Cup in tactical gear.
Yeah, have full tactical gear, guns, everything. And he got through Secret Service by telling them, I'm just a part of the security team, which is like just the craziest thing.
Like, how does that, like, what the heck? And I will tell you, there is like a scary thing. We actually corrected this at you know, where we're at. Because, you know, you get these security guys and you're like, are they our security? Are they posing? So you got to have like markers to like indicate. You got to have these secret markers that you can look at and know who they are. But this is really terrifying. And I will tell you that when we were doing campaign stops with Trump, I remember there was a couple where I was like, this is not tight security.
Well, at one of the events last year, I believe it was the Believers event that Trump spoke at, I snuck in like a back door with a bunch of food for Charlie and somehow just like got in.
That's allegedly.
Yeah, allegedly.
Similar when we did our event in D.C. for the inauguration, there was like a big security thing to go through. And I to this day don't know exactly what happened, but I took some other staircase down and never went through security. And then I was in the event and I'm just not going to mention this to anybody.
Yeah, well, I've been told reliably that it's gotten a lot better. That said, there's some troubling indications that maybe it hasn't. So what else happened recently?
They also had, at his Virginia golf course, a guy got through with a Glock, and they didn't catch him. Trump wasn't there at the golf course. But
was it like a guy with a concealed carry permit?
Yeah, and so he got through somehow. And they didn't find it till afterwards. And then there was also a Secret Service agent at the UN that fell asleep with his gun, like, ready to go, fully loaded, and then left to go to the bathroom and left, like, there's a picture of it. We may have the B-roll of it. Yeah. The gun just sitting propped up against the chair, and he's just gone.
Oh, my goodness. Yeah, I mean, so, by the way, people are wondering who Danny is. Danny, Charlie loved you so much. You guys were so tight. And Charlie was just like, wherever Charlie was, you would be hanging around. You were helping him research topics, and you were just a real confidant for Charlie. Charlie loved your instincts on stuff. And so I love that you're telling us about the security stuff, because it's been a story. You've been like a dog with a bone on it. You're like, people are not tweeting about this enough. No. We're not talking about this enough. And I remember the UN story got some pub, because that was like, UNGA, as they call it. And the what exactly happened there again? It was like he was going down some escalators. The escalator
he's going up and then suddenly broke at the exact time that like he was going on it.
And they just left him there.
The Secret Service just froze and just
they had no idea what to do next.
Yeah, it was just absurd.
So he's just sitting duck. Yeah, here's the escalator, right? So Trump is always very careful on stairways. He doesn't want to trip. Oh, and it stops. Like I've never had that happen to me ever, and I've been on thousands of these things. How does that even happen? Like, were they trying to troll him?
Yeah, there was, I think, communications that they said that, like, UN staff was joking about doing that earlier in the week. And then it happened. So it's definitely purposeful.
I think it's disgusting that the UN is in New York.
I mean,
it's a compliment.
Devil's advocate. If it left New York, would you feel better if the UN was in Beijing?
No, but I think the UN's awful.
I think it is a flex that we have the UN.
It's a flex, but gosh, come on! Like, these people are just trolling
the
our
biggest
president.
Flex would be if we had it in New York and weren't members of the UN. That would be ideal.
Maybe that's the next stop. And by the way, we got to throw up 314. This B-roll. This is back to that NYPD cop who sneaks in. Do we know what happened to this guy?
They said he's on leave now.
That's on leave?
Yeah,
how about you're fired? Leave, Why do we always do this? Okay. I get it that they have unions, but when you endanger the life of the President of the United States, you don't deserve leave. You deserve to be fired immediately without pay or bennies. That's how I feel about it.
Well, Secret Service needs to say something too. Like, they haven't made a statement.
They need to be held accountable for this. Absolutely. Danny Phillip, the man, the myth, the legend. Welcome to the show. I'm glad we're going to start working in the team, because we all, like I said, we carry a piece of Charlie with us. And that's certainly true for Danny. Thank you so much, everybody. That was a fast show. We'll see you tomorrow with an AMA. You're not gonna want to miss it. There you go. Almost got it. Talk to you soon.
Welcome to Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Your quick look at the powerful stories of faith and freedom, inspiring audiences across the nation. Angel Studios presents.
I'm Bo Davidson with this Real America's Voice, Real Minute. It's fall, and that means America's favorite sport, football, is back. And Angel Studios has brought a brilliant and inspiring movie about a 59-year-old man who still wants to play the game.
Knock me down, I don't feel pain.
Mike, you're right, you always will be, but you can hit.
After nearly 4 decades, almost 60-year-old Mike Flint returns to his alma mater because he never finished his senior year due to being thrown out for fighting. Actor Michael Chiklis, whom you'll remember from the TV series The Shield, stars in this true story about a man who has unfinished business.
You better get out of my face, little man.
Get out of my face. Nothing matters if I can't be out there with my team.
He has a chance to redo his senior year.
Flint believes that we aren't defined by our successes, but by our regrets. And he says he's had a lot of them, as a teammate, as a husband, and as a dad. The senior reminds us that it's never too late to get in the game and turn things around. You can watch The Senior by going to angel.com/Rav and joining the Angel Guild, a community of like-minded viewers who want to see superb quality content. So get back in the game, relive your dreams, and head on over to angel.com/Rav.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
I'm a J6er, and I spent 3 months in jail and about a year in prison.
I spent 4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been smeared and defamed by the media, persecuted by the government, and treated like terrorists.
In reality, J6ers are patriotic men and women, mothers, fathers, sisters, and brothers from all walks of life.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
And we need your help.
For just $10 or more, you're helping these patriots get mental, physical, and spiritual help.
Please scan the QR code or go to j6support.com to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Thank you for being a patriot. Thank you for standing in the gap.
My name is Sandy Zeiss. Rav is the greatest for me because I live alone, and when I'm watching in the morning, have my coffee, I feel like I'm talking with family.
This is what happens when the fourth turning meets fifth generation warfare.
A commentator, international social media sensation, and former Navy intelligence veteran.
This is Human Events with your host, Jack Posobiec.
Christ is king.
The Trump administration is putting on hold billions of dollars of funding for infrastructure projects in New York City. In a social media post, White House Budget Director Russell Vought wrote that he would be pausing $18 billion in funding for infrastructure projects to ensure that money was not flowing based on unconstitutional DEI principles.
In Chicago, Operation Midway Blitz is in full swing. Hundreds of federal agents stormed an apartment complex earlier today in a multi-agency raid, and they arrested more than a dozen people. Authorities say they were targeting members of the vicious Tren de Aragua gang.
This stunt has nothing to do with public safety. This is about politics, money, and power.
they're not targeting violent criminals or gang members. They're arresting tamale vendors.
We will liberate this city from the criminal element that has plagued it for generations. This is not just a strategy shift. This is an attitude shift. We are not going to live in an environment anywhere where there is a street that belongs to a criminal, where there is a neighborhood that belongs to a gang, where there is any physical space anywhere that belongs to anyone other than the law-abiding citizens and families of Memphis. The idea that there is a square inch of block in this city where a citizen doesn't feel safe is unacceptable.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, welcome aboard today's edition of Human Events Daily. Today is October 2nd, 2025, Anno Domini. We are here live in the Charlie Kirk studio, Phoenix, Arizona. And we are here with Andrew Colvett and Blake Neff. What's up, guys?
Hey.
So,
thanks for having us. It's my second time on your show.
Yeah, I mean, you were okay. You know, we got some good audience feedback. It was mixed. To be fair, it was mixed. But you know, it was. It's
about my ceiling.
It was about your ceiling, yeah. and I said, you know what though, this might be something where we can get you in and get you on, because yesterday we got the incredible news, something that we've been banging on Thought Crime and Human Events and the Charlie Kirk Show, was the ADL. And Charlie had this great tweet up, not even that long ago, where he said the ADL is number one and the SPLC is number two in terms of the purveyors of hate in America.
Yep. This is the tweet. And
You got it there.
You want to be a big hate group? Just call yourself an anti-hate group.
We're the anti-bad guy squad.
People? Do you want to defame people? Call yourself the Anti-Defamation League.
So here I'm getting the tweet for the team.
So the ADL, the FBI has severed their relationship with them.
Yeah.
Elon Musk is going hardcore on them, trying to push back on all of their government contracts, which we see are all over various levels of government. And today online, people have just started blasting the SPLC because we're saying, guys, and specifically because, by the way, it started with the ADL's attack on Turning Point USA.
Well, and Christians.
And Christian identity. And the SPLC does the same thing.
Christian Identity one specifically was an actual group that I think called itself Christian Identity that was like weird stuff. But they were bad in a million other ways, including smearing us.
But by the way, it doesn't even change the reality that they were anti-Christian, or they are anti-Christian. I mean,
precisely.
They don't, at least Christian values. So here's the tweet. They have our team should have it. So throw this up when you can get it, guys. This is from September 1st, 2023. Charlie says, whatever it was in the past, today the ADL is a hate group that dons a religious mask to justify stoking hatred of the left's enemies. I believe in the First Amendment and free speech as a principle, regardless of what the law says. I don't want to ban anyone's speech. But the ADL has no place extorting X, Twitter, or any other social media companies, nor should it dictate to federal law enforcement agencies what hate speech is. The ADL itself is America's #1 purveyor of hate speech, parentheses, and the SPLC is number 2.
So the great Perry Abbasi, Pericles of Chicago, who is an alpha male married to a woman, then we congratulate him for that. He found that the day before September 10th, that on September 9th, the SPLC released their Hate Watch newsletter.
No way.
And I don't think anyone had realized this because, we don't follow them on a direct basis.
Dates. Yeah.
September 9th, they had an article attacking Charlie Kirk, literally one day before Utah Valley. And he was being targeted. This was a member of the Hard Right. And I'm trying to pull the exact tweet up, but they said they were going after him saying, this guy is against DEI and, he is a hate and extremist. And again, so we talk about the various rhetoric that Democrats use. These places are the sources of that rhetoric. And they'll say, oh, well, look at this study by the ADL. Look at this study by the SPLC. And then David Sachs would point out that if you search certain conservatives online, and I appreciate David pointing this out, that he said you search Stephen Miller, first thing that comes up is SPLC. You search Jack Posobiec, the first thing that comes up is SPLC. And in fact, last year, earlier this year, in May of this year, the SPLC added Turning Point USA to their 2024 hate map. And this is the thing with these types of hate organizations, the extremists that follow them. We know that the Family Research Council shooter was an SPLC follower. The Steve Scalise shooter was an SPLC follower. So they've been tied to multiple shootings in the past. And yet they continue to dox, they continue to make maps, they make lists with impunity.
Yeah, so they put us on their hate map as a hate group. What is it that the alleged shooter supposedly said, according to Utah authorities, in those messages? I had enough of his hatred. Some hate can't be negotiated out.
Specific, the almost verbatim the same words as the SPLC. We'll be right back. Human Events Daily continues.
Welcome to Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Your quick look at the powerful stories of faith and freedom, inspiring audiences across the nation. Angel Studios presents.
I'm Bo Davidson with this Real America's Voice, Real Minute. It's fall, and that means America's favorite sport, football, is back. And Angel Studios has brought a brilliant and inspiring movie about a 59-year-old man who still wants to play the game.
Knock me down, I don't feel pain.
Mike, you're right, you always will be, but you can hit.
After nearly 4 decades, almost 60-year-old Mike Flint returns to his alma mater because he never finished his senior year due to being thrown out for fighting. Actor Michael Chiklis, whom you'll remember from the TV series The Shield, stars in this true story about a man who has unfinished business.
You better get out of my face, little man.
Get out of my face. Nothing matters if I can't be out there with my team.
He has a chance to redo his senior year.
Flint believes that we aren't defined by our successes, but by our regrets. And he says he's had a lot of them, as a teammate, as a husband, and as a dad. The senior reminds us that it's never too late to get in the game and turn things around. You can watch The Senior by going to angel.com/Rav and joining the Angel Guild, a community of like-minded viewers who want to see superb quality content. So get back in the game, relive your dreams, and head on over to angel.com/Rav.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
I'm a J6er, and I spent 3 months in jail and about a year in prison.
I spent 4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been smeared and defamed by the media, persecuted by the government, and treated like terrorists.
In reality, J6ers are patriotic men and women, mothers, fathers, sisters, and brothers from all walks of life.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
And we need your help.
For just $10 or more, you're helping these patriots.
And our golden age has just begun.
This is Human Events with Jack Posobiec.
Now it's time for everyone to understand what America First truly means.
Welcome to the Second American Revolution.
All right, Jack Posobiec back live, Charlie Kirk Studio, Phoenix, Arizona, Human Events Daily. Folks, did you know that in the last 6 weeks, tens of millions of AT&T users had their name, address, and social security numbers leaked? Now, or did you know that the CCP is out there harvesting massive amounts of Americans' personal data to train their DeepSeek and other AI programs? Here's what's happening. When you are online, you're doing work, you're searching things, might just be interacting with your friends, you don't realize that you need digital camouflage. And unfortunately, we've all learned in the last few weeks that those of us in this industry also need to be careful with our personal information. Well, that's why I've partnered with our newest show sponsor, Patriot Protect. Patriot Protect will protect your personal data from the internet. Whether it's Google, Amazon, or Apple, your personal data will be wiped, so that when you go and use the internet, scammers and cyber criminals like the swatters who came after my family and my parents will not and cannot find your data. You need to take back your security and your privacy. Once Patriot Protect scans and scrubs your personal information, they'll continuously monitor, 24/7 monitoring and protection, your info online, so any instance of a possible data breach is eliminated. This is 24/7, 365 protection for the cost of keeping the porch lights on. The only thing that we know for sure, the only thing worse than getting hacked is knowing that you could have stopped it and didn't take action when you could have. So go to patriot-protect.com/POSO. Use promo code POSO for 15% off a yearly subscription. That's patriot-protect.com/POSO. Again, promo code POSO for a 15% off a yearly subscription. patriot-protect.com/POSO. Gentlemen, so I want to talk about what pressure points we have on the SPLC, because we do need to look at this in terms of action items. We know these are the bad guys. FBI, you need to drop the relationship. Cash, you did it with the ADL. SPLC is next. As Charlie said, they're number 2. Yes, the SPLC is literally number 2. Amazon Smile, their charity donation. Why are they partnering with an organization like this? And Andrew, you were just talking in the break about this massive endowment.
This is crazy.
That they have, that they're keeping like in the Caribbean.
Well, so they have they're headquartered in Alabama, and they call it the Poverty Palace, right? Because it's apparently this thing is just gaudy, over the top.
Oh, it's enormous. It's absolutely enormous.
And in Alabama, of all places. But
because anyway, that's where it all started.
Well, that's where it all started. And by the way, some of these formerly useful organizations have just become so corrupted and twisted over the years. But the SPLC's endowment was reported, get this, at approximately $822 million.
And that's
for fiscal year ending in 2024. That's nearly $1 billion endowment for the SPLC. And so Blake has brought up a good point that it's basically, it's a money grab scheme that targets boomers with like old school civil rights nonsense that has it's no longer relevant. It's no longer accurate.
It's direct mail. It's
direct mail. So they're fleecing old people, Blake. What's that? I mean, you've done some deep dive into this.
I think, do we have this ready? Because I want to read. Yeah. All right. So this was talked about in Charlie's book, Right Wing Revolution. I think that's kind of a good way to set it up and loop our friend into this.
No, I mean, Charlie was very clear that this was the number 2 organization.
So let's read this quote. For decades, the Southern Poverty Law Center has collected revenues well in excess of its spending. In 2022, it collected $140 million, spent just $110 million for a surplus of $30 million. It has, as of when he was writing this in 23, amassed a pool of assets totaling more than $700 million. Their lavish headquarters is nicknamed the Poverty Palace, but even other more principled liberals find the SPLC completely loathsome. In 1996, one of them called SPLC founder Morris Dees a fraud and a con man. In a 2019 piece, former staffer Bob Moser said the group was, quote, ripping off donors and was essentially a con. Well, the SPLC is headquartered in Montgomery, Alabama. And then he makes a reference to the NRA which is headquartered in New York State, got besieged by the New York AG's office. They had an entire division of the New York AG's office that was basically get the NRA. And, Bloomberg was very anti-gun. They had a whole operation. He funded this news outlet called The Trace, whose purpose was basically to just write about gun stuff so that over years you'd have this source that you could go to for anti-NRA stuff.
No, Blake, I just want to check on this. So that's New York. That's a blue state. Alabama, though, where the SPLC is headquartered, my political knowledge trivia, it's not so good. Is Alabama, is that a swing state? Is that a blue state? Where do they sit?
I mean, they did elect a Democrat senator in 2017,
briefly.
I believe.
Yeah.
So here's the thing.
Yeah, it's the red. No, I want to say this. It's the reddest of the red states, and the AG
might have it be.
they're right there on the Gulf of America.
Yeah.
Right there on the Gulf of America, the reddest of the red states, and the AG is sitting right there overseeing them. We saw what the AG has done in a state like Arizona. They've indicted Tyler, who is currently under indictment in his own state, the minute they got a blue AG by a couple of hundred votes.
Yeah, 230 votes.
Yeah, 230 votes. And the first thing they do is start indicting patriots, like our good friend. And we have these guys who are just very clearly I would say, based on the information that we have in Charlie Kirk's book, the information that came out before about the $30 million in the Caymans, that the great Tyler O'Neill over at Daily Signal, he's written entire books about these guys. You've got the predicate for an investigation into the SPLC for wire fraud.
Guess what?
And mail fraud.
Guess who's running for governor in Alabama?
Who dat?
It's a young man named Coach Tommy Tuberville.
Coach Tommy Tuberville, no way. I love that guy.
Coach is the kind of guy that will not abide nonsense. He will not put up with it. And so this is why local government, whether it's at the state level or at the city level, is so critically important. Yes, we won the national race with President Trump in the White House. God bless Charlie for all that he did to make that happen. But we have to take back red states. We have to take back blue states. Every single inch of this country has a crisis of leadership. And Florida's doing great. There's some bright spots. But to your point, Jack, we on the right need to learn how to exert and use the power that we have, and it shows the character of a conservative versus a progressive. A progressive is just hell-bent on being as creative as they can to corrupt the system and to leverage the system in all these twisted, gross ways to punish their enemies. Conservatives, we're not wired that way. But when you have, to your point, a very clear predicate that this organization is engaging in fraudulent behavior and fleecing donors and whatever, then go investigate that. Use the power that the people have given you that's in your lawful purview. And you know what? Take on the SPLC. Do it. Do it, Coach. We have your back.
Right, and that's
we'll
just
get elected first, but when you are elected, then do it.
Well, that's just at the local level, at the federal level as well. So if they're committing mail fraud, just the fact that it's in the mail, that makes it federal, and the fact that
what do they do with that money when you send it to them? They slander good people, good Christians, people that built this country, the kind of people that still hold the values that built this country. So it's infuriating to me that they're left to go untouched. And this is, I go back to Utah State. We had Governor Cox there, okay? People didn't like that. Well, Governor Cox had privately communicated with us that, Charlie maybe had some good points, okay, when he went after him back in the day.
I know the phone call you're talking about.
But this was an example, and this is, I think, where Governor Cox has, improved and evolved, to use the Obama-ism. But here's the thing. This was a red state, a very, very red state in Utah, where he was ceding ground to the left on issues of trans and women's sports and things like that. That time is done. If you are a conservative and you are weak or ineffectual about these very key issues, by the way, that are 70-30, 80-20, 90-10, then we have no business with you, and we will spit you out, and we will primary you, and we'll replace you with better candidates.
Is that a biblical reference, Andrew Colvett?
It's a little bit of a
if you're lukewarm,
yeah,
if you're lukewarm, you'll be spit out.
But I mean it, because we're sick of it.
100%.
And people are getting killed out here.
No, and this isn't the first time. So Floyd Lee Corkins back in 2012 was an attempted shooter, wanted to conduct a mass shooting at the Family Research Council in Washington, D.C. And he went and planned to enter the offices of the Family Research Council, who stood for traditional marriage, and he learned about them because of the SPLC's hate watch list. So what he did is he got his gun, he loaded it, he drove to Washington, D.C., but he didn't go to the Family Research Council first. You know what he did first? You know, Blake?
What did he do?
He went to Chick-fil-A. You know why he went to Chick-fil-A?
Because they were labeled by?
Because Chick-fil-A had been labeled, and the Family Research Council had been labeled, and his plan was to buy Chick-fil-A sandwiches, shoot everyone in the office, and then throw Chick-fil-A sandwiches on their dead bodies as they bled out. Now, thank God he was stopped by a good guy with a gun the minute that he tried to get in there. But he got all of that information, including the hate, the incitement, the smearing, and the location of their office from the SPLC. That's Floyd Lee Corkins. Then you had the Steve Scalise shooter, was an SPLC follower, and 4 months before Charlie Kirk was killed, Turning Point USA was added to the SPLC's hate list. And the day before Charlie Kirk was shot and killed, there was a newsletter from the SPLC targeting Charlie Kirk. Now, we don't know if the shooter was directly tied, so I'm not going to say that. But again, this is all out there. Everyone can see this. And we're coming up on
it creates an ecosystem.
It creates the ecosystem, a toxic, disgusting, sick ecosystem that gets people killed. Coming up on a break, right back, Jack Posobiec, Human Events Daily.
J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
I'm a J6er, and I spent 3 months in jail and about a year in prison.
I spent 4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been smeared and defamed by the media, persecuted by the government, and treated like terrorists.
In reality, J6ers are patriotic men and women, mothers, fathers, sisters, and brothers from all walks of life.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
And we need your help.
For just $10 or more, you're helping these patriots get mental, physical, and spiritual help.
Please scan the QR code or go to j6support.com to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Thank you for being a patriot. Thank you for standing in the gap. Now is the moment to put your brand in front of an engaged, loyal audience through Real America's Voice. When you advertise on Real America's Voice, you're not just running an ad, you're partnering with trusted voices like Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, and other influential hosts. Backed by millions of monthly listeners.
What's happening? Because of a Real Voice, man. I watch it all the time.
Real America's Voice rocks.
Real America's Voice gives sponsors the chance to put their product front and center, displayed on screen and highlighted by our anchors during exclusive segments and live events.
Head to freetrumpknife.com.
This means your brand becomes part of the conversation as it happens.
Secure your spot before it's too late.
Join us today and make your brand part of the news conversation that America's viewers trust. Real America's Voice, where your message is seen, heard, and remembered.
It's Stacy from Texas. I watch Real America's Voice because I need to learn, and I know I can get the truth through Rav. God bless everyone, and always love the children. Amen.
Hi, this is Chris from Wisconsin, and I love Real America's Voice because they have great news and a great chat family. God bless all of you.
Influencers. These are influencers, and they're friends of mine. Jack Sobeck. Where's Jack? Jack, he's done a great job.
That's it. Jack Sobeck, we're back live here, Charlie Kirk Studio, Phoenix, Arizona. I'm on with Blake Neff, producer for the Charlie Kirk Show. And we are exposing the SPLC. We are holding the SPLC accountable today, the same way we did with the ADL yesterday. Blake, I've got this list here of radical right extremists and, hate purveyors in America. And this, of course, comes from the SPLC. So let's see who's first on their list. Ben Carson. Dr. Ben Carson.
I mean, big hate monger.
I mean, you
saw him on stage at Charlie's Memorial.
The ranting, the raving.
It was just endless hatred.
The Heritage Foundation. Dennis Prager. PragerU, the Federalist Society, Franklin Graham, the Catholic Medical Association, the Alliance Defending Freedom, Focus on the Family, Family Research Council, which we just described, had a attempted mass shooting there, Religious Liberty Commission, Liberty Council, Pacific Justice Institute, Leadership Institute, the Ruth Institute, again and again, Texas Values, Florida Family Policy Council, the Homeschool Legal Defense Association, Moms for Liberty. I just know off the top of my head, I know they went after Moms for Liberty very hard. I believe it was last year. And this year, they had been targeting who? Turning Point USA. They've also gone after Matt Walsh, Michael Knowles, Daily Wire, those guys, again and again and again. And it's completely out of control. And they're sitting on $1 billion, which I'm sorry, this just has to be rampant fraud.
Oh, and, there's other stuff you could point to. And this is why it really galls me that, the Alabama AG's office never seemed to take too much notice of it. Totally forgotten now, but in 2019, there actually was a mini scandal with the SPLC. Their founder, Morris Dees, who I think has been married some extremely high number of times, 5, 6, maybe he's on 7 by now if he's still alive. And he got forced out.
He's like the Nick Cannon of the left.
Yeah, and he's the founder. He is the founder of this organization, and he gets forced out for like, they don't really say exactly what was going on, but it was rumored there was a staff revolt.
They called systemic culture of sexism and racism.
Oh man, at the SPLC sounds like a hate group.
Yeah, so this is actually an interesting part. That
I want to finish this real quick.
This all comes from the left.
It all came from the left, but to finish it, he gets booted out, and then this is what's great is the SPLC president Richard Cohen. He announces that they're bringing in Michelle Obama's former chief of staff Tina Chen to investigate this, do one of those like big law firm investigations of what really happened. Now, then Richard Cohen himself got the boot. And then as far as I know, this Chen report has never come out. What did come out is that Chen was the one. I'm not making this up. She made a phone call to the Chicago DA, Kim Foxx, just before she went and announced that she was going to not prosecute Jussie Smollett. For that.
Right.
So we have
which was obvious
shady chief of staff who was involved in letting someone get away with a crime, was brought in to investigate the SPLC, and that investigation has never materialized. There is so much shady behavior that has gone on here, and no one's done anything.
And this is what I want to say is that Current Affairs, which is like a communist outlet, actually put out this a whole thing about the SPLC's hate map and wrote, "The Southern Poverty Law Center is everything that's wrong with liberalism." It concluded that the hate map is, quote, outright fraud and, quote, a willful deception designed to scare older liberals into writing checks to the SPLC. And a former SPLC employee, Bob Moser, wrote, "It was hard for many of us not to feel like we'd become pawns in what was, in many respects, a highly profitable scam." And this also, by the way, when they went after Maajid Nawaz, my friend Maajid Nawaz in the UK, they found that the UK actually has something called real libel laws, and he sued and won a $3.3 million settlement with them, who they went after. They also had to walk back their statements on Ayaan Hirsi Ali, and they did actually publicly apologize to Dr. Ben Carson, but they included Ben Carson in an extremist file. These people are completely out of control, and they're sitting in one of the reddest states running a fraudulent scam, raking in $1 billion, and directly partnered with Google, directly partnered with YouTube, and in many cases partnered even with the FBI and members of law enforcement.
And they're so often used as this bogus source by the media. I'm looking at the same article.
Or in Senate confirmation hearings.
They would pop up all of the time. So like the New York Times would cite them all the time, where they would say, I'm looking right now at a New York Times article that was about the website VDARE, and it just throws in here, the Southern Poverty Law Center classifies VDARE as an anti-immigration hate website. Well, okay, so you're basically left-wing crazy group classifies this other group as evil hate group, and they just casually will do that all of the time. There was a Reuters article from 2019. It just throws in there that the number of hate crime groups rose 30% from 2014 to 2018, according to the Southern Poverty Law Center.
On the rise.
They were just allowed to entrench themselves as this supposedly neutral arbiter of what a hate group is, when they're not. They are a left-wing hate group.
By the way, I was digging on there, and I said, okay, well, let's do, remember we did the ADL, we were saying, let's see what they say about Antifa. And there's exactly one article on the SPLC's website where they mention Antifa, and it says, designated Antifa as a domestic terrorist organization is dangerous and threatens civil liberties. If I remember correctly, right after October 7th, the SPLC, not the SPLC main organization, but the Union of SPLC Workers actually took a vote and condemned Israel after the October 7th attacks, when they were going in and slaughtering families and little children in the settlements right outside of Gaza, and has never gone after these organizations. So they'll talk about, and again, Hamas, these actual terrorist organizations, and the SPLC will say, we'll just be either silent on them, or the union will say, they had it coming. They had it coming. It's insane.
It's disgusting what they've been able to get away with for so long, and you just have to entrench them as categorically not a credible group, not a group anyone is going to listen to. And then we should move on to, this is a group that is at best a shady grift, at worst something actually more sinister and criminal, and we should find out.
Charlie Andrew found, he said there's a Charlie tweet for everything, and right there, February 2023, the SPLC is a hate group. And unfortunately, there's far too many people who are still citing them. There's people on our side who will cite them or listen to them. Guys, it's done. We're coming for you. We're coming for all of it. The mail fraud, the wire fraud, the money in the Caymans, the lies, the scams. It's done. And any connection with law enforcement has to be cut off. And let's go to Amazon. Let's go to Jeff Bezos. I know Matt Gaetz mentioned this once to him when he had him in. Why do you allow a group like this into Amazon Smile? We are putting you on notice. Blake Neff, thank you so much for being here, brother.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
I'm a J6er, and I spent 3 months in jail and about a year in prison.
I spent 4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been smeared and defamed by the media, persecuted by the government, and treated like terrorists.
In reality, J6ers are patriotic men and women, mothers, fathers, sisters, and brothers from all walks of life.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
And we need your help.
For just $10 or more, you're helping these patriots get mental, physical, and spiritual help.
Please scan the QR code or go to j6support.com to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Thank you for being a patriot. Thank you for standing in the gap. Now is the moment to put your brand in front of an engaged, loyal audience through Real America's Voice. When you advertise on Real America's Voice, you're not just running an ad, you're partnering with trusted voices like Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, and other influential hosts. Backed by millions of monthly listeners.
What's happening? Because of a real voice, man. I watch it all the time.
Real America's Voice rocks.
Real America's Voice gives sponsors the chance to put their product front and center, displayed on screen and highlighted by our anchors during exclusive segments and live events.
Head to freetrumpknife.com.
This means your brand becomes part of the conversation as it happens.
Secure your spot before it's too late.
Join us today and make your brand part of the news conversation that America's viewers trust. Real America's Voice, where your message is seen, heard, and remembered.
It's Stacy from Texas. I watch Real America's Voice because I need to learn, and I know I can get the truth through Rav. God bless everyone, and always love the children. Amen.
Hi, this is Chris from Wisconsin, and I love Real America's Voice because you have great news and a great chat family. God bless all of you.
Where's Jack? Where is he? Jack, I want to see you. Great job, Jack. Thank you. What a job you do. You know, we have an incredible thing. We're always talking about the fake news and the bad, but we have guys, and these are the guys who should be getting Pulitzers.
All right, Jack Posobiec, we are back. Human Events Daily. We're here in Phoenix, Arizona, and we were in the Charlie Kirk studio. And, you know, it's been now 3 weeks since Charlie's murder. And, you know, we were talking in the previous segment about how the SPLC as well as the ADL had targeted Charlie in the days up to, you know, leading up to his death, put a turning point on the SPLC Hate Watch map, as well as targeting Charlie even the day before the shots rang out. And a man who I've only just gotten to know recently, but also knew Charlie for a long time, and spoke at the memorial with me, I think right after me, actually, and was there with Charlie that day, joins us now. It's Frank Turek. Frank, how are you?
Jack, like you, grief comes in waves. Some days I'm okay. Other days I don't even want to go on almost, you know? I mean, it's God can bring good from evil and is, but still that doesn't negate the fact that that was such a evil act in a terrible day. And it's just been difficult, but couldn't be more difficult than what's happening with Erica. And I just keep her in my prayers every day. I know you are too.
No, I certainly am. And, you know, every chance I get to see her or, you know, other family members, I just try to, I don't know, use humor, try to find some way to get them a smile or something like that, just to lighten the load a little bit, just give one moment of, you know, playing peekaboo or whatever it is. Not with Erica, but, and, you know, you did an incredible podcast, and I want you to tell people how to get the podcast where you tell the entire story of how you were there that day, because people have had so many questions about it, and I understand that. I've you know, I want to know what happened to Charlie too. You tell the entire story from soup to nuts, as we would have said in the Navy, like my fellow shipmate, that not only did you see what happened, you helped put Charlie's body in the back of that SUV, which was essentially commandeered, and rode with him to the hospital, and you shared just incredible details of having been there. Tell people and make sure they know where they can get that podcast.
Sure. Our website is crossexamined.org with a D on the end of it. But if they go to the YouTube channel, Cross-Examined, 2 words, they'll see it there. I think the title of it is called The Greatness of Charlie Kirk, an eyewitness account of his life and martyrdom. And I was there with Charlie because about 5 years ago, Jackie contacted me because he had seen that I was going to college campuses. I co-wrote a book called I Don't Have Enough Faith to Be an Atheist. So I go to campuses and been doing it for almost 20 years now, presenting the evidence for Christianity and answering a lot of questions. And I guess Charlie just liked some of my answers. And so he reached out 5 years ago, 5.5 years ago, and said, hey, your ministry has been very pivotal. And I want to learn from you, and, you know, can you kind of mentor me in this? And so he and I would get together. This past summer, we got together on 4 occasions in Phoenix for a couple of days each time, just so we could, you know, iron sharpens iron. I mean, you would think it would be difficult to mentor somebody smarter than you. Charlie's smarter than me, but it's not, because the only thing that surpassed Charlie's intellect was his humility. And I'm sure he did this with you too, Jack. Hey, well, how would you answer this better? Hey, what do you think about this? Right? He was always looking to improve himself.
Yeah, if anything, I would say, you know, when Charlie and I would do our our Thought Crime show, which today's Thursday, and we would have been, you know, hosting it today. We'll still do a show today. We have something special planned, actually. You know, if I could say anything, I was sort of Charlie's sparring partner, you know, and we would, we'd get up some issue like flag burning or, you know, whatever the hot button issue was going on. And, you know, I would try to take the most opposed side I could, and we would just go at it, right? You know, we would just be, you know, ripping into each other and, well, what about this? And what about this? And just back and forth. And it's like, you know, if he can do that, working, you know, you do your sparring, you do your training so that he's totally ready to go there on the college campus. And then boom, wait, I remember I heard that because, you know, that came up before, like train like you fight, like we used to say in the Navy. And I mean, it was absolutely incredible. And little did we know, you know, all that prep work that he did for this tour, and he only made it about 2 questions in.
That's right. He was ready to go and excited to go. And so I just tell the story. I was 25 feet off his right elbow, and for some reason people thought, oh, I was signaling the shooter. I was the guy in the white hat, you know, this stupid stuff that people put out on the internet. Like any shooter would need somebody to say, hey, that's Charlie Kirk over there, you know. If a shooter's looking through a scope, he can't see a guy 25 feet to his left anyway. Anyway.
Right. And people didn't realize that you were there because you were someone who'd been helping Charlie with the tour. You were helping him put it together. The content, the debates, that's what your role was, being there.
Yeah. And look, I was just fine tuning Charlie. He didn't need me as much as he thought he did. Charlie's brilliant. Right. But I was there. We spent the two previous days together, some parts of the 2 previous days, and he said, "Why don't you just come with me to the first event?" I said, "Sure." So we're driving in, we got some drone footage, and I said to him, Charlie, I don't like this place. There's too many buildings. And he just kind of shrugged it off because he's brave and he's not going to cancel anything. There's 6,000 people waiting for him, right? But I tell the whole story. We probably don't have time to do it here, but I thought about this for a long time, Jack. I always thought somebody was going to take a shot at Charlie at some point. And you and I both being Navy guys, you know that you always have emergency procedures in the Navy. And so I thought to myself, if Charlie's ever shot, what would I do? So I thought about it in advance. And since he was like a son to me, I was going to do everything I could to try and save him if I could. So I kind of forced my way into the back of the SUV. The security team was on him immediately, and I just ran with him, and they put him across the back seat, the same SUV we took in there. And I popped the back gate open and got over the back seat. So I'm just looking straight down at him, you know, foot away. And I won't go into detail because I don't want to give Eric any more pain, but we did everything we could to save him. But he wasn't looking at me. He was looking right past me into eternity. He was already with Jesus, Jack. And the thing Erica wants everybody to know, and we verified this later when we got to the hospital, was that Charlie died instantly. He probably didn't even know he had been hit, at least in his, you know, in his physical self. As soon as, you know, absent from the body, present with the Lord, says 2 Corinthians 5. And Paul says something similar in Philippians. As soon as you are, if you're a believer, as soon as you expire, you're with the Lord. And that's where Charlie was. And so I go into a lot more detail in that podcast. Again, it's called The Greatness of Charlie Kirk, an eyewitness account of his life and martyrdom. It's on our YouTube channel, Cross-Examined, 2 words.
What was, I mean, and that podcast, I mean, when you did it, I mean, you put the listener right in the back of that SUV with you, and you talk about the one thing that I did that is always going to stick with me is that when you got to the hospital, and you and I think you were there with Mikey and Danny, and they told you to change your clothes, and they gave you scrubs.
Yeah, we had to change our clothes for obvious reasons. So, you know, we had Justin driving, Dan's in the front with the GPS on his phone.
Right.
Brian's to my right at Charlie's feet. And Charlie was 6'4", as you know. Sorry, is 6'4". He's still 6'4".
That's right.
And we couldn't close the door because he was so tall. So we drove 4 miles, yanking and banking, to the hospital with the door open. To this day, I don't know how Brian stayed in the car. But, you know, he's administering first aid. Rick has basically Charlie's head on my left, administering first aid. And I'm over the back seat looking down at Charlie, trying to do CPR. And, I mean, it seemed like it took forever to get there. I mean, we're on our way there, and the ambulance is coming opposite us. And there was chatter in the car. Should we stop? No, just keep going. And later the doctor said that was the right thing to do. Yeah. Even though he...
I mean, not that... Yeah, I mean, you guys did what you did, the response, being there, and we're coming up on a quick break, but I don't hold you over, because I do want to talk about what has become of this, but I just want to commend you for being there for Charlie and doing what you did and trying.
Jack, if you were standing there, you'd have done exactly the same thing.
Your training, your training just kicks in.
Yeah, you couldn't say,
and you go for it.
Yeah, you do exactly. And anybody that loved Charlie would do exactly the same thing. Right? It's nothing heroic. Going to the hospital with him? Come on. We'd all do that.
What he did was heroic. And
that's right.
To record that and tell the story publicly, it must have been incredibly hard. And so I wanted to say thank you, Frank, for doing that. We'll be right back here, Human Events Daily. Jack Posobiec, Frank Turek, talking about our dear friend, Charlie Kirk. We'll be right back. Real America's Voice.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
I'm a J6er, and I spent 3 months in jail and about a year in prison.
I spent 4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been smeared and defamed by the media, persecuted by the government, and treated like terrorists.
In reality, J6ers are patriotic men and women, mothers, fathers, sisters, and brothers from all walks of life.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
And we need your help.
For just $10 or more, you're helping these patriots get mental, physical, and spiritual help.
Please scan the QR code or go to j6support.com to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Thank you for being a patriot. Thank you for standing in the gap. Now is the moment to put your brand in front of an engaged, loyal audience through Real America's Voice. When you advertise on Real America's Voice, you're not just running an ad, you're partnering with trusted voices like Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, and other influential hosts. Backed by millions of monthly listeners.
What's happening? Because of a real voice, man. I watch it all the time.
Real America's Voice rocks.
Real America's Voice gives sponsors the chance to put their product front and center, displayed on screen and highlighted by our anchors during exclusive segments and live events.
Head to freetrumpknife.com.
This means your brand becomes part of the conversation as it happens.
Secure your spot before it's too late.
Join us today and make your brand part of the news conversation that America's viewers trust. Real America's Voice, where your message is seen, heard, and remembered.
It's Stacy from Texas. I watch Real America's Voice because I need to learn, and I know I can get the truth through Rav. God bless everyone, and always love the children. Amen.
Hi, this is Chris from Wisconsin, and I love Real America's Voice because you have great news and a great chat family. God bless all of you.
Jack is a great guy. He's written a fantastic book. Everybody's talking about it. Go get it. And he's been my friend right from the beginning of this whole beautiful event. And we're going to turn it around and make our country great again. Amen.
Jack Posobiec, we are back live here, Human Events Daily. We're on with Frank Turek, who was not just an eyewitness to the murder of our dear friend Charlie Kirk. He is someone who rode in the back of the SUV, did his best to try to render aid to Charlie after he had been shot. He put out an incredible podcast detailing this and telling the story in full, no breaks. Highly, highly encourage everyone to go and listen to that podcast. And Frank, so, you know, a little over a week after that event, you and I run into each other again, and we had done a show talking about talking about Brave books, kid books, about a week prior or so, and which I still love, by the way, and everyone should go check out Brave. Especially they have a streaming app now, so if you're going to cancel Netflix, you got to go get the Brave Plus, they're calling it, and
it's great,
the Kirk count. Oh, my kids love it.
Yeah.
And the memorial, and we end up at the memorial backstage together. Tell me about what you thought about the memorial, not just being up there, but what it has meant for America in the world in the wake of this heinous violence.
Well, Jack, as you saw, when you have everybody from the president on down talking about the gospel of Jesus Christ, talking about how Charlie is in heaven now, not because anything he did, not even because he died for his Savior, but because his Savior died for him. When that goes out to 100 million plus people and is still going out, people are still watching it. That's an amazing testimony and an amazing ripple. It's not just a ripple, it's a tsunami of good that has come out of this awful event. I don't know this for sure, Jack, but because I don't know the future, but it could turn out, not that this justifies anything, it could turn out that Charlie's influence will now be bigger than it ever was, even if he had lived. Because it was such, first of all, he was such an amazing man, and this was all caught on video, and people's hearts are broken. Your heart's broken. My heart's broken. But our hearts are now open to the truth. And look, I'm getting emails. I know you are too. I got an email from someone in Sweden the other day who's been an atheist 26 years. Now she's a Christian. Denmark, same thing. London, Australia, everywhere.
Yes.
People are coming to faith because of Charlie Kirk's life. And look, Jack, as you well know, everything we're doing here, while we all love America, America's temporary. It's not eternal. Heaven is eternal. Right. And by the way, that's one of the biggest differences between the Christian worldview and the Marxist worldview. In the Christian worldview, we believe the individual is eternal and the state is temporary. In the Marxist worldview, they think the state is eternal and the individual is temporary. That's why you can sacrifice the individual for the state. Yeah,
that's so perfect. And it is inherently anti-Christian because it denies the rights of the individual, denies the individuality of the human being. This is why when communism comes to power, when communism tries to ascend to power, what do? The very first group of people that they go after is always the Christians. They go after priests, they go after pastors, they go after people speaking on behalf of Christ in public squares. They go after religious women. And this is a pattern that has existed for hundreds of years that you can see over and over and over, from the French Revolution and Robespierre and the guillotine, all the way right through the Bolshevik Revolution, the Spanish Civil War. This is what they do every single time, is they target the Christians. And so it doesn't surprise me that I would say of all the emotions that I've had since Charlie's death, surprise has not been one of them. Not at all. Because this is what they always do.
Jack, did I tell you the text exchange that Charlie had with our mutual friend James Lindsay? Did I tell you this?
No, I'm not sure.
This is back in 2023. James, as you know, is agnostic. He texts Charlie. He goes, "Hey, I'm starting to believe in Satan because I thought about the 100 million people the communists killed in the last century. That's good evidence for Satan." And so Charlie texts back and he goes, "Well, if Satan, then God." And
if Satan, then God.
And then James goes, "That would follow." Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, evil does not disprove God. Evil actually shows God does exist, because there'd be no such thing as evil unless there was good, and there'd be no such thing as good unless God existed. And so if you're going to say that there's evil out there, you're presupposing a standard of good, which is God. So Satan and evil can't be the metaphysical grounding of reality, because evil is a lack in a good thing. It's not a thing in itself. Evil is like cancer. You know, if you take all the cancer out of a good body, you got a better body. If you take all the body out of the cancer, you got nothing. So the essence of reality is goodness, and goodness is God's nature. So Charlie was wise enough to turn the tables on James and say, "Hey, man, if you're believing in evil, you better believe in good, and good is what we mean by God's nature." So many people are starting to come to Christ because of evil, and Christianity is the answer to the problem of evil. If we had never sinned, there'd be no reason for Jesus to leave heaven, add humanity to his deity, and come to earth and pay for our sins, right? So
that's right.
Christianity is the answer to the problem of evil. That's right.
And right. If you believe in Satan, then you're a Christian. You just haven't realized it yet. I saw something on Twitter yesterday where, and I can't remember the name of the account, but it was so good. And it said, scientifically speaking, there's no scientific basis for cold. Cold is just the absence of heat. Darkness does not exist. Darkness is just the absence of light. And it then also follows that evil is, of course, the absence of good. And we are told in the Bible that hell is that complete separation from God. That you, and by the way, that you have removed yourself from God's love, and you have rejected God's grace. You have rejected God's message. And then through that, you have separated yourself completely.
Exactly. God's not going to force anybody into heaven against their will. You know, if you don't want Jesus now, you're not going to want him in eternity. And so God rightfully, as you just said, separates himself from the sinner who wants to be left alone. You want to be left alone, you're going to be alone. It's not going to be a pleasant place, but you're going to be alone because you don't want the grace that God provided for you by taking your sins upon himself on the cross.
And in Dante's Inferno, I've always found it interesting that when you go to the lowest circle of hell in Dante's Inferno, is very interesting because it's not hot, it's cold. right? So we hear about the flames and et cetera, but it's actually in Dante's Inferno, it's cold, it's frozen. And the lowest rung of hell is for traitors. So Brutus, a traitor to his king, Judas, a traitor to his Lord. And then, of course, at the very center of that pit is, of course, Satan himself, Lucifer, a traitor to God, and it's frozen, it's ice. And that's not usually the way we think of hell, and it's certainly not the traditional classic medieval depiction of hell. And of course, flames are used in the Bible as well, but it was very interesting to describe it that way because that's what it is, the separation from love. And we all know what that feels like when we lost Charlie, right? When we lost Charlie, we feel that. We feel that loss, that something is gone that should be there. And that, and I'm looking at his chair right now, it's right next to me. And that is that, I'm not going to say I was in love with the guy, but the brother,
you had a bromance
right?
going.
The brotherhood
you
that we
loved
all
him.
shared.
Yeah, you loved him. We all loved him. Come on, Jack.
I don't know. The Greeks have various words for the word love, so maybe one of those. I'll pick one of those. I don't know if it was agape, but it's one of them.
That's right.
Frank, thank you so much for joining us and just being here and sharing the story. It's an unbelievable tale. I thank you for doing it because the world needed to hear it. Tell people again where they can go to get this incredible podcast.
Yeah, go to our YouTube channel. That's the easiest place. 2 words, Cross-Examined, examined with a D, and you'll see it. It's just a couple weeks ago, right after the event. It's called The Greatness of Charlie Kirk, an eyewitness account of his life and martyrdom. And then there's a subsequent one about the memorial service we just did, too.
Check them all out. Frank Turek, you're a good man. Thank you for doing what you did. You're a Navy veteran, a shipmate. Hoo-yah. Ladies and gentlemen, as always, you have my permission to lay ashore.
Great news, America. Real America's Voice is now on YouTube.
We are the media now.
That means you can watch live, join the chat, and connect with fellow patriots in real time.
Share.
Your voice matters, and this is your chance to be part of the conversation shaping our nation.
God bless all of you.
So don't wait. Hit that subscribe button, turn on your notifications, and tune in to Real America's Voice on YouTube today. Through every storm, every moment of uncertainty,
everybody needs to pray for Charlie Kirk right now.
Rav has stood strong.
We're not going to tolerate this stuff anymore.
Turn that anger into motivation to save this nation.
When we move together, there is power.
The cries of this widow will echo like a battle cry.
This is more than news. It's a movement.
This revolution of people taking their countries back.
A turning point. A chance to be part of something greater than yourself. Scan the QR code and stand with Rav. The story isn't over, and neither is your part in it. Step in, be counted, be heard. Together, we are Rav.
We will achieve American greatness. And we are just getting started.
My name is TJ Ash from Carbonville, Utah. Real America's Voice lets me express my conservative views without censorship or edit.
This is Tim King, also known as USS Malik, and I love Real America's Voices for its like-minded program and the chat. Love you guys.
America's Voice Live.
And welcome to America's Voice Live. I'm Steve Gurley.
The pulse of the people.
We need somebody that's going to hear the people's voice.
The truth the mainstream won't touch.
This guy is, by definition, a globalist.
And the stories that matter.
Rav's own Ben Bergquam.
Right up over this hill, we got Armed Cartel. I see him.
Live.
Breaking news right now here on Real America's Voice.
Unfiltered.
These people are domestic terrorists.
And unapologetic.
We're here to take a stand for God and country. Does feel good, doesn't it?
America's Voice Live starts now.
Welcome to America's Voice Live. I'm Steve Gurley. It is Thursday, the 2nd of October. The year of our Lord is 2025. Let's get to the day's top stories. As always, thank you for spending time with us here on Real America's Voice today. We truly appreciate it. An assailant drove a car into people outside a synagogue Thursday in northern England and then began stabbing them. At least 2 are dead, several more wounded. A terrorist attack on a Jewish holiday known as Yom Kippur, the holiest day, by the way, of the Jewish calendar. Suspect neutralized. That means killed by police. They've declared a rampage as a terror attack. We'll have more. This is what happens when you allow anti-Semitism to run rampant inside your country. Thank goodness Donald Trump doesn't let that happen here also. With the Schumer shutdown in full effect, many employees of the federal government are not getting paid, all while lawmakers in Congress, well, they're collecting their paychecks. However, a movement is underway to dock lawmakers' pay if a shutdown occurs again in the future. I support that. How about you? Ralph Norman will be here to discuss, the congressman from South Carolina. And then later, in a bit of good news for the economy, new housing sales soaring to their highest level in 3 years, jumping 20% unexpectedly. That is good news. I'll bring on America's accountant, Dan Gertrude, to discuss that as well. All the details and updates coming your way today. But first, we start with this. As you know, the government is shut down, day 2. Thanks to the Democrat Party's insistence that illegal aliens get health care and honestly a lot more. A lot more. Other costly demands are on the list. Most of the Senate Democrats voted no on continuing this resolution because they refused to support it unless portions of the One Big Beautiful Bill were repealed. Portions that eliminated waste, fraud, and abuse in our health care systems being used by illegals, for example. It is yet another example of their America Last agenda. Here, by the way, is what Vice President J.D. Vance said in response.
Let's step back for a second, because I think it's important for the American people to realize that the far left faction of Senate Democrats shut down the government because we wouldn't give them hundreds of billions of dollars for health care benefits for illegal aliens. It's actually not even all Senate Democrats. I was really gratified to see that a few of the moderate Senate Democrats voted with Senate Republicans last night to keep the government open. This is basically Chuck Schumer. Chuck Schumer, he's worried he's going to get a primary challenge from AOC, and so he's shutting down the people's government to give in to sort of the left-wing coalition and their party, and it's craziness, and people are going to suffer because of it. I mean, people who benefit from low-income food programs are going to suffer because of this. If you're flying today, I hope, of course, you arrive safely and on time, but you may not arrive on time because the TSA and the air traffic controllers are not getting paid today. Our military is not getting paid today, starting today, and obviously the longer this drags on, the worse that it is for the American people.
Well, we'll see. We'll see how bad it is as they continue to cut government programs. Democrats are going to regret doing this. Yeah, it's correctly being called the Schumer shutdown because Chuck Schumer is who is at fault here because he cannot control the radical left wing of his party. That's a fact. Here's the thing. Democrats understand deep down that an America Last agenda is deeply unpopular with the majority of Americans, especially those that vote. And actually, 2/3 of Americans say that the Democrats in Congress should never have forced the federal government to shut down if their demands weren't met. That according to a national poll that came out from the Wall Street Journal and the New York Times here recently. But Democrats realized decades ago that importing millions of illegal immigrants and giving them free stuff could be the future of their party. The only path forward, in fact. The only path forward. But they feel the need to lie about what they're doing. And lucky for them, they've got the backing of the mainstream media who will clear the way for their lies if possible. Here, for example, is Senator Schumer. I'm with Joe Scarborough over at MSLSD. Listen.
We need to clear this up because this is the lie that Republicans are using to try to confuse their base, lie to their base, lie to the American people. Talk about the claim that Democrats are shutting down the government to give illegal immigrants health care benefits.
Yep, Joe, you are right on the money. It's a total, absolute effing lie. And why are they doing it? You talked about clicks and emotion. That's some of the reason. But I'll tell you the real reason. They're afraid of the truth.
The real reason, Chuck, is you're afraid of AOC. That's a fact. The grift is unbelievable. Let's look at the facts, shall we? On your screen, the Democrats' proposal for what they wanted in exchange for passing the continuing resolution. It demands a repeal of health subtitle changes. So what were those changes that they were referencing? Well, take a look. It's the alien Medicaid eligibility that they wanted repealed. The text from the One Big Beautiful Bill that clawed back funds used for illegal aliens and Medicaid, for example. Your tax dollars were being used on people who came here to this country illegally and then refused to leave. And Democrats want it to continue. So much so, in fact, that they're willing to shut down the government over it. And they're counting on the pundits to cover for them. And And while people like Speaker Mike Johnson have to try to set the record straight over and over again, it gets tiresome. Here he is with the ever-consistent Caitlin Collins, consistently left, that is. Here it is.
You're saying they want to give free health care to people who are in the United States illegally.
That is exactly what the effect will be.
But when I looked at it, there's a little nuance because they want to undo changes that y'all made, narrowing who is eligible to get that. Those are people who are refugee seekers, asylum seekers. They're not technically people who are here illegally, just cross the border.
No, this is exactly what will happen. And Maxine Waters admitted, I think, accidentally today on the House steps, they want to give health care to everybody.
But Maxine Waters is not in charge. She's not the one. She didn't write this proposal.
She's one of the senior leaders in the House. And everybody should Google it and read their counter proposal
yourself. But you see my point, right? You're making this argument that they want to just give health care to everyone who's here illegally. This is not for people who cross the border and don't have paperwork. These are people who have temporary protected status, right?
No, absolutely. What will happen if that counter proposal was enacted is illegal aliens would be paid for. American taxpayers, hard-earned dollars, would be paying for benefits for illegal aliens again. We're not doing that.
But it's against federal law for people who are here illegally to get
health and that's why our reforms are so important to enforce all that. What the important thing to remember is what's happening
I didn't see that the Democratic proposal that people who are here illegally should get health care.
No, because they don't have the level of specification that we had in our bill. It will unwind that, and all those things that the CBO just verified will be reversed. We can't afford to do that.
But you see my point that there's nuance in the argument that you're making, right?
No, that is a red herring in this debate.
It is a red herring, in fact, he's right about that. Maxine Waters, by the way, has been in the game so long that she's letting the mask slip along with her mind, even while she's mad at being held accountable for her views. Listen to this one.
So you're good with the government shutdown, even if it means giving health care to people who aren't American citizens?
Well, that's what you're pushing on. What you're trying to do is you're standing here and you're trying to make me say that somehow we're going to put non-citizens over Americans. Quit it. Stop it. This is the kind of journalism we don't need.
No, I'm just
you're divisive.
Questions.
No, you're not.
Yeah, no,
you're being divisive. No, please. You don't need to ask that question. You're just trying to get controversy here. You're not going to get it from me. We want to save health care for all people. Thank you.
You want an intelligent response? You're not getting it from me. Thank you, Maxine. We appreciate that. 61% of swing state voters said President Biden bears at least some responsibility for the migrant surge at the southern border. Obviously, it's a lot higher than that. Also, in those states, voters trust Trump more than they did Biden to handle immigration. Now, the Republicans up by 22 points, Donald Trump is. The America Last strategy is turning voters away. Here's a good example, by the way. Professor Alan Dershowitz, of course you know who he is, a lifelong Democrat who says, look, enough is enough. Go.
I'm going to be supporting the Republicans in the midterm election. I'm hoping that the Republicans maintain control both of the House and the Senate. The last thing I want is Chuck Schumer to be head of the Senate, or Liz Warren to be chairperson of a committee, or AOC to be chairperson of a committee. The Democrats have not only lost my votes, but they have made me an enemy, essentially, by how they've moved away from American values, Israeli values, and values of decency. So I'm not only no longer a Democrat, I'm not a Republican, but I am a very anti-Democrat. I'm against the Democratic Party. I will do anything to see Mamdani defeated.
An anti-Democrat? Well, that's new. I kind of like it. I hope more people come to their senses and join Professor Dershowitz. It's not hard to when Democrats make ridiculous decisions in the name of virtue signaling. Stupid, frankly. How about the now former Des Moines school superintendent Ian Roberts, right? An all-Democrat school board run, by the way, by Michelle Obama's former chief of staff picked this guy as their school superintendent last year, put him in charge of 30,000 kids, gave him a $300,000 salary, and then it turns out he was never in the country legally. He didn't have work authorization. And by the way, he's a criminal too. Overstaying his visa in 1999, was given a final notice of removal by an immigration judge in 2024, and previously charged with gun crimes. Wow. And when he was arrested last week, what did he have? A loaded Glock in his car. A fully illegal weapon in his hands as an illegal alien and as a convicted felon. Nice choice, Iowa. Nice work. But you know what's also troubling, just as troubling? Roberts last voted in Maryland, where he's been registered to vote since 2012. Last voted in Maryland, April 2025. This year. Neat trick. He's an illegal alien, not allowed to vote, and he was living, I assume, in Iowa, where he worked. This is a big problem. Big problem. Listen.
Well, they always say this never happens, and then it happens.
Delegate Matt Morgan says non-citizens voting in Maryland elections has long worried Republican lawmakers.
The state board election really never cleans its voter rolls. So there could be thousands of people on here. We have no idea.
Following a state audit in 2023, finding over 2,400 potentially deceased voters and more than 300 duplicate registrations on Maryland's voting rolls. In 2025, the DOJ requesting the state's voter registration data. Instead, Maryland's state administrator of elections writing back, demanding to first know, quote, whether the voter registration list would be used for enforcement of immigration laws against Maryland residents.
Why wouldn't you want to turn over the voter rolls for that? How is immigration enforcement using our voter rolls? I mean, obviously that means there's multiple people that are registered to vote.
So it's illegal for him to vote, but he did. Illegal for him to hold that job, but he did. Republicans have been warning about this sort of thing, this very thing that Democrats tell us, oh, it never happens. This doesn't happen. Yeah, just like we're not spending billions on health care for illegals, right? It's also illegal for an illegal to drive a commercial vehicle, and yet Oklahoma discovered that it's happening. In fact, all the time and all over the country because of blue state policies. Oklahoma Highway Patrol arrested 120 people for being in the country illegally during a 3-day operation on I-40. And not just that, 90 of those folks had CDLs, commercial driver's licenses from states like California, New York, Pennsylvania, Illinois. In fact, 1 in 4 of the people they pulled over in the country illegally. 1 in 4. And then the majority of those were driving 80,000-pound vehicles on roads with you and me. Don't we deserve to get home safe tonight? I mean, they don't know our laws, cannot read the road signs. You know, like what happened in Florida back in August, that horrible crash that killed all those people. It's no wonder the Democrats and their policies are losing support because they encourage asinine ideas like this. They say they don't, but then they encourage violence against ICE and DHS and label me a fascist for wanting to enforce immigration law. Right. Democrats will keep pushing unpopular positions if they think it gives them moral superiority, or if they think they can go on CNN and MSLSD and call us bigots and fascists and get no pushback. Well, it's despicable. It's wildly unpopular, and I hope that 100 million more Alan Dershowitz join the ranks of Americans who say, you know what, no. Enough really is enough. Coming up after the break, I'll continue the discussion on the Schumer shutdown. Has a nice ring to it, doesn't it? And a growing effort to dock lawmakers' pay when shutdowns do occur. Yeah, you want to shut down the government and make federal employees wait for their paychecks? Well, then, you don't get paid either. More on that coming up next.
Great news, America. Real America's Voice is now on YouTube.
We are the media now.
That means you can watch live, join the chat, and connect with fellow patriots in real time.
Share.
Your voice matters, and this is your chance to be part of the conversation shaping our nation.
God bless all of you.
So don't wait. Hit that subscribe button, turn on your notifications, and tune in to Real America's Voice on YouTube today. Through every storm, every moment of uncertainty,
everybody needs to pray for Charlie Kirk right now.
Rev has stood strong.
We're not going to tolerate this stuff anymore.
Turn that anger into motivation to save this nation.
When we move together, there is power.
The cries of this widow will echo like a battle cry.
This is more than news. It's a movement.
This revolution of people taking their countries back.
A turning point. A chance to be part of something greater than yourself. Scan the QR code and stand with Rev. The story isn't over, and neither is your part in it. Step in. Be counted. Be heard. Together, we are Rev.
We will achieve American greatness. And we are just getting started.
My name is T.J. Ash from Carbonville, Utah. Real America's Voice lets me express my conservative views without censorship or edit.
This is Tim King, also known as USS Malik, and I love Real America's Voices for its like-minded programming and the chat. Love you guys.
My name is Tina, and I'm in Dallas, Texas. I'm so grateful to be able to get my news from an organization like Real America's Voice, whose conservative values align with my own.
All but 3 Senate Democrats voted to shut the government down. They needed 5 more. You got to have 60 votes to avoid the filibuster, which, of course, would stop it anyway. The one guy that can't vote is Chuck Schumer. He can't vote for the government to stay open because AOC is going to eat his lunch. Yeah, Chuck and his fellow Democrats are more concerned about health care for illegals, all provided by you, of course, the American taxpayer. Also, it shows that Chuck and other Democrats, they don't care about the 2 million plus government employees who won't get a paycheck right now because of the shutdown. He gets paid either way. See a problem? Thankfully, efforts to rectify this problem are now in the works. Congressman Ralph Norman of South Carolina, our good friend here, has announced that he has reintroduced, I can't believe you had to go through this twice, he has reintroduced a proposal for a constitutional amendment to dock federal lawmakers' pay when shutdowns occur, providing an incentive, to do your job for Democrats and Republicans and all lawmakers to keep the government open. He's here to discuss it now. Congressman Ralph Norman, sir, nice to see you again.
Great to be with you, Steve.
It seems pretty commonsensical. If one person in government's not getting paid, we're going to pay our soldiers, we're going to pay our Border Patrol. But well, let me ask you this, sir, because I think I have an idea what many Americans say. Are you an essential worker or a non-essential worker, and should you get paid?
Yeah. I would make the argument that Congress is non-essential. I would make the argument that for every American who is listening to this, who's viewing, in the case of that plumber who doesn't go to work, does he get paid? In the case of that salon owner who is fixing hair, does she get paid if she doesn't go to work? It's pretty simple in the business community. And I think most Americans feel that way, and Congress should be no different. We ought to set the example instead of still getting our paycheck when hardworking Americans, military, police officers, first responders are not getting theirs. So it's pretty basic and pretty common sense to me.
It is pretty common sense. And look, this idea, and there's this argument back and forth, and I saw Speaker Johnson on a number of programs correcting the record over and over again. Well, illegals can't get paid, these benefits. They do. It's that part of fraud, the word fraud. When you have waste, fraud, and abuse, it's that big word in the middle. It's called fraud, folks. Billions of dollars are fraudulently sent out to illegals for a variety of government programs every year, not just health care, but other things. That's the bottom line here, is that we're trying to prevent this from happening by strengthening the rules and making sure the laws are tough enough to prevent it from happening and save the American taxpayer a lot of money, right?
Right, and the beauty of the DOGE Commission and what Elon Musk did was identify for Americans where their money was being wasted. And, when an illegal gets a government paycheck, basically money we don't have and that we're borrowing, that's wrong. The $1.5 trillion that the Democrats want to spend for the next 52 days, which amounts to $29 billion a day, is ludicrous. The president is doing the right thing to hold the line on this, and it's going to end up, it is a Schumer shutdown, but it's the entire Democrat Party shutdown for this country, which they own it lock, stock, and barrel.
They sure do. And the fact of the matter is, let's just cut to the chase here. Chuck Schumer could not vote against the shutdown because if he did, he was certain to get primaried by AOC, who, by the way, I think is going to primary him anyway. I don't think it matters. She's going to primary him anyway because she smells blood in the water. She's got a bunch of money coming in. Chuck Schumer's dancing like a puppet on the string of the far left. It's pretty obvious, isn't it?
Well, not only is it obvious, but, look at what he's actually doing. He's putting his self-interest, his reelection, his not wanting to have any type of an opponent above the American people. It's so self-serving, it's so egotistical, it's so the American people see it for what it is. And, he is what's wrong with politics. He's been in too long, but now he's crossed the threshold. And I hope, there's going to be some good to come out of this in the fact of, the rifts that we're going to be able to deem. And by the way, Russ Vought and Dan Bishop are doing a tremendous job. They're going to cut more needless regulations and needless things that should have been cut and deemed non-essential, and get it so they're permanently off the government payrolls.
Yeah, the Democrats may rue the day that they made this decision, but right now they seem pretty happy about it. Here's one of your soon-to-be former colleagues, Sri Tanadar of Michigan, celebrating the fact that, yes, we're going to shut the government down. Listen to this.
Returning back to Detroit this morning after the Republicans failed to show up in the U.S. House. We got to make sure Americans have the health care that they need. And if that means we got to shut this government down, so be it.
If we have to shut this government down, so be it. There it is, for people to say, well, they didn't do it intentionally. Yes, they did. Go ahead.
Yes, what he's saying is we want health care for illegals that came illegally in this country. We want to keep the bloated, the waste, fraud, and abuse that is the cancer in America today, keep it going. And that's the Democrat Party today. And we're seeing it in their candidates, we're seeing it in their policy, and we're seeing it front and center stage over what they're doing now. And the other thing, Steve, they don't know who they're dealing with Donald Trump. As he told Zelensky, they don't have the cards. And the Democrats don't have the cards with what they're doing. They think they do, but they don't. And they're dealing with a man who is going to ride them out and do the right thing, and it's right for America, and the Democrats will pay a price.
There you go. Before I let you go, of course, you're running for governor in South Carolina, for anybody who didn't know. I understand your campaign raised an impressive $1.3 million in the most recent quarter. That's a pretty good haul.
People are coming out of the woodwork, Steve, and I say that because we had over 1,000 people at my announcement on July 27th. In a short 40-some days, we've raised $800,000. And it's people are giving to this campaign. They know the conservatism that I've done in Washington and I'll do in South Carolina, and that's what they're thirsty for. So it's a great campaign, and so glad I'm doing it.
Yeah, South Carolina has become, as we've talked about before on this program, one of the hottest destinations for people to move. Not just to go on vacation, they do that, but to move and set up their homes there and their businesses there. So it needs stewardship. We wish you very well in that race. If people want to know about what you're doing, where do they find you?
Ralph Norman for governor.com.
There you have it. Congressman, maybe governor, nice to see you as always.
Thank you, Steve. I always enjoy it.
Appreciate it. Thank you very much. All right, after the break, I'll bring on America's accountant, Dan Giltrude, to discuss the housing markets as well as the markets in general, setting all-time records, especially during this government shutdown. You think the markets will go down? Nah, they're rocking.
Welcome to Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Your quick look at the powerful stories of faith and freedom, inspiring audiences across the nation. Angel Studios presents.
I'm Bo Davidson with your Real America's Voice, Real Minute. What was George Washington like before he became our nation's first president? The brand new film, Young Washington, tells the untold story of Washington's early life, his failures, and how that shaped his path to become the leader that would spawn America's independence. It's a bold, authentic story that is neither woke nor watered down, and it's directed by John Irwin, who brought the world I Can Only Imagine, American Underdog, and Jesus Revolution. Take a listen to Irwin talk about the project here.
First of all, it's an incredible story. It's a story that not many people know. What's interesting about George Washington is it wasn't his greatest victory that defined him as a young man. It was his greatest failure and how he responded to it that made him George Washington.
Everyone kind of knows George Washington as our first president, but few know how he actually got there. the defeats, the misfortune, the critical mistakes at Fort Necessity, dashing all of his hopes and dreams. He resigned his position and became an aide to a general, and in an unreal act of bravery, took fate into his own hands.
And Washington, in this act of bravery with strength that he didn't have, mounted a horse and charged towards the battlefield when everyone else was running away. He had 3 horses shot out from underneath him. He had 4 bullet holes, 2 in his jacket, 1 in his hat, and he just became George Washington in this moment on the field of battle.
The idea that there was a divine hand in Washington being saved that fateful day is a key theme of young Washington's tale. It's one part Pride and Prejudice and one part The Revenant. It's the story of how a man didn't let defeat define him, but instead took that defeat and turned it not only into his own fate, but the fate of this new nation. And the best part of all, it's a true story. Young Washington's release will be on July 4th of next year, which coincides with America's 250th birthday. You're going to want early access to this film, especially to get tickets for its opening day. And here's how you go do it. Go to angel.com/Rav and become a premium Angel Guild member, which will give you 2 free tickets to the movie. But in addition, that gives you access to every streaming show or
Don't worry about me. I'm just checking all the markets here. I do it every day, several times a day, usually. Checking the gold price, the silver price, what's going on in the markets. And the markets are rocking. Good news for the economy there. Plus, real estate improvements. New home sales surged to their highest level in 3.5 years, up 20%. More homes on the market, prices dropping, mortgage rates are stabilizing below 7% finally. And it looks to me like we could see a reduction again of 25 to 50 basis points before the end of October. We'll see if that's true. It would help the economy if it were. Joining me now, the founder of Geltrude and Company, America's accountant, Dan Geltrude. Dan, nice to see you here on the program. I'm looking at the numbers here, Dan. The Dow 46,560 and change, the S&P, all of them, the NASDAQ doing well. Gold, not quite going to break 4,000. It got close here. It's backed off just a touch here today. But, man, everything. Bitcoin's up today. Every place I look today, there's positive news. Where would I go wrong today?
Well, how about that? You know, if the markets are upset about a federal government shutdown, they have a funny way of showing it, don't they? I think when you look at what's happening here, the markets are figuring, look, this is just all political posturing. We have shutdown fatigue. And at some point in time, a deal will be struck. A lot of experts out there are predicting in about a 2-week time frame. And if you look at the last 5 times that the government has shut down, the markets have gone up. So clearly, the markets are not too upset at this point. I think as long as it's not a long, protracted shutdown, hey, the market's full steam ahead.
It is full steam ahead. Now, to be fair, ADP yesterday put out it's just a little pump the brakes moment here, Dan. ADP put out yesterday that their payroll numbers had dropped by 32,000 last month. ADP being a payroll company, so they know who's working and they work for other companies, for anybody who doesn't know. 32,000, it came down. Is that of concern to you?
Yeah, it is. And let me tell you what I think we're going to start seeing related to these job numbers. We are in the midst of an industrial revolution, and that industrial revolution relates to AI, artificial intelligence. And I think what we're seeing here is it's getting some traction. There are not as many jobs out there as there were because a lot of jobs are being replaced by AI. Now, the trick is, how are we going to take the workforce and have them evolve into different work responsibilities? But there's no question about the fact that, you know, the world is changing, not just in the United States, but globally. So there's going to be some challenges here, and it would be foolish not to recognize that's what's happening. So we got to keep our eyes on that one, Steve.
Well, you sure do. Here's the thing about, revolutions when it comes. People always say, well, my God, everybody's going to lose their job. Everybody's going to be unemployed. What usually happens, historically speaking, is that the new technology actually opens the door for more jobs, more higher paying jobs, more opportunities for everybody. That's the way it's always worked. We got rid of the horse and carriage. Henry Ford put other stuff on the road, as you all know. Let me ask you something, though. As America's accountant, Dan, speaking of people that get put out of business, if you have AI, do I still need my accountant? It's a serious question. I'm not picking on you. It's a serious question.
Well, and let me tell you, that's a question that I've been thinking about, right? So now, what happens with AI related to what happens with tax preparation and other things?
Right.
So what we're seeing here is that accountants are not going to be replaced, I believe. Accountants who don't use AI are going to be replaced. So the accounting profession has to learn how to evolve, just like you were making reference to. There will be new opportunities. So you take AI, you use the benefit of that to help your clients, right, minimize taxes legally. I mean, that's the name of the game.
Right.
So for those who are ready to evolve, whether it's in accounting or in other professions, that's what you need to do to be able to operate in what will become a new economy down the road.
Dan, good talking to you. I like an optimist, by the way. I appreciate the big smile on your face, like an optimist. Good stuff happening. And, you know, you got to call an audible sometimes and change the play. And that's a fact, and that's what you just said. Dan, thank you for being here.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. All right, good man. I realize there are many choices, by the way, when it comes to who you choose for your cell phone service, and there are new ones. You know, they pop up all the time. You see it. But here's the truth. There's only one that boldly stands in the gap for every American that believes that freedom is worth fighting for. That, of course, are my friends at Patriot Mobile. For more than 12 years now, Patriot Mobile has been on the front lines fighting for our God-given rights and freedoms while also providing exceptional nationwide cell phone service with access to all three of the main networks. They can do great things. Ask the hundreds of thousands of Americans who've already made the switch and are now supporting causes they believe in simply by joining Patriot Mobile. Switching's easier than ever. Activate in minutes from the comfort of your own home. Keep your number, keep your phone, or you could upgrade if you want. Patriot Mobile's all U.S.-based support team standing by to take care of you. Call 972-PATRIOT today or go to patriotmobile.com/RAB. Use the promo code RAB for a free month of service. That's patriotmobile.com/RAB or call 972-PATRIOT. Make the switch today. All right, coming up after the break, I'll check in with Real America's Voice correspondent Bo Davidson. He's currently in Orlando, Florida, attending the International Christian Visual Media Storytellers Conference. This could be interesting. It's sponsored by our friends at Angel Studios as well. We'll be right back.
Welcome to Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Your quick look at the powerful stories of faith and freedom, inspiring audiences across the nation. Angel Studios presents.
I'm Bo Davidson with your Real America's Voice, Real Minute. What was George Washington like before he became our nation's first president? The brand new film Young Washington tells the untold story of Washington's early life, his failures, and how that shaped his path to become the leader that would spawn America's independence. It's a bold, authentic story that is neither woke nor watered down, and it's directed by John Irwin, who brought the world I Can Only Imagine, American Underdog, and Jesus Revolution. Take a listen to Irwin talk about the project here.
First of all, it's an incredible story. It's a story that not many people know. What's interesting about George Washington is it wasn't his greatest victory that defined him as a young man. It was his greatest failure and how he responded to it that made him George Washington.
Everyone kind of knows George Washington as our first president, but few know how he actually got there. The defeats, the misfortune, the critical mistakes at Fort Necessity, dashing all of his hopes and dreams. He resigned his position and became an aide to a general, and in an unreal act of bravery, took fate into his own hands.
And Washington, in this act of bravery with strength that he didn't have, mounted a horse and charged towards the battlefield when everyone else was running away. He had 3 horses shot out from underneath him. He had 4 bullet holes, 2 in his jacket, 1 in his hat, and he just became George Washington in this moment on the field of battle.
The idea that there was a divine hand in Washington being saved that fateful day is a key theme of young Washington's tale. It's one part Pride and Prejudice and one part The Revenant. It's the story of how a man didn't let defeat define him, but instead took that defeat and turned it not only into his own fate, but the fate of this new nation. And the best part of all, it's a true story. Young Washington's release will be on July 4th of next year, which coincides with America's 250th birthday. You're going to want early access to this film, especially to get tickets for its opening day. And here's how you go do it. Go to angel.com/Rav and become a premium Angel Guild member, which will give you 2 free tickets to the movie. But in addition, that gives you access to every streaming show or.
Well, as you know, Hollywood's been I don't know the word. Maybe it's been a cesspool. That's a good word. Of liberalism and leftist ideology for decades. So much so that Christian filmmakers have found it hard to get Christian-based films to the American people. But when they do, man, they do great. That's all changing, mostly because of Angel Studios these days, a community-driven media company that creates and distributes uplifting and family-friendly entertainment, including films and shows with a focus on stories that amplify the light and not the darkness. And right now, they're sponsoring an event called the International Christian Visual Media Storytellers Conference. It's a collection of creators, filmmakers who make Christian content and submit that content for consideration. Thanks to Angel Studios, these creators and filmmakers have a fighting chance to get their stories out there for Americans and literally everybody around the world to enjoy. Here to discuss this, Real America's Voice correspondent, my friend Bo Davidson. Bo, nice to see you.
Good to see you too, Steve.
So you're at the conference. Tell us what it's all about. I mean, this is a big opportunity, and it comes at a time, by the way, and I bring this to your attention, when Elon Musk is saying, I need to have an alternative to Netflix. People have had all the Hollywood they can take, whether it's Angel Studios or Elon Musk or you and me, for that matter. Tell us about it.
Well, that's true, Steve. I mean, this is the International Christian Visual Media Storytellers Conference. People come here that create Christian content. And why do they do that? Well, as you aptly stated, Steve, because they need an alternative. Elon Musk and others have said we need an alternative. When you look at series like The Chosen and Sound of Freedom, who have basically upended the entire Hollywood model, you do have a choice now. And I'll tell you this, Steve, inside that conference right now are hundreds and hundreds of storytellers, people who want faith-based content because they need an alternative. They're sick of what they've seen in Hollywood. They're sick of transgender ideology and woke DEI in their products. And everybody here wants to get a piece of Angel because they know Angel has a guild that's just like the Television Academy. The difference is that 2 or 3 people can't say to you, oh, we don't want to make this project, or we do, because who knows what it is. It's a guild of over 1 million people, like-minded people, who want to see better content.
And they do. You know, how effective is Angel? Here's what I would tell you, folks. When Sound of Freedom came out, that was the most lied about film I've ever experienced in my life, because I was being told all of these things, and I go see the film. It is absolutely nothing as it was being portrayed on MSNBC or Chicken Noodle News or the New York Times or anywhere. The left-leaning media went crazy to attack that film. Well, it was a film about stopping human trafficking. It was a powerful film about stopping human trafficking, and the left just lied about it. I guess we're over the target.
Yeah, but consider this, Steve. Disney had that film. 20th Century Fox bought that film. They shelved it, so it was going nowhere. And so finally, the little studio that could, Angel Studios, comes out with it, with a completed project, and it blows out the box office records. Why? Because it's, one thing, a tremendously well-made film with Jim Caviezel and some excellent people in it, but it also called attention to an issue that nobody was talking about. Or if they were, it was only on the right. And so I was just talking to Kelly Shelton, who's the vice president of marketing of Angel. He said, we'd go do interviews, Steve, abroad, and the first question we'd be asked is all about attacking Tim Ballard, or attacking a particular investor in it that was accused of child abuse. Someone who gave $50, and it wasn't even a true story. So it goes to show you, they didn't care what the project was about or whether it was good or not. They just attacked it because, why? Because it gave gave rise to what's happening at the border.
Yeah, exactly right. Speaking of Disney, I just saw a story here today. This will give people a little bit of hope here today, too. Disney World, you're there in Orlando today for this deal. It's being called a ghost town. It has the lowest attendance since the height of COVID right now, does Disney World in Orlando. People have had it with all this woke nonsense. But before we get too far down the road here, I do have to say, I understand that one of the films being showcased has you in one of the roles. Can you tell me about this deal?
That's actually true. It is kind of an interesting confluence of events. It's called Mendel's Messiah. I don't know if you have a little clip there of it. I'm dressed up as our Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ. It's actually written by Messianic Jews who created this wonderful musical that's been off Broadway for 40 years, and they finally turned it into a film. It's one of the projects that's being showcased here for distribution. And it just goes to show you, this type of content is content, and I'm not even saying this because I'm in it. I'm just saying it's content people crave. And it's the retelling of the gospel in a way that hasn't really been done before, about a modern Jewish man who's wondering, why is my candy shop being vandalized with anti-Semitic graffiti? And he asks God, why is this happening to my people? And he gets to go back in time and see the life of Yeshua, of Jesus, happen before his very eyes. So this is the type of content that studios like Angel, Kingdom Story, Pinnacle Peak are wanting. And they're going to give it to the people, Steve, because the market is there.
It certainly is. And you get to see Bo, which is, priceless in a way, right? No, it's important work. I'm really proud, and I'm glad that Real America's Voice is partnering with Angel. I am. It's a great relationship to have with a group of people that are, like you said, the little can-do studio. Not so little anymore, getting a lot of momentum. Bo, thank you.
You got it. And go to angel.com/Rav for those guild memberships.
There you go. Angel.com/Rav. It's kind of fun, right? Don't go anywhere. America's Voice Live will continue after a moment.
Welcome to Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Your quick look at the powerful stories of faith and freedom, inspiring audiences across the nation. Angel Studios presents.
I'm Bo Davidson with your Real America's Voice, Real Minute. What was George Washington like before he became our nation's first president? The brand new film, Young Washington, tells the untold story of Washington's early life, his failures, and how that shaped his path to become the leader that would spawn America's independence. It's a bold, authentic story that is neither woke nor watered down, and it's directed by John Irwin, who brought the world I Can Only Imagine, American Underdog, and Jesus Revolution. Take a listen to Irwin talk about the project here.
First of all, it's an incredible story. It's a story that not many people know. What's interesting about George Washington is it wasn't his greatest victory that defined him as a young man. It was his greatest failure, and how he responded to it that made him George Washington.
Everyone kind of knows George Washington as our first president, but few know how he actually got there. The defeats, the misfortune, the critical mistakes at Fort Necessity, dashing all of his hopes and dreams. He resigned his position and became an aide to a general, and in an unreal act of bravery, took fate into his own hands.
And Washington, in this act of bravery with strength that he didn't have, mounted a horse and charged towards the battlefield when everyone else was running away. He had 3 horses shot out from underneath him. He had 4 bullet holes, 2 in his jacket, 1 in his hat, and he just became George Washington in this moment on the field of battle.
The idea that there was a divine hand in Washington being saved that fateful day is a key theme of young Washington's tale. It's one part Pride and Prejudice and one part The Revenant. It's the story of how a man didn't let defeat define him, but instead took that defeat and turned it not only into his own fate, but the fate of this new nation. And the best part of all, it's a true story. Young Washington's release will be on July 4th of next year, which coincides with America's 250th birthday. You're going to want early access to this film, especially to get tickets for its opening day. And here's how you go do it. Go to angel.com/Rav and become a premium Angel Guild member, which will give you 2 free tickets to the movie. But in addition, that gives you access to every streaming show or
With the government shutting down, no denying that Americans are looking for alternative means to currency in the event that the shutdown becomes prolonged. And one of the best ways to ensure you have a lifeline, even when events like this happens, is gold. And the folks at Birch Gold aim to give customers an accessible means to acquiring it. Join me now to discuss is precious metal specialist Philip Patrick. Philip, nice to see you again.
Good to see you as always, Steve.
We were just looking, it hasn't quite broken 4,000 because I think when it does, it's going to take another jump forward. That's just my guess. You're the expert. You've been watching this for a while. Gold has set how many all-time records in 2025 already?
It's over 35. It's like seemingly day on day on day new records. Gold now 40% for the year. Silver's close to 60% for the year. So they are moving, and I don't think they're going to slow down anytime soon, given everything that's happening, both domestically with the economy and globally.
You know, it's remarkable, and I'll stay with both metals. With silver, in 1980, Bunky Hunt cornered the market, for anybody who's old enough to remember. We could see numbers for silver that surpassed for the first time where it was pushed when the market was cornered in 1980. This is a remarkable market for metal.
It absolutely is. You mentioned the Hunt brothers. They drove it up. It was the biggest silver manipulation move in history in the 80s. They drove it up to $48. We're seeing, by the way, JP Morgan did something between 2011 and 2019 that I think a few of their traders got wrapped on the knuckles for. Now we're starting to see silver really move. And like you said, it's now breached those all-time highs of $48. And I think that's an important resistance point for silver to move forward. Let's not forget, silver is becoming more important. It's been used historically in electronics, in medical, but now solar technology, electric cars, AI chips, heavily reliant on it. So demand is increasing, and we're still consuming more silver annually in the US than we can mine. So fundamentals are looking really good for silver.
Yeah, massive amounts. But to store wealth, silver takes up a lot more space. Just to be physically, the logistics of silver are different than the logistics of gold. If you want to store wealth, it takes up a lot less room to put gold in your safe, real physical gold, so you can protect it and protect your wealth. That's really what people need to do here and to think about, right?
Oh, absolutely. Look, in an era of huge deficit spending, we've got borrowing costs increasing, even though the Fed are lowering rates. There are red flags everywhere, and I think a monetary hedge is key. Gold is that monetary hedge. It's also, as you rightly point out, far less cumbersome. I tell people you can put $1 million of gold in a shoebox. $1 million of silver is a small shoe store. So finding that balance, I think both good.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Now, I like to have some of both, but yeah, a small shoe store is pretty accurate. When they shut down the government like this, do they really save any money, or do they just end up paying it back later, and therefore it creates more problems down the road? How does it really work?
It's basically what you said. The best research I've seen from the Committee for a Responsible Federal Government say that shutdowns add costs. Obviously, they don't save because of planning overhead, lost fees, contractor premiums. Look at the last big one we had, 2018 to 2019. It was a 35-day shutdown. It was the longest ever. The CBO pegged losses in the billions of dollars. So it's a combination of higher costs and lower economic growth. And the latter's key. Uncertainty drags the economy as well. Goldman Sachs analysts projected that a government-wide shutdown reduces economic growth by about 15 basis points a day. So going back to that 2018-2019 shutdown, they estimated it took about 1% off GDP, which is significant. So look, the worst thing we can do at the moment is signal to creditors, we'll take your money, but we don't want to pay you back. That's the big concern. Credibility risk, I think, is the big issue for the United States today. It's partly why debt service is increasing in a climate of lower rates.
I sure hope Fort Knox is full, because that would help us a wee bit here in the country. Given all of this, what is the prudent move for people who want to protect themselves right now?
Look, you and I have been talking about it. You said it yourself. I think it's a case of having a store of wealth outside of the dollar. I am one of President Trump's biggest fans, as you know. He has got a tough job, and he is doing a great job. But it is a very tough job. What he inherited when it comes to money supply, debt, and deficits, no nation in world history has recovered from. So I think, like central banks around the world, we need to have a hedge in place. I think to have everything exposed to the dollar today, in the position we are in, creates a lot of risk. So I think it's just a case of hedging your exposure. Remember, gold goes up when the dollar goes down. There's a reason gold's moving 40% in a year. That's not what gold does historically. These are different times.
The dollar is weak, and therefore gold and silver soar. Philip Patrick, always appreciate it, sir. Thank you for being here.
Thank you, Steve.
All right, you can diversify your savings today and store of wealth by texting the word America to the number 989898. Claim your free information kit on gold today from my good friends at Birch Gold there. Text America to 989898. Claim your free information kit on gold. And when people say, is it too late? Did I miss the... Well, yeah, until it goes to 5,000 an ounce or 6,000 an ounce or who knows, right? After the break, we'll have a story that reminds us of just how wonderful America is. Plus, your answers to our America's Voice question of the day. Do you support docking lawmakers' pay during government shutdown? Why or why not?
Patriots, it's time to gear up. Real America's Voice has an entire lineup of merch made just for you.
We got some Rav fans out here.
We watch you every day.
From mugs that start your morning strong to hoodies, hats, t-shirts, pants, vests, flags, and so much more.
Yeah, I noticed it. I mean, that caught my eye big time.
Every piece lets you wear your pride loud and clear. This isn't just merch, it's a movement. When you shop Rav, you're showing the world you're proud to be part of the Real America's Voice family.
God bless Real America's Voice.
So don't wait. Scan the QR code right now or visit realamericasvoice.launchcart.store to shop today.
Thank you, Real America's Voice, for doing true journalism.
Stand tall, be bold, be proud. Represent your voice with Real America's Voice.
It's good to have a real news network out there, so I'm a big fan.
Use code RAVSWAG10 for 10% off.
Real America's Voice rocks.
Hi, my name is Tracy L. from Arizona. I don't stink around in the kitchen when it comes to the news. I watch Real America's Voice, which always serves accurate and reliable updates that are on point with their amazing hosts. So don't find yourself in a pickle by tuning into the fake news. Stick with Real America's Voice.
Hi, this is Chris from Wisconsin, and I love Real America's Voice because they have great news and a great chat family. God bless all of you.
Hello, all you Ravagers. I'm Billy Howell, your old buddy Carefree Largo from the chat, and I'm thrilled to be part of the Rav family. When I want to be heard, I use my Real America's Voice.
I'm Chris from Illinois, and we like to watch Real America's Voice in the War Room with Stephen K. Bannon for all the great guts. Everyone from Kerry Lake, the great Frank Gaffney, Trump coming before retribution. Makes America wonderful. We do this every day, as you know, to put a smile on your face, maybe some hope in your heart. We live in a great country, and I don't want you to forget it. So today's story comes to us from Peachtree City, Georgia, where a teenager stopped two German shepherds from attacking her neighbor with an unexpected tool. Clever. Christy Maxwell recounts that she had gone out to walk her dog and was approached by two German shepherds, giving it the benefit of the doubt. Maxwell assumed the two canines were just curious, but the reality of the aggression started to set in when they began circling her and her dog. That's when the heroine of our story, 17-year-old Sailor Ziegler, stepped in and says that instinct took over. She opened the trunk of her car, retrieved a makeup mirror to drive the dogs away. You see, ultimately, Ziegler was able to drive the dogs away and not only showed courage but adaptability when what she had was a mirror on hand. And stories like these remind us of what makes America wonderful by being innovative. Innovative. All right. Here is your question of the day. Do you support docking lawmakers' pay during government shutdowns? I think I could probably gauge the answers here, the why or why not part. Fuzzle writes, no work, no pay. I don't get paid if I don't work. Do you go to work and say, my name is Fuzzle? I know you don't. Urias. Yes, I would even go further. Stop all pay until they do the 12 appropriation bills and balance the budget. Well, they'll never get paid. Free Girl has this. Just dock the lawmakers who voted no. Well, you win as a team, you lose as a team. Dock them all. Peer pressure is an important thing. Joe Hogan, yes, it's their job to run the government. And if they can't, then they shouldn't get paid. We were talking about this earlier. If you're in a company, you're in the private sector, you don't do your job, are you getting a paycheck? No. You might be getting fired, right? I mean, come on. And S writes, yes, dock their pay. If they knew their paycheck stopped too, they may be more willing to find common ground instead of granting. I've always said, by the way, whatever they vote for in Congress should absolutely apply to them. They make some laws that don't apply to them on occasion. That's not acceptable. Anything that applies across the board to every citizen in this country. Mama Turbo. What's your name? My name is Mama Turbo. Okay, sure it is. Yes, Steve, absolutely dock their pay. And when their term is over, all pay and benefits should stop too. They need to work for our money. There are states in this country that only have the legislature every other year. Maybe that would work in Washington too. Every other year, the rest of the time just go away. Exquisite mind. Yes, dock their pay and put them on affordable health care with the rest of us. Yeah, you get the ACA. Stanley Gungrew. Yes, and in fact, I'm honestly curious as to why we need them anyhow. They don't do anything productive except line their pockets with our money. Truth to that. All right, we'll leave it there. Remember to follow me on all the social media platforms, all the normal places, X, Facebook, Truth, Instagram, wherever. That way you can get the question of the day and you can hear it right here. Don't forget to start your day with me either here on Real America's Voice. I kick it off at 6 in the morning. So if you're up and you got a cup of coffee like this one, well then, you can join and get your first bit of information from Real America's Voice, 6 a.m. every morning, the Steve Gruber Show. And if you want great news in the afternoon, well, you got Eric Bowling standing by. Red and ready. He is all rested, tanned, ready to go. There he is. Good-looking fellow, that Bowling.
Where'd he go? Hey, Wisconsin at Michigan on Saturday? Are you kidding me? This is going to be a great game. 17.5.
Yeah.
I'm laying the wood, as they say. I'm giving 17.5. I'm taking go blue. Let's go blue on Saturday. And by the way, I think it's a 52 over. I take the over. I take the over. And
I take the over on that.
And your Michigan Wolverines. Yeah, I'm loving that game.
Yeah,
that game.
I definitely take the over on that. Weather looks good for the day. I would not take the Tigers. What are we, about an hour into the game now? Game 3 with Cleveland. And it's been a tough year for baseball, but football's good. I don't. Are you a betting man, Bowling? Do you like to lay a little money here and there?
You don't even understand how much a betting man I am. I'm just all about I am all about that. And, speaking of kitty cats, your Detroit Lions are going to give 10 to Cincinnati. That's a lot of points in the NFL. I'm thinking about Cincinnati on that one. I'm just thinking about that one. No offense to your kitty cats.
Yeah, I just looked up the Tigers here. It's a best of 3. It's a 1-1 split in the best of 3. They're up by 1 run, right? Mm-hmm. But that's what they've done every game with Cleveland. They can't beat Cleveland. I don't know why. Makes me crazy. Anyhow.
The steak by the lake, isn't that what it's called? I think.
That's what they call it. Flats is a pretty cool place, though. The Flats right there in Lake Erie, great place, great restaurants, great bars, great atmosphere, great everything. So I'm going to give Cleveland, I'm going to give them a break here today on the program and say sorry to the folks in Ohio. Everybody except the Ohio State fans. Everybody else gets, and I'm sorry. So
I hope you're wearing one of those Wolverine helmets on Saturday for me, Stephen, in honor of my 17.5 points I'm giving to Wisconsin.
I'll get a picture of that thing on my head. Yeah, there you go.
Good day.
There you go.
Thank you, Mr. Gruber.
Right.
We'll see you manana.
Good to see you.
All right, folks. Thursday at 4 p.m. Markets close. Let's take a peek at how they went. By the way, another up day. It's been very, very strong markets across the board. Take a look. Dow Jones up 94. Probably the last trade I have 94 higher. Is that right? Yep. I get 90 higher now. S&P up 5. NASDAQ up 93. Those are good numbers. It keeps getting better. Keep going. Look at the oil market, down $1.10, right at 60.5. Get under 60. This is great news. You get under $60 a barrel for oil. That means gasoline pushes towards $2.50 a gallon. That's great for the household income, the household budgets. It's also great for prices of everything. Think about it. Everything is transported with oil in one way, shape, or another, whether it's a truck or an airplane, whatever. You need the hydrocarbons. With oil coming down, prices will come down. That's really, really good for Trump. Here's why. Trump, in the midterm elections, you want prices down, you want inflation not to be an issue that the Democrats can play with. We crushed Biden over Bidenomics and inflation last time. So oil down. Gold, another good day. Well, it's even down a little bit in gold, but nothing crazy. Still making new highs every day. And crypto. Bitcoin, look at that. 120,000, folks. This is a major Bitcoin move up. Ethereum also doing well across the board. CRO, every cryptocurrency looking very strong. At least the major cryptos looking very strong. All right, let's jump right in now. First guests. They live by 4 words: faith, family, fitness, and finance. They're helping those who need a second chance by teaching these principles using AI. I'm happy to have Julio Gonzalez, author of Why Billionaires Love the Tax Code, Follow the IRS's Lead to Build Wealth, and he's the founder and CEO of Engineered Tax Services. Julio's work with grants has helped our other guests right there, Charles Duke Tanner. Duke Tanner, the author of Duke's Got Life, Duke Got Life, A Boxer's Fight for Freedom and One Last Shot at Redemption. Welcome, both of you gentlemen. Julio, I'm going to start with you. Talk to us a little bit about what this collaboration is. I mean, a lot of people are going, oh, Julio and Duke, how did these two get together? I think it's a fascinating story. It's really, really inspirational as well. Julio, start with it.
You know, I was so fortunate, Eric, to meet Duke at an event right when he came out of prison. And, you know, when you come out of prison, the hardest thing to do is get a job, right, because of the criminal record. But I met him. I instantly fell in love with the guy. He's such an amazing father, such an amazing family man. And I asked Duke to come join me and help me with getting grants into communities, minority communities. And it's just been a perfect match. He's been an exemplary person, and he's bringing great grants and money to these badly needed communities, and he's doing a great job.
Yeah, and Julio's it's a pat in your back. You know, you're a tax guy. You know about taxes. This is your business, and you just want to give back, right? And live by those four words: faith, family, finance, et cetera. So you're trying to help the greater community. Yeah.
Exactly. I mean, you know, grants are one of those programs that most people don't apply for, except the big Fortune 500 companies. And we're trying to bring grant equality and bring it to small businesses and small communities to make sure that they have access to these amazing tax benefits and grant benefits, and ultimately, you know, build the GDP and build their communities through these grants to start their businesses and grow their businesses.
All right, Duke, tell us about it. Faith, family, fitness, and finance. How do you meet Julio?
By the grace of God, once again, I'm always giving my the Lord and Savior Jesus Christ all the praise and glory. Jack Brewer from the Jack Brewer Foundation had me speaking at Liberty University in front of all these CEOs or whatnot, and I got the chance to speak in front of Julio. And when I got done speaking, you know, he grabbed me afterwards and said, "Let me talk to you." And he said, "Hold your head up. You're supposed to be in this room. And you're going to get more people like yourself in these rooms." And like he said, that day from there forth, he been right by my side, by my family side. He watched me. He did his due diligence on me. And we've been working together ever since then.
Mm-hmm. Julio, you incorporate something interesting to me. I think AI is taking over the world. It's becoming, you know, you need to be AI literate to certainly survive and thrive going forward. Julio, tell us how AI plays into your core 4+ AI.
Yeah, I mean, this is amazing. So we're using this AI to identify characteristics of people in prison that are getting ready to come out, and identify people that can, what do they like, what they're passionate about. Let's find community for them. Let's find jobs for them. And this AI is doing a tremendous job of identifying how we can properly match these people coming out of prison. Hopefully, like, listen, I would take 100 Dukes all day long. And we got to give these people a chance at redemption And it's great when we can do that, identify what they're great at, and then bring them into the corporation world and really give them that first start again.
Mm-hmm. It's amazing, and I agree. Duke, you were on the show a couple of weeks ago telling us about your journey. Why don't we remind the folks very quickly about your journey and how Trump first commuted a sentence and then pardoned you. Tell us very quickly if you don't mind.
Oh, for sure. I was sentenced for a nonviolent drug crime in 2004. My first arrest in my life. I was 24 years old. I just had a 2-year-old son, and I was given a double life sentence. I lost all my appeals. I didn't get granted clemency by the Obama administration. But, I kept my faith. The Tools in the Core 4 which is a program that Adam Clausen, my partner, created, and I kind of remixed it in the institution that I was in. So I'm a part of that Core 4 without the AI piece, and it has been proven by Pepperdine University now since we've been out. But with us meeting Julio, we added the AI piece to it for the workforce development part, as well as to help the staff, because without we don't want to take away from the humans. But I lost all of my appeals, but that coaching, it strengthened in my faith, and I knew I had something to do. When I used to talk to my son, I said, I can't give up. So I started writing the White House every Sunday, and one of my letters got hold to Alice Marie Johnson. She gave it to Brooke Rollins. Brooke Rollins gave it to President Trump. I got clemency. I came home running and working. Julio gave me a job as a community developer with Engineer Tax Services, as well as I try to get all the grants to all the minority neighborhoods to where people that look like myself and with those small businesses. And therefore, we took off and we haven't looked back. And I think the president recognized that, because on May 28th, I get a call from the White House and I got a presidential pardon, and the president sent a message to say, hey, tell Duke Tanner he got his whole life back and he got the world ahead of him. And when I told Julio, he said, well, you got a job to do, so we got to hit these communities, and we got to uplift our people and give them from the bottom to bring them to the top. And that's what I've been doing, and that's what I'm going to dedicate the rest of my life to. That's
awesome.
What real impact is about.
That's just an inspiring story. Julio, Duke is amazing. He's awesome. There must be thousands, tens of thousands of people who are looking for a second chance, who are incarcerated right now, ready to get out and start a new life. Someone like you, with what you're doing here, gives them that chance. We probably need 100 Julios in this story. But how do you find you? How do folks find you? How do you find the potential candidates to be part of your Core 4 plus AI?
Yeah, listen, we're here in D.C. looking for those companies and those CEOs and getting the message out. And Jack Brewer's been helping us as well at finding these corporations, and it's wonderful. I think a lot of corporations are behind this program, want to help people and get prisoners to give them that first chance at redemption, like I said, coming out of prison. And so there's so many great patriots in this country, and it's just great to be here in D.C. talking to different patriots that own businesses that want to help a bunch of Dukes, like you said.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. Well, Julio, that book of yours, Why Billionaires Love the Tax Code, follow the IRS's lead to build wealth. It's really great what you're doing, real inspirational, as I said earlier. And wow, what a great story this is, folks. Julio Gonzalez and Duke Tanner, we appreciate both of you spending some time with us and keep us informed. Julio, I want to hear more of these stories. These are great inspirational stories. Give me chills. It's really, really great. Good talking to you, folks.
Appreciate it.
This guy's the GOAT, man. Y'all, everybody needs to thank guys to with these big companies to think like Julio, man. He's really amazing. He changed my life and my family life, and I want the world to know that I'm gonna make you proud of me, man. And I'm not gonna stop until we reach back to this whole world. And I just thank everybody for that. We got a lot of stuff coming to Engineer Tax Services.
There you go. Great, guys. Appreciate your time. Awesome stuff. Thank you.
Thank you.
All righty, folks. Everyone at RAV is excited to announce a new partnership with Angel Studios. You know them. Angel Studios, huge, massive. You can join the Angel Guild at angel.com/RAV. But for more, let's bring in RAV correspondent Bo Davidson, who's at the International Christian Visual Media Conference. Bo, tell us about the conference that you're at. What's it all about? And let's get into some of this Angel Studios and RAV's partnership, which is awesome. Tell us.
Yeah, you got it, Eric. You know, with your previous guest, I was inspired by the story, and I need to add another word. We had faith, family, fitness. How about faith, family, and film? Film, that's what we're talking about. Film, TV series, documentaries, inspirational stories, all at this conference, which is called the International Christian Visual Media Storytellers Conference, Eric. It's where storytellers, content creators, series creators all come to one spot to learn how to hone their craft. And also, if they have a finished product, which many of these folks actually do, how to find distribution for it. And one of the hubs that's been wonderful for this, as we all know, and you aptly stated, is Angel Studios. Everybody wants a piece of Angel. Why? Because Angel has entirely upended the Hollywood model. They took Sound of Freedom and The Chosen, this little tiny little studio out in Provo, Utah, and it has upended the entire model. And the best way they've done it, Eric, is by democratizing it, creating this Angel Guild where people can vote on what they want to see get made. And that's a critical component of what Angel does.
Interesting. So the Angel Studios is the sponsor of the conference that you're at, and they'll be screening a new movie called Zero AD. And I think Caviezel's in this film, right? He didn't play Jesus in one of the earlier films, right?
Yeah, Passion of the Christ, exactly. Big name, obviously. Big director, Alejandro Monteverde, who I'm going to be interviewing tomorrow. Kelly Shelton's going to be, of Angel, is going to be joining me tonight as I guest host Stenchfield. But just, it's amazing what they've done. I mean, you think about Sound of Freedom and the awareness that created, but also, Eric, the Attack campaign that came down on that film. It was pretty remarkable. But Angel is a studio that has really given life to storytellers. And I'll tell you this, too, something Kelly told me I didn't know. Major studios, Eric, are actually submitting their films, their old films, to the Angel Guild because they understand that there's this like-minded community group that build interest and trust into the film, and so they're now paying it forward. They're putting their own capital into the project because they want to see it succeed. So you now have you have about 1.5 million group of Angel Guild members who have a vested interest in seeing what gets made, and they'll go see it, and they'll pay for tickets for their friends to go see it. That's what's amazing about this model.
Bo, give us about a 1 minute rundown of how Real America's Voice has partnered with Angel Studios.
Sure. So this is what's really interesting. So Angel and Rav have partnered up where we want you guys to become members of the Angel Guild. Why? Because you want to see the same like-minded, great content. And how you do it is the following. Go to angel.com/Rav. And you'll see a little box where you can put your email address in. Put your email address there and find a way to join the Guild. And, of course, the reason why is you're going to get to see all this great Angel content. Zero AD, Testament, A Week Away, Miracle, a brand new docu-series about miracles that happen in people's lives. And I'll tell you, your previous guest, Duke, stories like his are exactly in the type of content that's happening on Angel Studios right now. So if you want to have a vested voice in what gets made and be able to do it at a lower price and be able to tell your friends and family and watch great content, you go to angel.com/Rav and sign up to become a Guild member, premium Guild member, as a result of Real America's Voice and our brand new partnership.
Yeah, do it, folks. Do it. Sign up, and you'll be a premium member, Real America's Voice, in conjunction with Angel Studios. Great partnership there. Bo Davidson, our Rav correspondent, thank you for bringing Angel Studios to us.
Thanks, Eric.
All righty, folks, we'll be back 2.5 minutes. You go through this near-death financial experience, so to speak, and yet here you are taking $500 million, $750 million bets on single condominiums. You still got the juice in your veins.
I mean, much like trading, it's about buyer sentiment, but different than trading. There's a physical asset in touch. Mm-hmm. And you can wake up in the morning, you can say, this building is not going in. This building is going to be here tomorrow.
Well, that's The Edge. That's episode 3. We're crushing. It's about 10,000 views already in just 2 weeks. Take a look. Here's where we go. YouTube, at Eric Bolling, The Edge. At Eric Bolling, The Edge on YouTube. Sign up. I'm watching. You guys crushed it yesterday. You did like 50 during the show yesterday. See if we can beat that. But this show is hot, folks. That guy's a billionaire real estate developer in Miami Beach. Amazing. Cars right up to your own apartment. Wild. 2.5 minutes, sorry.
Patriots, it's time to gear up. Real America's Voice has an entire lineup of merch made just for you.
We got some Rav fans out here.
We watch at you every day.
From mugs that start your morning strong to hoodies, hats, t-shirts, pants, vests, flags, and so much more.
Yeah, I noticed it. I mean, that caught my eye big time.
Every piece lets you wear your pride loud and clear. This isn't just merch, it's a movement. When you shop Rav, you're showing the world you're proud to be part of the Real America's Voice family.
God bless Real America's Voice.
So don't wait. Scan the QR code right now or visit realamericasvoice.launchcart.store to shop today.
Thank you, Real America's Voice, for doing true journalism.
Stand tall, be bold, be proud. Represent your voice with Real America's Voice.
It's good to have a real news network out there, so I'm a big fan.
Use code RAVSWAG10 for 10% off.
Real America's Voice rocks.
Hi, my name is Tracy L. from Arizona. I don't stink around in the kitchen when it comes to the news. I watch Real America's Voice, which always serves accurate and reliable updates that are on point with their amazing hosts. So don't find yourself in a pickle by tuning into the fake news. Stick with Real America's Voice.
Hi, this is Chris from Wisconsin, and I love Real America's Voice because they have great news and a great chat family. God bless all of you.
Hello, all you Ravagers. I'm Billy Howell, your old buddy Carefree Largo from the chat, and I'm thrilled to be part of the Rav family. When I want to be heard, I use my Real America's Voice.
Hi, I'm Chris from Illinois, and we like to watch Real America's Voice in the War Room with Stephen K. Bannon for all the great guests. Everyone from Kerry Lake, the great Frank Gaffney, Trump 24, Retribution.
Well, we knew it. We knew that another Trump presidency would send the Democrat Party, into a manic frenzy, but they really have lost the plot. Watch.
You deserve better. You deserve to be able to raise your family here, to be safe, to travel where you need to, free of costs and worry. You deserve someone who works as hard as you do, who thinks about you every second of the day. That's the kind of mayor I promise to be. New York, will you accept this rose?
Sorry you had to watch that. I had to, so you might as well. That's just the front runner in the New York City mayoral race, running a political ad during the Golden Bachelor, promising New Yorkers, the world, and everyone else listening, as long as they're okay with illegals wiping out all of their resources, he's their guy. And they're pinning their hopes on that guy to stick it to President Trump. This is the future hope of the Democrat Party. This entire shutdown fiasco has been really useful at doing one thing and one thing only, exposing even more of the Democrats' insanity and lies. They can't deny it all. They can try and deny, they can try and deny all they want. But as always, this is about Democrats caring more about illegals than about American citizens.
Yeah, and we want to just say it one more time. The administration is claiming this is about Democrats wanting to give health care to undocumented people. This is not true.
Not a single undocumented immigrant in this country gets a dime in federal taxpayer dollars for any part of comprehensive Medicaid coverage.
Except that's a filthy lie. Filthy lie. And at this point, even Jake Tapper at CNN is onto him.
You want to give health insurance to undocumented immigrants. I understand that's not really an accurate depiction, but what it does do is...
It's a lie.
It's a lie. But what you support does bring back funding for emergency Medicaid to hospitals, some of which does pay for undocumented immigrants and people who don't have health insurance. And also there is this provision, and it's not about undocumented immigrants, it's about people with asylum seekers and people with temporary protected status, et cetera, but about their ability to get Medicaid. So they're non-citizens, they're not undocumented, they're not illegal. Why even include that?
Yeah, hey, Hakeem, why even include that, fake Obama? Well, we We know why, and as always, follow the money or follow the votes in this case. But it used to be cool among top Democrats not to give benefits away to illegals.
As to illegal aliens, we agree with you that we do not think the comprehensive health care benefits should be extended to those who are undocumented workers and illegal aliens. We do not want to do anything to encourage more illegal immigration into this country. We know now that too many people come in for medical care as it is. We certainly don't want them having the same benefits that American citizens are entitled to have.
We need more proof. Hey, Ben, why don't you roll that soundbite of the 2020 election where the Democrat primary, where every Democrat raised his hands when asked, would you allow health care to be paying for illegals' health care, the American citizen paying for illegals' health care? Roll that one, Ben.
Raise your hand if your government plan would provide coverage for undocumented immigrants.
Well, in case you missed it, every single Democrat on that stage who wanted to be president raised their hands. Anyway, Hillary says it, 1994, everyone, that would be racist in this day and age, right? Dare I say fascist even, kind of reminds us something I heard in the 1930s Germany, fascism, right? Except it's not racist or fascist to prefer American citizens above anyone else. It's our money. It's taxpayer money. We get to choose who gets the healthcare, who gets the largesse. It's just called being an elected official protecting your constituents. And once upon a time, Democrats were on board with keeping illegal immigration under control. Now, it's hard to imagine a Democrat containing an iota of rational common sense, but look.
I think we should have strong border security. It doesn't make sense for us to allow hundreds of thousands of people coming through our borders without us knowing who they are. Oftentimes in very hazardous situations and unmonitored situations that could do us long-term damage.
Gotcha, Barack. But now Trump derangement syndrome certainly clouds all common sense and love for America on the left, at least. Bill Clinton's immigration policy was more aligned with President Trump's than any single Democrat today.
But in every place in this country are rightly disturbed by the large numbers of illegal aliens entering our country. The jobs they hold might otherwise be held by citizens or legal immigrants. The public service they use impose burdens on our taxpayers. That's why our administration has moved aggressively to secure our borders more by hiring a record number of new border guards, by deporting twice as many criminal aliens as ever before.
Sounds like Trump. That's unbelievable. Illegal aliens. How racist, Bill, and how racist, even tyrannical of you to deport these people. Except that it's not. Dare I say, what it is presidential. So why does it matter so much when President Trump says the same thing that Bill Clinton says, Hillary Clinton says, or else 17 Democrats raised their hand about just a couple of years ago? Or how about Joe Biden, the man who let 12 million illegals into the country, the man who oversaw the full-scale invasion of our southern border, our country through the southern border? Back in 2007, Biden was asked if he were president, would he allow sanctuary cities to exist?
Would you allow these cities to ignore the federal law regarding the reporting of illegal immigrants and, in fact, provide sanctuary to these immigrants?
This administration has been fundamentally derelict in not funding any of the requirements that are needed even to enforce the existing law.
So, Senator Biden, yes or no, would you allow the cities to ignore the federal law?
No.
Okay.
So what changed? Why is the leftist machine so against stopping illegal immigration, and why do they love handing out our benefits, the benefits we pay for, to them? Well, we know why. First, they need their voter base. It's tit for tat. Really, come and stay. We'll give you all this stuff. And then, of course, when you vote, and we're going to get you the right to vote next, guess who we're going to vote for, right? Democrats. Second, we all know that if President Trump does something, I don't know, even if it's he likes air, oxygen, they take the other side of it. Even if it was done by presidents before him, even if Barack Obama said the very same thing, well, now it's still wrong because Trump said it. It's just fine if Barry does it, but if Don does it, well, it's the act of a dictator, and he must be taken down, of course. Democrats are slimy, sneaky swamp creatures, and it used to be that Republicans cowered, allowing them their little spending wish list, deep state dealings, but that won't fly anymore, and they know it, and the insane, manic, hissy fits are quite something to behold. Right now, they're lying over and over and over again through their teeth, trying to prove that they're not obsessed with giving illegals health care. But this headline from 2019 tells a different story. Democrats want to offer health care to undocumented immigrants. Tell us more, CNN. But now they're fact-checking that fact, also illegal aliens in quotes. Tell me you're a de facto arm of the left wing without actually telling me. Just look at the headline. You can remove the quotes, CNN. It's okay. You'll be okay. The government actually recognizes them as illegal aliens. It's not bigoted or racist. It's a technical term. Look, these are the inconvenient facts. Joe Biden granted parole and asylum to millions of illegal aliens that unlocked legal status and access to health care benefits. But no longer allowing that, their little vote-getting plan becomes foiled. Again, it wasn't always the case. I leave you with shutdown Chucky Schumer.
People say, well, why can't you stop illegal immigrants or others from coming here? And the number one answer we give our constituents is when they come here, they can get jobs, get benefits against the law because of fraud.
Hey, Chucky Schumer, 1996 called, wants its senators who love America and Americans back. We'll be back. 2.5 minutes.
Welcome to Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Your quick look at the powerful stories of faith and freedom, inspiring audiences across the nation. Angel Studios presents.
I'm Bo Davidson with your Real America's Voice, Real Minute. At Camp Owigaway, a Christian summer camp filled with adventure and camaraderie, kids come together for experiences that challenge and inspire them. Between canoe races, campfires, and heartfelt conversations, they form deep friendships and uncover new layers of their faith and identity. Each day at camp offers opportunities for personal growth, connection, and unforgettable memories.
Come on, pick it up. Let's go. I can't be the only one pumped to go read a Bible in the middle of the woods for a week.
If you need a hand with packing, we're here to help.
Thank God.
A troubled teenager takes a leap of faith to attend Camp Owigaway in this series directed by Alan Powell, and a cast that stars Antonio Cipriano, David Koechner, Lee Ellen Baker, and Carlos Penavega. It has music from the same producers who created High School Musical and Camp Rock.
3, 2, 1.
Why am I here? It's the question we're all asking ourselves.
This action-packed fun series will have you asking, why am I here? And what is my purpose? The series streams exclusively on Angel Studios platform, so the best way to see this new series is by joining the Angel Guild, a community of over 1 million members that have a vested voice in what series and films get greenlit by Angel. This means that Owigaway was voted on by members of the Guild to move forward. So becoming a Guild member is like being a member of the Television Academy, and you'll get all the perks from the comfort of your own home. So head on over to angel.com/RAV to join the Guild and watch Owigaway today.
Through every storm, every moment of uncertainty,
everybody needs to pray for Charlie Kirk right now.
RAV has stood strong.
We're not going to tolerate this stuff anymore.
Turn that anger into motivation to save this nation.
When we move together, there is power.
The cries of this widow will echo like a battle cry.
All right, folks, my next guest says, don't try to work with the IRS by yourself. That's crazy. Tax Network USA has specialists that take the burden off your shoulders and stop the spiral before it gets worse. Here to tell us more, the spokesperson for Tax Network USA, Cameron Kinsey. Good to have you back, Cameron. Anything new going on in the tax code? I mean, it's always moving. And, I think folks really need to realize, don't try and do this. Don't do this at home. Don't try this at home. Is that what they say on TV?
Yes, exactly. Thank you so much for having me back on, Eric. It's really good to see you. Yes, don't try to do this alone. It's really important to have a professional service like Tax Network USA in your corner because, like I always say, it's like going into a courtroom without an attorney. And Tax Network USA is one of America's leading tax firms. We specialize in helping individuals and business owners really just take on the IRS, whether that's audits, back taxes, you're dealing with wage garnishments, unfiled returns. Our team is willing to help. And we have licensed CPAs, enrolled agents, experienced tax attorneys, and even, former IRS agents who know the tax code inside and out and know the loopholes, exactly how to help you. And so, we know how the IRS operates and how to push back effectively.
I think a lot of people, Cameron, get nervous. They get scared. They see that something was wrong, and they're so afraid of the IRS, they just kind of put it over there, pay it no mind. Not a good idea the way they rack up penalties, right?
Yeah, it's so unfortunate. You don't want to toss those letters in a drawer and hope it goes away, because truthfully, the IRS will count on people who are panicking in this situation or procrastinating. And that is, like you noted, how penalties will pile up. So it's important to get a team behind you who knows how to negotiate, knows how to reduce what you owe, and who will really just put a real plan in place. And that's really just what we do at Tax Network USA. You do have more options than you may think, but timing really is everything in this case.
Well, how does Tax Network USA get paid, right? You do this work, and do they take a percentage of what they save you?
Well, I think what also sets us apart, which we don't try to, add a financial strain to. We don't try to add an emotional strain to as well. We want to make this as easy as possible for you, because we are all on the same side here. We want to see less government enforcement. Fortunately, we have a president in office who has eliminated probably 25% of the IRS workforce that we saw under President Joe Biden. But there is a long way to go. And so we're willing to help those individuals no matter the presidential administration. And so there are payment plans available for our clients as well, just to make this as easy and to stress reduce.
And very quickly, what documentation should folks have? If they're going to call you guys, what should they have ready to expedite it?
Right. Well, you'll want to gather any recent tax returns, W-2s, 1099s, IRS letters that you may have received in the mail as well, Eric. Any financial records that you can provide for us as well that shows hardship, maybe like medical bills, proof of income loss. Don't worry if you don't have it all organized either. That is actually a part of what we do as well. Don't panic if you don't have it all gathered, because if documents are missing, our team can assist clients in obtaining those copies from the IRS or other sources as well. So our focus is really just building a case for you that puts you in the strongest position possible. That's
really, really good to know. That folks, if you lost your documents, you moved, who knows, if you lost in a fire or divorce, whatever, that you can just pick up the phone and call them, and if worst comes to worst, they can do the legwork and recreate or get some of those documents for you. Cameron Kinsey, Tax Network USA, always good to have you. Thank you for the information.
Yes, of course. Thanks, Eric.
All right, we'll see you soon. All right, our next guest was a journalist for more than 30 years, reporting from war-torn Iraq and Lebanon. She also worked with the U.S. Department of War to establish free media in Iraq. She's now running for Congress in Minnesota's 5th Congressional District, and guess who sits in that seat right now? That's right, the one, the only, America's most hateful Congressperson, Ilhan Omar. I'm happy to have Dalia Al-Akidi to join us today. Dalia, really good to have you on. Ilhan Omar, you would think it would be an easy win for someone to come in, pro-America type, to come in and beat Ilhan Omar, who has done so many things against America. She was literally on a stage, cameras rolling, saying that she worked for the people of Somalia. She worked for the people of Somalia. She said that, her words, not ours. And then she's gone on to be really rude about Charlie Kirk's passing death assassination. We're going to get to Charlie Kirk in a second. Here's how she views America and Americans.
For me, is I feel embarrassed for him, because in these attacks, what he does, and I think with the likes of Nancy Mace and whoever that Randy guy is, they expose themselves for how stupid they are. And that is embarrassing for us as a country, because these are people who are elected to positions of leadership. He's supposed to be the president of the United States, who's heading off to Europe to represent us. When he does, he's uneducated enough to understand that members of Congress can't be impeached. When you have Nancy and Randy saying, we're on it, we're going to impeach her, when they're saying they're going to deport me, knowing full well that you cannot deport an American citizen, what that displays for not just Americans, but folks on an international platform, is that our country is being led by idiots.
There's literally so much wrong with that woman and what she was saying right there. Dalia, I'll let you have the floor. Now tell us why you're running against Ilhan Omar.
Thank you, Eric, for having me. Let me highlight the word embarrassing. Ilhan Omar does not skip one day in which without embarrassing our nation and embarrassing Minnesota and our district. I'm running against her because I've seen the consequences of what Ilhan Omar is doing. The whole world has seen the consequences of the socialist narrative. Assassinations, hatred, division. It's time to stop her the American way. By the ballots, not thy bullets. And that's why I'm running, because America has to step up and say, enough is enough. Let's get rid of Ilhan Omar.
Okay, so very interestingly now, Dalia Al-Akidi, explain, are you of Middle Eastern descent? Because the reason why I ask this is because Ilhan Omar has said that she's representing the people of Somalia in America, which is reprehensible in itself, but she keeps getting reelected. She becomes more and more popular. She's rising to the, on the left and the Democrat side as one of the more popular Democrats, simply because she hates Trump and hates the other side so badly. Do you have a close relationship with the people in the 5th District in Minnesota?
First of all, let me tell you, I am running because I'm an American. I'm not running because I'm an Iraqi American. I'm not running because I'm a Muslim. I'm not running for all these because these don't matter. Identity politics should not be part of our system. However, yes, I've been talking to the people in my district. I've been working hard with the people of my district. Ilhan Omar does not even represent the moderate Democrats in her own district. And let me tell you one thing. We always say, oh, it's the Somalis, it's the Somalis. Actually, no, the Somalis are less than 10% in our district. What is happening and why Omar is in Congress is because of the white guilt. It's this socialist narrative. It's what the far left are pushing, making every white person feeling guilty. They make them feel guilty about who they are. They make them feel guilty for being patriots, for being Americans. So that's what I want to represent everyone in my district. I want to defend the young families. People here are paying the highest property tax in the U.S. Why? To feed the fraud, of 30 billion fraud industry? Why? To send our children to schools in which they could barely read and write? Why? To face crime every day? I'm running to make crime illegal again. I'm running to bring decency to our district. I'm running to bring decency to our country. And the most important thing is I'm running to defend all immigrants. I came to the United States back in 1993 legally, and I take my citizenship oath seriously. I pledge to defend the Constitution of the United States against all enemies, and I'm doing it right now. And I need the help of America to show Ilhan Omar who we are as Americans, regardless of where we came from or what we believe in. This is the country of freedom. So please, America, help me sign up. Go to my website, daliaforcongress.org, and let's put an end to that nonsense.
Nonsense indeed. She married her own brother to get him citizenship. We know that as fact. I just heard her husband, she and her husband made somewhere around between $30 and $40 million charging her campaign or the U.S. government for advisory services over the last few years. How is this woman even not incarcerated, let alone popular in the district?
Two reasons. Number one, the media doesn't cover what she does in Washington, D.C. That's quite well known. The liberal media in our district does not tell us or does not tell her constituents what she's doing in Washington, D.C. Number two is she's so good at playing the victim card. I am a victim. Yeah, I came to the United States because I was running from oppression. But America should know the truth. Ilhan Omar and her family didn't flee oppression. On the contrary, her father was one of the 4 generals who supported Mohammed Siad Barre, the most brutal dictatorship in Somalia in modern learn history. So that's why she came. She was raised by a socialist. So why do we expect her to love this country?
Well,
she wasn't raised this way.
We don't. But she's in frankly, Minnesota has gone deep blue. You have Tim Walz, the governor, who is one of the worst human beings, let alone governors in America, running. Have even heard Sharia? They're pushing Sharia law in certain parts of Minnesota. It's insane. Here's the other part that I think. If America had a backbone, we'd toss Ilhan Omar. Take a listen to how she characterized Charlie Kirk.
What I find jarring is that there are so many people willing to excuse the most reprehensible things that he said. But I am not going to sit here and be judged for not wanting to honor any legacy this man has left behind. That should be in the dustbin of history, and we should hopefully move on and forget the hate that he spewed every single day.
Thoughts on her as a human being?
She should be judged by her morals. She should be judged by her actions, and her actions are quite clear. Let me tell you what's happening in the United States and what's happening in the West. There's this alliance, which, by the way, Charlie Kirk have talked about it, but he was accused of being anti-Muslim and anti-immigrant. There's this very dangerous alliance between the socialists and between the political Islamism ideology. And this is very dangerous because that would blur the line between who is Muslim and who is Islamist. Islamist is an ideology that is spread by so many organizations that are front of the Muslim
Islamist is the fanatical form of being a Muslim, and and they want they believe anyone who doesn't believe is an infidel and should be eliminated from the earth. We're going to stay with you because I really hope you unseat this horrible human being. Dalia Al-Eqeidi, thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
We shall be back 2.5 minutes.
Welcome to Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Your quick look at the powerful stories of faith and freedom, inspiring audiences across the nation. Angel Studios presents.
I'm Bo Davidson with your Real America's Voice, Real Minute. At Camp Owigaway, a Christian summer camp filled with adventure and camaraderie, kids come together for experiences that challenge and inspire them. Between canoe races, campfires, and heartfelt conversations, they form deep friendships and uncover new layers of their faith and identity. Each day at camp offers opportunities for personal growth, connection, and unforgettable memories.
Come on, pick it up. Let's go. I can't be the only one pumped to go read a Bible in the middle of the woods for a week.
If you need a hand with packing, we're here to help.
Thank God.
A troubled teenager takes a leap of faith to attend Camp Owigaway in this series directed by Alan Powell, and a cast that stars Antonio Cipriano, David Koechner, Lee Ellen Baker, and Carlos Penavega. It has music from the same producers who created High School Musical and Camp Rock.
3, 2, 1, more time.
Why am I here? It's the question we're all asking ourselves.
This action-packed fun series will have you asking, why am I here? And what is my purpose? The series streams exclusively on Angel Studios platform, so the best way to see this new series is by joining the Angel Guild, a community of over 1 million members that have a vested voice in what series and films get greenlit by Angel. This means that Owigaway was voted on by members of the Guild to move forward. So becoming a Guild member is like being a member of the Television Academy, and you'll get all the perks from the comfort of your own home. So head on over to angel.com/RAV to join the Guild and watch Owigaway today.
Through every storm, every moment of uncertainty,
Everybody needs to pray for Charlie Kirk right now.
RAV has stood strong.
We're not going to tolerate this stuff anymore.
Turn that anger into motivation to save this nation.
When we move together, there is power.
The cries of this widow will echo like a battle cry.
Well, the Trump retweeting of that video of Hakeem Jeffries in a sombrero has the snowflakes on the Democrat side losing their minds. These people are so embarrassingly sensitive, yet Trump is completely ignoring all their criticism, which is driving them even more insane. Listen to the crybabies on CNN.
So we played sound from Vice President Vance, not just defending that AI racist video of Minority Leader Jeffries wearing a sombrero, but also like celebrating that video. And it was playing on a loop in the briefing room today. What are you hearing from the inside about that?
It was not only just playing on a loop in the briefing room. If you've never been in the press briefing room, for those who haven't, there are loudspeakers overhead so you can hear announcements or what's being said, or if there's an event going on with the president in the Rose Garden, for example. They were playing that mariachi music as well over the loudspeakers for all the press that was coming in and out of the White House today inside the press briefing room. This time, there's a moment here. They're being heavily criticized over these posts by the president, by Democrats, and instead of backing off or apologizing for it, they're leaning into it, and they're playing the music over loudspeakers and on repeat inside the briefing room because they simply don't care about that criticism.
All right, Kayla Collins, thank you very much.
And therein lies the point. This is the best part of this. They're doing it to mess with the liberal media. They're blasting the Mexican hat dance in the briefing room. This is just brilliant. Trump is living rent-free in every one of those losers' heads. The rabid panel on The View sounded off on Trump, as they usually do. Joy Behar took the lead here, claiming there's just no way she's going to make it through the rest of... Oh, please leave, Joy. Please leave with that other Rosie O'Donnell nut job and Ellen DeGeneres. Watch this meltdown.
If you guys think that we can survive another 3.5 years of this, I think you're delusional. Every day there's some nihilistic thing.
It's only Tuesday, Joy. Can we not start there?
I hate to be Debbie Downer, but every day this guy is undoing something in this country that we value. Every day, every day is a shock and awe here, and I for one, am skeptical that we will survive this.
I am not. If you need that from a week, I do believe. Believe in our system.
Seen worse. No, I have not. Worse. No, I grew up during World War II.
It's Whoopi that says she's seen worse.
No, I thought I'm going to need Whoopi to cheer us up. Every Cuban Missile Crisis, every president, civil rights, and they were all dealt with by presidents who were not, in the business of destroying the country and destroying the Constitution.
I'm hopeful.
I mean, we always had presidents who followed the law, including Nixon. As bad as he was, he had respect for the Constitution.
Did I hear Joy Behar say she grew up during World War II? It was over in 1945, 1947 at the latest, you want to call it. I mean, that was 80 years ago. 80 years ago it ended, and she said she grew up during World War II. Was she 100? Hey, maybe. Maybe. Looks okay for 100. Andrew Cuomo just dropped a very bizarre AI-enhanced mayoral ad. Watch.
Cuomo. And I could pretend to do a lot of jobs. But I know what I know, and I know what I don't know. And I do know how to make government work. I'll hire 5,000 new cops to partner with local community groups and keep our families safe. And we'll get the homeless off the streets and into the help they desperately need. There are a lot of jobs I can't do, but I'm ready to be your mayor on day one.
AI nonsense aside, see what he's doing? Andrew Cuomo is carving out the center-right lane, right? Because you have Mamdani, far left, progressive, socialist, almost communist. So Andrew Cuomo is trying to get everyone else. The problem is in New York, it's so freaking liberal. Mamdani is leading Andrew Cuomo by like 18 points. Wow, are they liberal? Jimmy Kimmel, already on thin ice, continues to take shots at the Trump administration, actually to Donald Trump and J.D. Vance. Listen to the little jab he threw at J.D. Not that anyone was really watching that show.
Well, there are two things. First of all, I'd like them to tell me exactly what Brendan Carr did to have Jimmy Kimmel taken off the air, because number one, he is currently on the air, and to the extent that he isn't in certain stations, it's because he's not funny and because his ratings aren't very good.
Some good news for you, J-Dog. We're back on all the stations.
He's currently on the air, and to the extent that he's not, it's because advertisers don't like him because his ratings aren't very good.
My ratings aren't very good. Last time I checked, your ratings were somewhere between a hair in your salad and chlamydia. In 3.5 years, I'm not the one who's going to be doing mascara tutorials on YouTube.
Well, we like to do numbers around here. Here are the numbers. It costs about $15 to $20 million a year to produce that show. That produces 126,000 people in the demo nightly. A good example, Greg Gutfeld probably does double that number nightly with a fraction of the budget of Jimmy Kimmel. It's not long. He's not long for the airwaves. Had nothing to do with Brendan Carr and the FCC. Had nothing to do with them. They took him off the air because people were ticked off at Jimmy Kimmel. They put him back on for whatever reason, political reasons, but it won't be long. At 126,000 demo viewers, $15 to $20 million a year to produce, it won't be long before he goes bye-bye too. Ben, can we jump down to Rosie O'Donnell? I think it's 2 below this. Yeah, there you go. Let's do that. Rosie O'Donnell, a deranged psychopath. We know all about her. Calling for the military to overthrow the government. Take a listen.
Now trying to turn our country into a dictatorship, an authoritarian nation, which we are not and we won't stand for. And did you see those unhinged speeches that he and Pete gave to all the generals in the armed forces? Did you see their faces? They did not look happy. They didn't look pleased. They didn't cheer their commander-in-chief. They're our last hope. The American military, these lifelong public servants whose job was to protect the U.S. and the Defense Department, not the War Department. No matter what you say, it's never going to be the War Department in America. He can't rename things just because he feels like it and change the essence of what they are. Boy, is he a crazy mother.
So first of all, the military is wildly behind Pete Hegseth and Donald Trump. You're nuts. 2, aren't you in Ireland? What do you care what's going on here? Can't you just stay there and stay out of what we're doing here? It's so nice to have you there. I'm so glad not to have to see you on TV. I don't know why I had to watch you on digital spewing nonsense about having the military overthrow our government. It's the other way around, my dear. The government and the military are together, working together right now. Throw liberals out of the country, maybe like you. We have some other stuff on the backside of the break. 2.5 minutes.
Hi, my name is Tracy L. from Arizona. I don't stink around in the kitchen when it comes to the news. I watch Real America's Voice, which always serves accurate and reliable updates that are on point with their amazing hosts. So don't find yourself in a pickle by tuning into the fake news. Stick with Real America's Voice.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
I'm a J6er, and I spent 3 months in jail and about a year in prison.
I spent 4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been smeared and defamed by the media, persecuted by the government, and treated like terrorists.
In reality, J6ers are patriotic men and women, mothers, fathers, sisters, and brothers from all walks of life.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
And we need your help.
For just $10 or more, you're helping these patriots get mental, physical, and spiritual help.
Please scan the QR code or go to j6support.com to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Thank you for being a patriot. Thank you for standing in the gap.
Hi, this is Kelly Renee from Northern California Hills, MAGA country. The reason I watch Real America's Voice is for the faith, the family, and the freedom. Giddy up.
Hi, this is Becky from the Florida Panhandle, and I love watching Real America's Voice for the programming, the hosts, and my Rad Chat family.
It's Mama Love in northern Minnesota. You know, a collective voice is much louder than a single voice. Thanks, Rad, for giving us a place to chat and connect. See y'all in chat.
you go through this near-death financial experience, so to speak, and yet here you are taking $500 million, $750 million bets on single condominiums. You're still got the juice in your veins.
I mean, much like trading, it's about buyer sentiment, but different than trading. There's a physical asset you can touch, and you can wake up in the morning and say, "This building's not going in. This building's going to be here tomorrow."
That show, third show, 10,000 views already across the board. Doing great. Just sign up at Eric Bolling The Edge on YouTube. Appreciate your time. All right, Ben, we got some. By the way, your voicemails are amazing, and I know we've been hit or miss with the voicemails, and they keep racking up. But probably 2,000 voicemails behind. I listen to them all. I promise you, I'll get to them all, and we try and bring some of the fun ones, the concise ones up. But Ben, let's hear a voicemail.
Sure. We have a viewer from Puerto Rico who wants the government shut down.
Shut the government down. I'm Puerto Rican and I love this country. Shut the government down. Teach them a lesson. We got a new sheriff in town, Trump. Thank you and God bless you.
All right, Puerto Rico, part of the United States, folks. She says shut it down. Benny, what else we got?
We have someone talking about the Pope and Charlie Kirk.
Okay.
Hey, Eric, this is Gary in Bandera, Texas. I love your show. I love RAV. I watch the Daylight to Dark. And I just got to wonder why our American Pope has not had anything at all that I've heard to say about the assassination of Charlie Kirk. Seemed a little odd to me. Thank you. Have a good day.
You know what? First of all, thank you for watching Real America's Voice from, what do you say, dawn to dark? Is that what you said? Yeah. Appreciate that. You're right. Yeah. Why isn't the Pope? Pope's from Illinois, from just outside of Chicago. Why wouldn't he weigh in on this? I mean, there's so many young people around the world. By the way, we talked to Lucas Miles yesterday from TPUSA Faith, and he said there was something like over 180,000 requests for TPUSA chapters around the world. Oh, yeah, he really should have weighed in. I agree with that one. Benny, what else?
We have another viewer who wants to keep the government shut down.
Eric, this is Don from Oklahoma, and I think we need to shut the government down and let it stay shut down for 5 years and show how worthless they actually are, and just let them go. Just let them all go. Fire them all. We don't need this much government in our lives. We don't need any government in our lives. Thank you.
You are speaking attunes of so many people. I would agree with you that we should shut them down and let them really think about what they're doing. And like I said, as it was happening, just shut it down. Give it some time. Start eliminating some of these Democrat agencies. Start eliminating some of these Democrat. Here's the issue about shutting it down, though. It's something you really have to think about. Our veterans, they're going to get paid the money that they're owed, but it will take time. In other words, they're not being paid right. It's accumulating, and they'll get. But so there's certain things that really are tough for the government to shut down. There are certain areas, but I do agree that we need to tell the Democrats, to teach them a lesson. We have the House, we have the Senate, we have the White House. You don't get to decide whether we shut down or not. Here's the package. It's a fair package. You don't like it, too bad. And blame it on them. Midterm elections will be both sides pointing the finger at each other. But as long as they keep making illegal immigration, offering illegals free health care as the center point of their fight to shut the government down, they got a losing hand. So give it to them. Give it to them, Trump. Benny, another one? We got time.
We have a viewer who loves what you're doing.
Hey, Eric. I really enjoy listening to you guys. You make a lot of sense, and this is old Bill from Indiana, and you just keep up the good work and give them hell.
It's my middle name. Give him hell. My mom named me Eric. Give him hell Bowling. That's so it works out good. Benny, we squeeze one more in here. We got a minute.
Yeah, we have a viewer wondering why Ilhan Omar hasn't been deported.
Yes, Mr. Bowling. This is Shirley from Texas. How come that they're not doing something about that crazy woman that married her brother in the White House and getting rid of her from Somalia, the one that wears the turban on her head? She married her brother and got over here fraudulently. How come we're not doing something about this? Thank you, sir. Appreciate you.
Well, Shirley from Texas, she's an elected official. That's the problem. She was elected by the people of Minnesota. It's hard to deport her. I do think that we could be pushing the rest of the people to vote against her. We just had a woman who's a Republican, a conservative, who's going to run against Ilhan Omar. That needs to happen. And you are right. She did marry her brother for illegal immigration status for her brother. And her husband also charged her campaign and the U.S. government $40 million over the last few years for advisory services rendered. Wow. They're bilking American taxpayers, whether it's people in Minnesota or people who are supporting Ilhan Omar or the American taxpayer as well. So it is crazy. Benny, good show. We don't have time for another one, but very, very good show. Appreciate you guys in the control room. Always good talking to you folks. And keep it on Rav all day, all night. Just keep it here. Just don't even change. Don't even go online. Just keep it right on Rav, and you'll never be disappointed. Steve Bannon, the War Room, is coming up next, and he'll take us through where the latest is going, what things are going on as far as the shutdown. I'll be back at you tomorrow.
Vote and Donald Trump are in the kitchen with the active ingredients in deciding what to slice and dice here. And those two men are here meeting this afternoon to go through potential firings across agencies and potential cuts of projects. He's threatened 16 Democratic states, their green energy projects. He's threatened the tunnel that is being constructed here in New York, a subway transformation project. So there's a lot on the line. And frankly, until the government is reopened, the Office of Personnel Management, they sent out to agencies stating very specifically that the OMB director is the one who is empowered to determine which federal workers are accepted and able to work. And right now, they are making the case, the OMB director, that those who would be processing the firings are crucial workers and workers that should continue to work.
And Russ Vought has been dreaming about this since puberty, according to Utah Senator. Strange way to put it, but I guess that underscores how much he wants to slash the government. Explain exactly what this executive order will do.
Yeah, Katie, it's got a lot of people freaked out. It's a national security presidential memorandum. So it's going by NSPM-7 for short, if you want to Google it. And what it does, it's an attempt by Donald Trump to steer the law enforcement apparatus of the United States in the direction of what he calls domestic terrorism and political violence. Now, it's important to say, Katie, that this doesn't create any new laws or any new surveillance authorities for the FBI. They still have to follow the same rules they did before. But what it says is it's making a priority to investigate groups that Donald Trump says are leading to domestic terrorism. And that has got a lot of people freaked out. And one former DHS official, Miles Taylor, said that he believes that this will allow the Trump administration to more easily put people on terror watch lists who previously were not eligible for terror watch lists. And you get on a terror watch list, that can be a big problem in a lot of ways. And opening a criminal investigation into someone, even if they're never prosecuted, can be a big problem, or into groups like the Soros Foundation or groups that the Trump administration thinks are supporting left-wing organizations that they don't like. And so that's the concern here. It's got law firms paying close attention. It's got NGOs and groups paying close attention and journalists. How it's actually enforced and what impacts it will have remains to be seen. But it is a major shift by the Trump administration, and it tasks things like the Joint Terrorism Task Forces all around the country to be looking at these specific targets.
What are the categories?
I don't have it in front of me, but it's essentially it's designed. It's groups that they believe are fomenting political violence or yeah. So I'm sorry, I don't have the list in front of me, but that is the kind of and Stephen Miller has made a big deal of saying in the wake of some of these incidents that he believes that there are left-wing movements, there are these groups behind some of these people. And of course, there's no evidence to support any kind of organized leftist terrorist structure in the United States. And the FBI still has to follow the same rules when they're opening criminal investigations. But that's what this is all about.
see the polling numbers. It doesn't make sense why they would so openly celebrate mass firings. At the same time, people like Russ Vought, I don't know if he's been doing it since puberty, had this vision, but at the same time, they've seen Donald Trump as a vessel. This is what their vision
they've
of
always
an American
wanted
government wants.
To make the government smaller.
This 2025 and 2026 is their moment, right? Forget what happens next November. This is their window of opportunity. The next year, next 13 months to go and reshape the American government. I was told back during the transition, Russ Vought, he wasn't clear whether he was going to be onboarded, but Vivek Ramaswamy and Elon Musk were big proponents because they saw him as the portal to being able to actually execute the budgetary means to go and do what they knew that they would not be able to do independently through Doge. They're no longer around. Russ Vought is, and he is the man who is carrying out this vision of the Heritage Foundation, the Center for Renewing America, all of these different right-wing groups. This is their moment.
This is the primal scream of a dying regime. Pray for our enemies, because we're going medieval on these people. You're just not got a free shot on all these networks lying about the people. The people have had a belly full of it. I know you don't like hearing that. I know you try to do everything in the world to stop that, but you're not going to stop it. It's going to happen.
And where do people like that go to share the big lie? MAGA media. I wish in my soul, I wish that any of these people had a conscience.
Ask yourself, what is my task and what is my purpose? If that answer is to save my country, this country will be saved.
War Room. Here's your host, Stephen K. Bannon.
Okay, it's Thursday, 2 October in the year of our Lord 2025. Vaughn Hilliard gives a very good, I think, summary of what's going on right now. Russ Vought is clearly in the line of Project 2025 and CRA, all the groups that work together for the deconstruction of the administrative state, is, I believe, over in briefing the president. And I think that we're going to have some clarity and focus on exactly what they're going to talk about, these risks. And we'll get this to you as soon as we know more. But it's a very big and aggressive plan. Also, just some updates on this morning about the situation at TSA with Quiet Skies, with Dr. Gina Loudon that we talked about. Tulsi Gabbard also got wrapped up in. I think the TSA official that was in back there got fired. I will double check that. Also, Julie Kelly's been focused, the Eastern District of Virginia, and with Lisa Monaco is another big breaking story of that. We'll get to all that. We're going to have Russ Ibbotson, if he can work at the technology, the U.S. editor of the Daily Mail. Their lead story is about a briefing on Capitol Hill yesterday by senior-level Trump officials, including the Department of War, talking about, and it sounded like kind of the type of briefing you want to do when you don't want to have the War Powers Act enacted on you, but about kinetic conflict with the cartels. We're going to get to all that. Russ is going to try to join us, Philip Patrick here. We're pretty jammed. I've asked Megan Messerly from Politico to come on. Megan, you first were hired by Politico as the national health reporter, and then you segued over. You cover the White House today, correct?
That is correct.
Okay, so this is what I want you on. You got to make this, try to make this make sense for us, because I think we're suffering from whiplash now of what's going on about vaccines, autism. So, as you know, the Warren Posse, 3,500 people volunteered to go through the Pfizer papers over the years. Big Maha, Make America Healthy Again audience, very pro Bobby Kennedy, really worked on the Bobby Kennedy confirmation. Then Bobby gets in there, and then a couple weeks ago, 4 or 5 weeks ago, we have the announcement that the $500 million in mRNA vaccine research is cut off. Then you have the ACIP. I think ACIP happened before that. ACIP is they're fired, and Dr. Malone is put in charge of it. Then you have the round table that happened down at CDC, talking about I guess the child the damage done by the COVID vaccine. We've had one series of events, and then President Trump, this historic, I guess Tuesday, a week ago now, comes into the Roosevelt Room and actually out Bobby Kennedy, and we think it's going to be kind of almost a bait and switch, because they're talking about Tylenol and we're talking about the whole autism thing. And he actually says he's staking his presidency. With everything he's doing, he's staking his presidency as a success of whether he kind of solves this autism situation. I think everybody's sitting there going, this is incredible. I mean, he goes next level. And then yesterday we have, which is kind of the great Satan here for the War Room audience, Pfizer's in the Oval. And the next thing you know, I think we're approving mRNA research, and Pfizer's they're cutting some drug prices, but they're honored in the Oval Office as a conquering hero. Can you just make sense for us? What exactly? Because it looks like at certain times Bobby Kennedy and HHS is getting tremendous air cover from the White House, and at other times it looks like we're going back and working with Big Pharma like there's no harm, no foul. So can you just walk us through what you see covering it day to day as what's going on?
Absolutely. No, and I think that's such an interesting dynamic as you broke it down there, because we really have seen the president at times take these maybe seemingly contradictory approaches when it comes to vaccines. Obviously, he was the one who was pushing Operation Warp Speed, developing the COVID-19 mRNA vaccines. And yet we saw him in the Oval last week come out very forcefully in a way that I know surprised me. I think it surprised you. It surprised a lot of folks in the MAHA movement who were just not expecting the president to go there. Of course, the president sort of has these longstanding, skeptical views of vaccines that he's expressed in the past. So it wasn't wholly, I think, unusual to see him come out and say those things in the Oval Office. But to your point of really, he out Bobby Kennedy, because, you have Bobby Kennedy in there in the Oval saying, hey, we think there might be some concerns with Tylenol. Pregnant women should not be taking it because, we have concerns this leads to autism spectrum disorder. And then you have Trump going in there and just saying, I think the shot should be broken up. I don't think you should take the Hep B vaccine until 12. I mean, these are not things that even Bobby Kennedy.
No. Hang on. He says, and very endearing, he says, you got the little baby sitting there and you have a vat.
Yes.
He called it a vat.
He's a very visceral,
what did he just say?
Very visceral imagery. I mean, the president loves an image, right? The image of like the baby being pumped full of vaccines. He also likes talking about the horse shots, right? It's all this very visceral imagery. And this is something the president has talked about for a long time, right? So no surprise in one sense that he's talking in these visceral terms. But you have to remember that Bobby Kennedy's own, panel of picked vaccine advisors, like you mentioned with Dr. Malone on it, did not even vote to make these recommendations the president was making. So in some ways expected, in some ways out of left field, but I think sort of scores with the president's, own belief about vaccines, which is that he's said that he likes vaccines. He has concerns about them being administered all at once, about babies receiving so many shots all at once. So I think in my mind, I sort of see it as a breakdown between the timing of the shots versus the shots himself. And then also I think the president's concerned about the freedom of parents to make their own decisions about the timing of those shots.
Where do you think we stand right now then with the policy rollout of what we can anticipate? Because the president said, I think 3 or 4 times in that meeting, he's essentially staking his so personal to him, from friends he knows, etc. They staking his presidency on the successful outcome of understanding of autism and vaccines, and maybe getting the schedule right, but doing it correctly. That is about as high a stakes as you can get coming from President Trump. So where do you think we stand in this whole thing?
Yeah, I think there's a couple really interesting sort of touch points that I'm keeping an eye on. Right now, we're at this moment where we're waiting to see actually what Bobby Kennedy and what his acting CDC director, Jim O'Neill, what they do with those ACIP recommendations. Of course, they don't actually have to follow them. There's not a ton of precedent, though there is precedent for the CDC director to make sort of a different decision than ACIP recommends. So now that President Trump has given this air cover, they very well could go in and make recommendations beyond what ACIP said. So that's one big thing we're watching for. And the second is to see what happens with this vaccine injury compensation program, which is going to be a key thing, I think, for a lot of folks in the MAHA movement.
Is the report scheduled to? It hasn't come out. The big autism report was supposed to be the 28th, but I think that's been delayed. Correct?
That's correct. Yep. We had this one Tylenol announcement. We expected maybe that we would get more by the end of September, but now we're waiting to see more to come out of HHS. We did not get that official report by the end of September, like had been said before.
Megan, how can people follow your reporting? Where do they go on social media? Where do they go over at Politico?
Yes, we're at Politico.com, and you can find me on X. I'm just at Megan Messerly.
Thank you, man. Appreciate you.
Thank you.
The Daily Mail's U.S. editor, a blockbuster story that wasn't really tipped yesterday, but it's the lead story in the Daily Mail. I believe it is as close in a formal process that President Trump in the second president term has come to talk about kinetic war. There was a briefing on Capitol Hill yesterday. I think that was done so they could get around the war power, any imposition of the War Powers Act. This is what's happening in the Caribbean and maybe potentially in northern Mexico against the drug cartels. With President Trump's administration, his Department of War, being very adamant that we're at war with the cartels. And that includes not just economic war, political war, legal, but kinetic. Lighten things up. Short commercial break. U.S. editor of the Daily Mail next in the War Room.
I got American faith in America's heart.
Hi, my name is Tracy L. from Arizona. I don't stink around in the kitchen when it comes to the news. I watch Real America's Voice, which always serves accurate and reliable updates that are on point with their amazing hosts. So don't find yourself in a pickle by tuning into the fake news. Stick with Real America's Voice.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
I'm a J6er, and I spent 3 months in jail and about a year in prison.
I spent 4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been smeared and defamed by the media, persecuted by the government, and treated like terrorists.
In reality, J6ers are patriotic men and women, mothers, fathers, sisters, and brothers from all walks of life.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
And we need your help.
For just $10 or more, you're helping these patriots get mental, physical, and spiritual help.
Please scan the QR code or go to j6support.com to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Thank you for being a patriot. Thank you for standing in the gap.
Hi, this is Kelly Renee from Northern California Hills, MAGA country. The reason I watch Real America's Voice is for the faith, the family, and the freedom. Giddy up!
Hi, this is Becky from the Florida Panhandle, and I love watching Real America's Voice for the programming, the hosts, and my Rad Chat family.
It's Mama Love in northern Minnesota. You know, a collective voice is much louder than a single voice. Thanks, Rav, for giving us a place to chat and connect. See y'all in chat.
America's Voice family.
Are you on Getter yet? No?
What are you waiting for?
It's free.
It's uncensored,
and it's where all the biggest voices in conservative media are speaking out.
Download the Getter app right now. It's totally free. It's where I put up exclusively all of my content 24 hours a day. You want to know what Steve Bannon's thinking? Go to Getter.
That's right. You can follow all of your favorites. Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, Jack Posobiec,
and so many more.
Download the Getter app now.
Sign up for free and be part of the movement.
Okay, the Daily Mail is the largest, I think, paper in the world. It's the most read website. They have a massive U.S. operation plus UK in the world. It's something we go to a lot because they're very quick at breaking important news, and you can kind of tell by the traffic they get on certain stories what drives the news cycle and what doesn't. I'll be honest, kind of a shocking story today, a scoop it gotten from Ross Ibbotson, the editor, U.S. editor of the Daily Mail. This headline is the story that the senior executives from the Department of War went to Capitol Hill yesterday with others to brief Congress on what they're calling a beginning of a kinetic war against cartels, and those cartels would be from South America, basically, seems like Venezuela, all the way up through Mexico. Is that what your reporting showing?
Correct, Steve. We're reporting that they've declared war on these drugs cartels, and they are citing international war, calling it a non-international armed conflict, which basically says these are non-state actors, but we're at war with them because they represent a deadly risk to United States citizens.
So this would not be something I would think that the Trump administration, given the way they're rolling on their interpretation of Article 2 powers, of which we're a huge advocate of, the very aggressive President Trump's approach on his Article 2 powers, particularly as Commander-in-Chief. Was this requested by people on the Hill? Did Pete Hegseth and these guys volunteer it? Did Stephen Miller volunteer it? I mean, how did this even come about?
Well, that's not actually clear yet. The White House hasn't responded to my request to comment on that yet, but it does follow complaints by Democratic and also some Republican lawmakers that these strikes require the ascension of Congress under the War Powers Act, although that has been ignored on numerous occasions before, including by Barack Obama in Libya and Bill Clinton in Kosovo. But yes, it does appear that the Trump administration is trying to provide an ironclad legal framework where they can push forward with this military action, basically, against the cartels from South America.
And this, I guess, was driven by the fact that we do have an amphibious readiness group in the Caribbean off the coast of Venezuela, and we have 4,000 fleet Marines that are there. Is that what drove this? Plus, they've taken out, I think, 3 different vessels now over a period of a couple of weeks. Is that what the primary concern was, and why they went in there and wanted to get ahead of this?
Yeah, I think so, because Congress has been raging about as you say, the 3 strikes last month, all of them deadly. One of them was against Tren de Aragua. The other 2 weren't specified. And in their memo to lawmakers today, it didn't specify any particular terrorist organization. We're asking for clarification on that, and it doesn't name Venezuela either. I suppose they're concerned that they would be concerned about naming Venezuela. They obviously don't want to get drawn into a broader conflict here, but as we know, Tren de Aragua is the notorious cartel which took over apartment buildings in the U.S., so certainly seem to be using force on American soil, although Democratic lawmakers say that the trafficking of drugs doesn't constitute use of force.
So they've said, hey, it's in Venezuela, but they're not quote unquote going after Venezuela. They're going after a drug cartel that's a non-state actor. We're at war with these non-state actors, whether it's Tren de Aragua in Venezuela or the Sinaloa cartel in northern Mexico. But we're going to war, and in this case, kinetic, against these drug cartels. Is that essentially the case that the Trump administration is making?
Exactly, yeah. They're not singling out any particular cartel, but they're saying that because fentanyl is so deadly, it kills thousands of Americans, that they're justified in their use of basically wartime deadly force against these groups. Now, they said that they previously called it self-defense, but this memo to Congress appears to go further, where they're saying these attacks on the boats are not isolated, but they're consistent with a sustained active conflict. And they say that because these groups are so sophisticated, they're so well armed, that they're able to act with impunity without the use of military force. So as we've seen, they've been using drones to carry out these strikes, much to the annoyance of the more liberal lawmakers on Capitol Hill.
So Rick Grenell and Marco Rubio, Secretary of State Rubio, have kind of been at this with Grenell basically positing there's a diplomatic way or negotiated way, particularly around the resources down there and American companies and involvement to get around this. What does your reporting show you that how much of this was driven by Marco Rubio, Secretary of State, who seemed to take a big interest in this and is on Fox all the time, I think kind of teeing up like you teed up the Iraq invasion, teeing up a actual military invasion of Venezuela. How big a part of this briefing was either Marco Rubio or his deputies over at the State Department?
I'm not sure as to what Rubio's involvement would have been in it, to be honest, Steve. I don't have that.
Did you get any feedback? The White House has not commented on this. What feedback did you get? Although, and not commenting on it, they haven't come out and denied it. What feedback are you getting from Capitol Hill about the presentation itself?
Well, the White House didn't get back to us, but they have reiterated their position, I think, to the New York Times, and they're saying that this is in line with the law, but like pretty vague. I kind of get the sense that some of them were caught a little bit by surprise today, and they weren't exactly abreast of what the Pentagon was doing on Capitol Hill yesterday. But yeah, that remains to be worked out. Still trying to piece that together. I'm not really sure.
Ross, where do people follow you? We always send people to the Daily Mail every day, but where do people? This story is very big, and it's quite controversial. There's not an insignificant amount of the MAGA movement that's saying, "Hey, hang on, we got to take care of the drug cartels. Maybe fentanyl is coming up more through Mexico, and we ought to be taking care of the Mexican cartel and their partners in the Chinese Communist Party than down in Venezuela, worried about cocaine in Maduro." But so this is going to be very controversial for not just between Democrats and Republicans, or between the House and the White House, but also internally to the MAGA movement. Where do people go? What's your social media? Where do people go to follow this more?
So obviously dailymail.com, but also just by searching my name, Ross Ibbotson, on Twitter and Instagram as well. Thanks very much, Steve, for having me, by the way.
Ross, thank you so much. Keep Daily Mail as a must-read every day. This is why I think yesterday was historic, obviously, in the fact that everybody came together. Every flag officer came together, which we've never done since the founding of the Republic. It wasn't, and Pete's talk at the beginning, I think, was necessary and had to be done, and obviously very serious, and particularly his focus on ferocity and precision, the way the American military is going to fight wars and win wars. We're not in this just to play patty cake or play defense, or, as President Trump said, no games. But I felt that the president's speech, and the president covered a number of topics there, and obviously his haters were very critical, although I thought it was a historic speech. And I thought it was a historic speech because the buried lead had to deal with what happened in Portland last night with the National Guard, what happened in Memphis yesterday with the Attorney General, the Secretary of War, and President Trump's chief advisor on domestic policy, Stephen Miller, who's also very involved in national security, because now it comes here, and President Trump saying, hey, we got to worry about the invasion here, enemies within, that the military is going to be called out for under emergency measures. Part of that is obviously this war against the cartels, which we've advocated very strongly for from the beginning. In fact, when they sent the troops down to secure the southern border, which they've done so magnificently and needed to be done for years and years and years, we said, remember they had the 10 or 15,000 back in, I think, April and May, we felt at the time that'd be a perfect time to put Mexico on notice and go do a kinetic strike with the labs, particularly the fentanyl labs, which are just sitting there in northern Mexico as easy targets. They did have, I think it was CNN had one of the cartel members on for an interview last night. And he said, hey, it is so much harder to get drugs here are human trafficking now that President Trump's in charge. I mean, they admitted it's tough. They would seem to be the likely targets, right? Because particularly they're actively in business with the Chinese Communist Party on the fentanyl trade. Now, in Latin America, Maduro is a bad guy. The people around him are bad guys. But when you have a amphibious readiness group down there, that's a different level. I mean, that is like big-time kinetic warfare. You got 4,000 sailors and Marines. You got a bunch of fleet Marines. You got people ready to go, hit the beach if necessary. And, of course, yesterday, and we still don't know Ross's thing, I think he said it was, you can imply that people in Capitol Hill are nervous, and President Trump wants to make sure that there's no coming and trying to chop block, going to court to stop this. He wants to get ahead of it. And so huge news that they basically said we have declared war on the drug cartels from Latin America, it looks like all the way up to Mexico. And you heard Pete Hegseth tell him, when we go to war, we go with a ferocity and precision to go in and fight it and end it. So people should, I think, stand by for some kinetic activity around the war on the cartels. I want to thank Ross Ibbotson and the Daily Mail for joining us. Short commercial break. Philip Patrick, gold is on fire. The question is, why is it on fire? Next in the War Room.
Now is the moment to put your brand in front of an engaged, loyal audience through Real America's Voice. When you advertise on Real America's Voice, you're not just running an ad, you're partnering with trusted voices like Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, and other influential hosts. Backed by millions of monthly listeners.
What's happening? Because of a Real Voice, man. I watch it all the time.
Real America's Voice rocks.
Real America's Voice gives sponsors the chance to put their product front and center, displayed on screen and highlighted by our anchors during exclusive segments and live events.
Head to freetrumpknife.com.
This means your brand becomes part of the conversation as it happens.
Secure your spot before it's too late.
Join us today and make your brand part of the news conversation that America's viewers trust. Real America's Voice, where your message is seen, heard, and remembered. Patriots, it's time to gear up. Real America's Voice has an entire lineup of merch made just for you.
We got some Rav fans out here.
We watch you every day.
From mugs that start your morning strong to hoodies, hats, t-shirts, pants, vests, flags, and so much more.
Yeah, I noticed it. I mean, that caught my eye big time.
Every piece lets you wear your pride loud and clear. This isn't just merch, it's a movement. When you shop Rav, you're showing the world you're proud to be part of the Real America's Voice family.
God bless Real America's Voice.
So don't wait. Scan the QR code right now or visit realamericasvoice.launchcart.store to shop today.
Thank you, Real America's Voice, for doing true journalism.
Stand tall, be bold, be proud. Represent your voice with Real America's Voice.
It's good to have a real news network out there, so I'm a big fan.
Use code RAVSWAG10 for 10% off.
Real America's Voice rocks.
Hey y'all, it's Nancy from Texas. Real America's Voice gives us truth, not propaganda, and we need that. Thank you so much.
Hi, Pat from Muskegon, Michigan. Why do you love Rav?
Because we've become family. All those Rav live chatters and me.
I'm Patriot Mermaid, and I'm from West Haven, Connecticut. When the mainstream media wasn't giving us the truth, I went and looked for the truth and found it on Real America's Voice. Come and join us. Come on.
Here's your host, Stephen K. Bannon.
You heard today 21 of the gross number of seats that we need to change in redistricting. The great Alex DeGrasse walked us through this. I want to thank the Patriot Mobile guys. The kickoff of the 21, we've already got 5. That's Texas, and we got to stop. California. They're 5, but 5 are already there. Should have been 8, but we got 5. Would have had none if Patriot Mobile hadn't organized things. Their political side. You know they support your causes. You know they have your back. Stop giving money to people who hate you and get the best service in the world. 972-PATRIOT. Go talk to a citizen of the United States of America that'll be at their call center and walk you through all the options, all the alternatives. You get a free month if you say you came through Bannon or the War Room. Just let them know, and they'll treat you right because they're good folks, decent folks. 972-PATRIOT. Make the switch today to Patriot Mobile. I think I had you on here last time, Philip Patrick. Gold was at 37. No, I'm just kidding. What you did, though, on the Saturday show, I've gotten tons of feedback, and I want to go back through that. And here's the reason. As we've been covering this with you for 4 years now, the end of the dollar empire and the pressure on the dollar, the budget deficits, all that, gold is at 1,100 today through 3,900, but every day it kind of goes up, backs off a little bit, then goes up some more. I tell people it's the process, not the price. You brought up something last week about the central banks, particularly given, and folks, this is always driven by war, given the economic warfare component of the war with Ukraine and Russia, that the $350 billion in assets that essentially the West is going to steal because France and Germany and England and Italy don't have any money to put up for Ukrainian defense, and Zelensky's talking about $90 to $100 billion arms deals. They're going to take the Russians' money that were in these money center banks, and it's basically all in euro. That the central banks now are saying, well, hang on for a second. Should our reserves just be euro or dollars, or maybe we should add something? And they're adding gold. And this is one of the reasons they're buying at record rates, besides the bilateral trade deals you talked about on the de-dollarization movement. I've got an article. If Mo and Grace can get it up, there's a Bloomberg article that mentions the fact, I think there's 17,000 hedge funds in the United States, and there are only 14,000 McDonald's. There's more hedge funds than McDonald's. One thing I can tell you, knowing a bunch of hedge fund guys, and they never did this in the past, part of the money because they draw down, they don't get all the cash from people. They raise $1 billion, you don't get the $1 billion. You do it on calls on deals. They're putting a bunch of their kind of reserves or what they're sitting on in gold. Hedge funds, and particularly as they multiply so much, there's only so many investment opportunities. They're buying gold and sitting on that, and of course, it's had a historic run. This is another fundamental structural change potentially to the demand side for gold. Philip Patrick, your thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, there was a lot to unpack there. So first of all, as you rightly point out, what we've been doing, and it was predominantly the previous administration, you mentioned weaponizing our dollar against Russia. We have disincentivized the world through policy to hold the dollar, through weaponizing it against Russia. If I'm China, that's a concern to me, right? I want to diversify, but also through devaluation of currency as well. One of the benefits of the US dollar relative to other currencies was stability. It was that, along with the petrodollar, that cemented our position as global reserve. With huge money printing, massive quantitative easing, that stability argument's gone out the window. And I think the world are waking up and de-dollarizing at a rapid pace, and it is not slowing down at all. Gold buying set another record for the third quarter of this year by central banks on the back of a 6-month record in the first 6 months of this year. As we've said on the show, we mentioned on the Saturday show as well, gold has now become the number 2 global reserve asset. It's 20% of global reserve currency today. It takes up a larger share than U.S. debt, which we haven't seen in a long time. But as I mentioned, I think this is a trend that's going to continue. I think we're reverting back to where we used to be in the 80s, where gold was about 70% of global reserve. Ultimately, I think the trust has been broken, and it's just one drama after another after another. Now we have a government shutdown. I mean, trust has been broken, and the world's waking up.
Do you think the 80s is when the kickoff for massive globalization? Do you think this is a leading indicator that we're going to live in a post-globalization world with supply chains and everything like that? People are going to be, as we've been advocating, I mean, we're a huge advocator of it, but is this gold now going back and looking like it could be, 20% is shocking, I think. But do you think it could get to 30, 40, 50%?
I think not only it could, I think it will. The trajectory, look, something dramatic is going to happen domestically to make the dollar look attractive again. It's going to take a miracle, right? Right now, I just don't see it on the horizon. So where does it end? I don't see China reverting back to trading in US dollars again. I don't see Russia, sorry. I don't see China increasing dollar reserves. I see them reducing significantly. 50% of China's transactions now internationally bypass the dollar. They are in yuan. That was unheard of. So yes, I think this is a trend that's going to continue. And you rightly point out, I think what we've been seeing, this has been happening for a while, but the end of this sort of post-World War II era of globalization. And I think when the trust disappears, trust in money disappears, central banks turn back to gold. And as you rightly point out, we're seeing things that we just would never have predicted a few years ago. Huge institutional demand, not only from central banks, but from investment firms, from PE funds. They were looking for returns 3, 4, 5 years ago. You didn't consider gold for that. Today you do. So you put it as a structural change, and I think it's the best way to put it. A reversion, perhaps.
How do people work? We've got End of the Dollar Empire. We're coming up. We got 7 free installments. We're doing a physical copy of it. We're going to do hopefully some events this fall. We're coming out with 8 and 9 really off. 8 is going to really be off your guys' reporting of the Rio Reset and the bilateral deals. What do you tell people now when they come and say, hey, I've never done physical gold before, I'm not a gold bug, and I keep saying Ray Dalio, Steve Bannon, and Philip Patrick are not gold bugs. I came out of Harvard to Goldman Sachs. If you talked about gold, they thought you were a wingnut, right? Investment banking in the 80s, 90s, and the double aughts were all about globalization, all about maximization of shareholder value, and gold was looked at as an archaic relic from a time gone by, right? From a time gone by, and now it's such a key asset for central banks, and that asset shift, particularly in the reserves, is not just shocking; it's a wake-up call, and people ought to focus on that. So, what do you tell clients when they come to you today? Because I want to make sure as many people, we never tell you to buy gold here. Okay, it's not our job to do that. What we try to do is give you access to information so that you can learn yourself what the pattern recognition is. But what are you telling people now when they come to you? How should they think about this?
Listen, first of all, the End of the Dollar Empire series, I don't think has ever been as pertinent as it is today. So first of all, everybody needs to read that. Then they're going to have an understanding of why we have the bubbles we have, why the debt has exploded, how the Federal Reserve are culpable. That's going to give them an understanding of the big problem. Debt, deficit spending, borrowing costs. In understanding that in the context of history, I don't need to tell anyone to buy gold, right? They just need to understand the issues, and I think ultimately they'll lead themselves there. So contact us. It's birchgold.com/Bannon. Get the information, read it. If you need anything from there, we're here. Call us. You'll have people like myself that are there to guide you through, explain everything, but you have to get reading. It has never been more important than it is today, ever. So birchgold.com/Bannon, and just immerse yourself in the information, because if you do, and if you can understand it, the solutions will present themselves.
We just had Ross Ibbotson, the U.S. editor for Daily Mail, and you could tell a pretty button-up guy. His hair's not on fire. When they're reporting that the Trump administration is on the Hill to kind of make sure they're ahead of any kind of claim of the War Powers Act, but they're saying we are in a kinetic war with the cartels and we're going to ramp it up. That tells you that geopolitically, we live in an age of uncertainty. Now, President Trump's mindset is I'm going to take care of this now. I'm not going to wait. We're not kicking the can down the road. People have BS us enough. The only thing they understand is force, and I'm going to deliver it. But I will tell you, the geopolitical risk, when you look at the risk calculation, increases every day. As President Trump tries to change the global commercial relationships, right, and also geopolitically, right, these kinetic wars on the Eurasian landmass. Now you got them here in the Western Hemisphere. Folks, we don't know how this is going to turn out. President Trump, I think, has a very well thought through plan, as we try to reiterate every day, but the law of unintended consequences. That's why the geopolitical risk, Philip, on top of what's happening in the world's capital markets and financial markets about the attraction of gold, part of that is not just the weaponization of the U.S. dollar, right, of which, by the way, I've been an advocate of if done smartly. Right, but I think some of the nations of the world are saying, hey, we want to be out of the American sphere. We don't trust MAGA. We don't trust Trump. We just don't trust the Americans overall. The other is this situation now with the cartels. When President Trump goes to Capitol Hill and makes a detailed presentation and basically tells them, we're at war, we're at kinetic war, we're not going to tone it down, we're actually going to ramp it up. That's when I think people got to sit there and go, okay, maybe I'm looking for a hedge for times of financial turbulence for a while, because it's not going to get less turbulent. You saw that in Portland last night. You've seen this in the presentation we covered live in Memphis, Tennessee. You heard today about this talk in Chicago, and now we know on Capitol Hill they're going to war with the cartels, or according to the Trump administration, we're at war already with the cartels. Philip Patrick, leave you on geopolitical risk. Thank you for being with us. Where do people go one more time to get you, sir?
Really simple, birchgold.com/Bannon. Again, birchgold.com/Bannon, or they can reach me at Philip Patrick on Getter.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate you.
Thank you, Steve.
Great sponsors. Allowed us to do, they're such great guys, allowed us to do the entire Charlie Kirk 10 or 11 hours without commercial interruption. I don't know if we can talk about it yet. I'm looking at my producer. I'll find out during the break. If everything comes together, we're going to have a very special War Room presentation with Real America's Voice for, I think, our third Sunday in a row. I guess we skipped a Sunday. We had the memorial service at the prayer vigil at the Kennedy Center for Charlie Kirk. Then the following week we had the amazing memorial service. This Sunday from 10 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time to 5 p.m., I'll be hosting a special on Real America's Voice here for those 7 hours, dealing with the 250th essentially anniversary of the birth of the United States Navy. President Trump is going to actually go participate, I think, in some naval exercises off the coast of Virginia, and I can tell you, I think they're going to be amazing. So we've got Jack Posobiec is going to be involved in this. We got the entire Real America's Voice team. Of course, the War Room. I'm going to have all folks from the Navy, national security experts. You do not want to miss this. From 10 a.m., starting at 10 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time Sunday, not our Saturday show. Our Saturday show will go on as is. All the way till 5 p.m., the President of the United States is going to go to Norfolk, Virginia, my hometown. I guess where I was born. I guess my hometown's Richmond, where I was born, right near the naval base in Norfolk, in beautiful Ocean View, Virginia. President Trump's going to go there. He's going to go out to the fleet. He's going to spend the day, early part of the day, afternoon, with the fleet in fleet operations. Then he's going to come back and address a crowd and talk about the United States Navy and its 250th birthday. We're going to be here live for the entire thing. 10 a.m. to 5 p.m. on Sunday. Be here with us.
Now is the moment to put your brand in front of an engaged, loyal audience through Real America's Voice. When you advertise on Real America's Voice, you're not just running an ad, you're partnering with trusted voices like Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, and other influential hosts. Backed by millions of monthly listeners.
What's happening? Because of a real voice, man. I watch it all the time.
Real America's Voice rocks.
Real America's Voice gives sponsors the chance to put their product front and center, displayed on screen and highlighted by our anchors during exclusive segments and live events.
Head to freetrumpknife.com.
This means your brand becomes part of the conversation as it happens.
Secure your spot before it's too late.
Join us today and make your brand part of the news conversation that America's viewers trust. Real America's Voice, where your message is seen, heard, and remembered. Patriots, it's time to gear up. Real America's Voice has an entire lineup of merch made just for you.
We got some Rav fans out here.
We watch you every day.
From mugs that start your morning strong to hoodies, hats, t-shirts, pants, vests, flags, and so much more.
Yeah, I noticed it. I mean, that caught my eye big time.
Every piece lets you wear your pride loud and clear. This isn't just merch, it's a movement. When you shop Rav, you're showing the world you're proud to be part of the Real America's Voice family.
God bless Real America's Voice.
So don't wait. Scan the QR code right now or visit realamericasvoice.launchcart.store to shop today.
Thank you, Real America's Voice, for doing true journalism.
Stand tall, be bold, be proud. Represent your voice with Real America's Voice.
It's good to have a real news network out there, so I'm a big fan.
Use code RAVSWAG10 for 10% off.
Real America's Voice rocks.
Hey y'all, it's Nancy from Texas. Real America's Voice gives us truth, not propaganda, and we need that. Thank you so much.
Hi, Pat from Muskegon, Michigan. Why do you love Rav?
Because we've become family. All those Rav live chatters and me.
I'm Patriot Mermaid, and I'm from West Haven, Connecticut. When the mainstream media wasn't giving us the truth, I went and looked for the truth and found it on Real America's Voice. Come and join us. Come on.
Here's your host, Stephen K. Bannon.
I also want to go back and talk about President Trump and what he's taken on. I mean, it's 7 days a week. Charlie Kirk flies out, does that great speech. He sits there and watches everybody, watches the event, was there for at least half of the event, flies back, don't get back to the middle of the night. Next day, hitting it. Next day, I think they had the Bobby Kennedy situation. Just every day, it's the scale of it, the urgency of it, and the scope of it is unprecedented. Even journalists I know that are not fans of his are saying there's never been a presidency like this in 9 months, ever. This is more intense than FDR's, much more intense, not just because of social media. What he's doing is so monumental. Is all of it perfect? No. Do you love all of it? No. But the 90% that you love is just, it's unprecedented. Now, this naval exercise, this is another thing, all day Sunday. He never takes a day off. Remember, he doesn't drink, he's never done drugs. He basically works. This is one of the things I was most impressed when I first got to really know him and work side by side or work for him. It is one of the most intense work experiences you'll ever see. He is always on. And these aren't small problems. Remember, any tiny problem, any solve a problem, it doesn't get to the Oval Office. What he's doing now is Herculean. It's every major, massive issue in this country and in the world. Changing the world order, he is. The post-war international rules-based order will never revert back to the globalization. Are the globalists still going to fight us? Are they still going to? Yes, 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 yes. It ain't over until it's over. But what he's doing, then when they came to us the other day and Posto was going to, and I said Sunday, and I love it. It's so great. It's such a way to honor the Navy. And they're doing it a little short of the 250th anniversary, but it's just so amazing. And this is the way he thinks. He wants to do something special. He wants to honor the Navy and the traditions and customs of the Navy. And as you know, the Navy and the Marine Corps are so custom and tradition because it came kind of from, we were sprung from the Royal Navy, people that had, been associated with it. And the customs and traditions there, and the Royal Marines the same way. That's why the United States Marine Corps and the United States Navy are the way they are. And for him to take an entire day and no rest, and this is going to be incredible. And he's in the middle of it. And I think that his enemies sit there and criticize him, but they're overwhelmed by it. One of the reasons they can't stop it, it's a force of nature. It's a force of nature. I'm telling you, like General Washington and Lincoln, and I say this not as a Trump guy and work for Trump and a MAGA guy. It's not that. It's the cold observance of history. He's the third in line of the great world historical figures we had. And people say, you got to include FDR on that. I don't. Those three are at a different level. General Washington at the birth of the nation, Abraham Lincoln at the rebirth of the nation, and President Trump at the rejuvenation of this country, in the salvation of this country, of what we had, a constitutional republic based upon the values of the Judeo-Christian West and really an American civilization. That's what he's fighting for. And he's leaving it all on the field, all of it. I've never seen anything like it. If you look at the pressure, you look at the intensity, look at these issues. I mean, on an off day, he's negotiating. An off day for him, he's negotiating the government shutdown with the clowns like these, like Hakeem Jeffries and Schumer. I mean, come on, it's a clown show. Unbelievable. So all day, 10 a.m. to 5 p.m. on Sunday, and it will be so special. You're going to want to see it. Of course, we're going to tee it up on Saturday. The Saturday show will be Jack Posobiec will be with the president. And I'll be anchoring the broadcast, and we're going to have tons of guests. You're not going to want to miss it. Plus, I think you're going to see some guns, some missiles, some jets. I think we're going to have some activity. President Trump's going to basically do Teddy Roosevelt. Go review the fleet, and it's just incredible. I couldn't be prouder. Mike Lindell. Brother, people are so impressed when they sit there and go, Mike, if you could grovel and go to Systematic and say, hey, I didn't mean it, I was just kidding, and they would say, fine, no harm, no foul, let's move on. You're not going to do that, are you, sir?
To these voting machine companies and this lawfare that's been weaponized against MyPillow and myself more than anyone out there other than our great president. By the way, Steve, with our president, I tell him all the time, everyone loves our president. Some just don't know it yet. And I will tell you this, our president, he might not sleep much, but when he does, it's quality. He loves the MyPillows and he loves the MyPillow sheets. And I'll tell you, the quality sleep is where it's at. And you can all get that with our exclusive, and we have our 3-in-1 sale. You guys get these once these are about 3/4 gone. The towels that all came in, we waited 2 months to get 6-piece towel sets that actually work. Remember, all MyPillow products are 60-day money-back guarantee and 10-year warranty. You have the best towels ever, $39.98, normally $69.98. You have the MyPillow premiums, the lowest price in history, $17.98 for the queen, $19.98 for the king. And then you have the percale sheets that we're closing out at $29.88, any size, any color. We're liquidating those. Once they're gone for good. But go to mypillow.com/war room. You guys, there you're seeing the beds made in the USA, my great employees, and the mattress toppers. You can get those shipped for free, 100% for free, right to your front door. And then you've got the My Crosses. Everybody's been asking for them. The women's are back in stock. We have the men's and women's My Crosses, 50% off, made in the USA. You guys use that promo code My Crosses, 50% off, made in the USA. You guys use that promo code War Room. Call my operators. They're downstairs. Mom and Dad's working from home also. You get an operator right here in the USA, 800-873-1062. They love talking to you all at the War Room Posse. Promo code War Room. And Steve, I can't thank you guys all enough. You've keeping MyPillow employees as we fight these lawfare against us. You keep them with the comfort knowing that the War Room's got their back.
Support MyPillow by going and checking out their great products. They sell themselves. MyPillow.com. Promo code Warren, the most powerful promo code in the business. Mike, we'll see you tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock in the 10 o'clock hour. Or maybe the 11 o'clock hour. Stick around. Peter McElveen from Hearts of Oak and our own Ben Harnwell.